show card with you. Also, make sure that you have your back tag with you as you enter those black gates. Parents and adult leaders, once you have escorted your exhibitor through those black gates,
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 San Antonio Market Barrow Show. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my co-host, Wayne Rohde, who's actually up behind me right now, but wanted to welcome everybody who tuned in to Taylor Fort podcasting, or webcasting, excuse me. So where you're able to watch this, for people who ask, you can either go to the San Antonio website and go to competitive events and go to the live feed, or you go to taylorfort.com/live and you can look up the Market Barrow Show at San Antonio. It should be easy to find. But for those of you who already tuned in, welcome. Want to thank him for giving us a front row seat to the San Antonio Market Barrow Show, and what a show it's going to be. And first class of the day is your first class of Berks, a total of 4 classes of Berks today. In our class number 1 of our Berk breed, we have 29 total head. Weight ranges are from 250 to 251, so only a pound difference from the lightest and heaviest in this class. You have up to 10 pounds on the upper end to weigh, so say you turned in your weight card at 250. When you go across the scale, you can weigh within 10 pounds of that, so you can weigh up to 260. So for those of you tuned in, our judges today are Mr. Will Hilty and Mr. Ben Boble, and I'll kind of give you guys a bio on both those two guys. So what we're doing...
But it's hard. No, yeah, I get close by. It's basically smooth.
Test. 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 Thank you, Taylor. Sorry, we're kind of going through the mic and making sure everything looks good and we can hear ourselves talk. Or, Dad and I like to have a good time and hear ourselves think every now and then. But kind of giving you guys a heads up of what's going on behind us, you can kind of see what they're doing. So the first initial judge they go to is Mr. Boble. Mr. Boble either points straight ahead, which means you have a chance at the top 10 placings in this class. I believe we placed 10. First through fifth make the sale here.
Yes,
per class
we do.
in the Berks. And if he points to the left, it'll go to Mr. Hilty, who is our secondary judge for this breed. And if he points straight ahead, you'll go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation of this class, where they'll come in there and they may pull 1 or 2 that have a chance at the opportunity at the top 10 to 13 places, whatever they pin back in the initial sort here. If he points to the left, your animal goes to what I call greener pastures, and we wish the kids best of luck down the road. So giving you guys a heads up of kind of how the initial sort happens per class. So far it looks like they have 3 pigs pinned back. I know there's one underneath the scale right now, and depending on, since this is the first class, we'll kind of get a pattern of what these guys are going to do throughout the day to kind of fill you guys in and ladies on what kind of happens per class. Like, okay, they've usually kept about 10 to 12 hogs back potentially, and while we're kind of doing this sort, I want to kind of talk about our 2 judges. For our Berkshire breed, our lead judge for the Berks is Mr. Ben Boble of Lincoln, Illinois. He's an owner and operator of Boble Farms, consisting of 100 sows and a grain operation. His wife is named Haley, and they have 3 daughters, Ella, Claire, and Alex. Want to welcome him, and if you're Haley, if you and the kiddos are watching at home, we appreciate you supporting your husband and allowing him to come down here and judge the very competitive and very prestigious San Antonio Market Barrow Show held here at San Antonio.
They're actually coming in tonight.
Oh, really?
Yes,
That's good.
yes.
So they're probably getting ready to pack and
Or today.
catch a plane, and so we wish them safe travels down. So that'll be good, and we appreciate that when a judge's family comes up and supports them, especially being such a long way away. Illinois is only a hop, skip, and a jump from Texas, and Texas is made up about 4 states wrapped into one here. Mr. Boble went to Black Hawk East and Iowa State University, both very prestigious livestock judging schools. His hobbies include their family loves to show. The girls at any local, state, and national level in the swine industry. So I want to welcome Mr. Boble. He is our lead judge for the Berkshire Barrows here today. Our secondary judge for the Berkshire breed is Mr. Will Hilty, and he's no stranger to judging here in Texas, and neither has Ben, because Ben judged our Cross Gilt show last year. But Mr. Hilty is judged as a secondary judge for the purebreds. He's judged as the head judge for the purebred show. So he's very familiar with San Antonio and how we do things here, and want to welcome Will back here. I have said a lot of things of Will on his bio, and nothing's really changed much since the last bio. But for those of you who don't know Mr. Hilty, he is from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up on a diversified livestock farm exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, consisting of 100 crossbred sows, with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. So if they're listening in, I want to welcome you on. Thanks for letting Will come back and judge this show again. And the Barrow show is a lot of fun. It is one of the most competitive swine shows in the world. And I believe it's still the largest between them and Houston. San Antonio is a very big deal. And from top to bottom, if you have a 10th place hog in this class, that 10th place was probably either champion or reserve champion at your county show level. That's how competitive San Antonio is. Mr. Hilty is judged at the Indiana State Fair, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Nail, the Exposition, and he's done San Antonio, like I mentioned earlier. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with family and friends and attending livestock shows. So want to welcome both Mr. Boble and Mr. Hilty here to judge the San Antonio Livestock Show Barrow Show. Looks like we have a total of 6 to 7 pulled back so far for a chance at a top 10 placing. I believe we placed 10. I'll find that out real quick. Hey, Paul, are we doing 10 placing? So I just got clarification from Paul. He's our arena director. We will place 10 in each class, and the top 5 are eligible to make the livestock show auction. Looks like they've done the initial sort of this first class. Started with 29 total head. Weight ranges were from 250 to 251, and we've got 7 pinned back so far. So what the guys are doing now, we both have Mr. Boble. He's in the blue shirt with the vest, and Mr. Hilty's in the sports coat. Mr. Boble's our lead judge for the Berkshire breed today. And what they're doing now is they're kind of sorting out the ones they kept back potentially for a secondary evaluation here. Like I said, they will place 10 placings here. So they'll probably pull 1 or 2 back. And for those of you who are showing either later on in the week or tomorrow, just know, don't ever give up, because I've seen hogs come out of this big arena for a secondary evaluation to get a chance to get pinned and make it to the top of the class and make the sale slot. And that's what we shoot for. You want to try to get that sale slot. I see 8 pinned back so far. And they haven't pinned any back just yet. Dr. Griffith is over there, and we're talking. Don't you have this?
You took mine. I had some extra in mine. I need to see what no, I have that stuff.
What do you mean?
I had a stack. I need to see what I'm missing. Go all the way through this stuff here. Yeah, let me take a look at that.
This is our class breaks.
No, just this. That in your right hand is all I need to look at.
Oh, this is mine, and these 2 are the bios.
No, there's something underneath.
This is my class break. You have the same thing anyway.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
You got it?
Yeah, I want to look at this now.
It looks like they're going to excuse these exhibitors. They're doing a great job of going around to these kids and giving them high fives and wishing them luck down the road. And every now and then they're going up to somebody and say, "Hey, we like your hog, but here's what we'd change about it, and what we would, why you didn't get a chance at the top 10 placing here today." I do believe they have at least 10 back. So what happens, and what sometimes takes a little bit longer, once you get pinned for a chance at a top 10 placing, you go to classification to make sure you make all the breed characteristics and don't get classed out here. Then you go through the weight, and you have to weigh within 10 pounds on the upper end of what your weight card is. For example, if I turn my weight card in at 250, I can weigh up to 260 coming across the scale. If I weigh over that, then your hog is disqualified. So you want to make sure you stay within those weight parameters. If you weigh under that, it's not a big deal. I think there's a minimum weight here for the lightweight classes, but once you get in the heavy classes, it really doesn't matter. We do have 10 pullback, so like I said, there are 10 placing ribbons, and top 5 make the sale here today. And as we're going through these hogs here today, we'll kind of get some of these judging kids up here. They're collegiate judgings, and I've got Mr. Cole Smythe from Auburn University. He's on the judging team up there, and he's going to kind of sort in through us on these first few classes, and want to welcome Cole and all the other judges here today. They're going to kind of give some evaluations of the class and kind of talk some of these classes through, and it'll be fun kind of switching out with Dad and I. Give us a breather. I know you guys hear us all day long during the Gilt Show. That way you don't have to listen to our voice the entire time, but we do enjoy doing this, and we're excited what San Antonio's doing. We'll also bring in a couple seniors and some parents up here to kind of get a perspective from being a senior in high school and showing here at San Antonio, and then also from a parent's perspective as well on showing. So what the guys are doing now, they're going to pull them out one at a time and evaluate each one individually. If they really like your hog, they'll probably pin you back for a chance at the top placing. So that way you don't wear your hog out and bring them out here. You might be the first one pulled out, and you might be out here for an extra 20 minutes. So if they really like your hog, they're going to pin you back. And like I said, this is the first class of the day. It'll be telling to see how many they actually do pull back here. But they already have one pin back and still have 4 more to sort through here, Wayne.
Yeah, it looks like it's really, to start this show out, it's really a competitive show already, just starting out in our first class of this Berkshire breed.
You know, they're really pulled apart. At 250, you know, they're really pulled apart, have good, adequate muscle. They're square on all 4 hind from front to back here, and very mobile, very athletic creatures. And what's crazy to me is, like, 250 when I was growing up was like your middleweight division. Now we've gone up from, 250 to... What's the top end, 300?
300,
300. Yes. And to see some of these creatures at 300 pounds and move like
and
a cat out there.
And actually, it's, you know, if you think about it, it's 310.
Yeah, with the way back.
With the way back. And this is a little different than our Breeding Gilt Show. With the Breeding Gilt Show, you have you of course go at a larger size at 350, and you have a 15-pound weigh back only on the top end. But within this Barrow Show, you go from, like we talked, 250 to 300 with only a 10-pound weigh back. But on the Gilt Show, you have no bottom consideration. You can be as light as you want on the bottom from what you turned in. But in a Barrow Show, you cannot be more than 10 pounds under what you turned in, or you're disqualified.
Is that, say that again, is that just for the lighter?
So an example, if you turned your weight in
say at 270.
At 270, then if you weighed 259, you would be disqualified.
Okay,
because
so
you're
that's
11 pounds under.
Got you. So it's 10 pounds on the bottom end or the top end of what your weight card is.
That is correct.
Wow, okay. I knew the top end. I didn't realize the bottom end too. So just so y'all know, if y'all turn your weight cards in, for those of you showing maybe the second wave, just know you want to weigh within 10 pounds of the lower or the upper end of what you turned in, or you will be disqualified. Looks like they have 4 pin back so far, Wayne, for a chance at the top placing. So they,
and there's 5 placing in there, if I understand.
5 placings. That
makes the sale.
Yeah,
lots.
that exactly. So they are eligible for the auction. They will give 10 placing ribbons out. I just found out that from Paul, our arena director here. And I don't know how long Paul's been doing it, but he's been doing it a long time for San Antonio, and we appreciate everything he does for this Barrow show. And looks like we have 4 pinned back for some top placings, but Mr. Bubbles went for the buttons. And so what they'll do is place from the bottom up to this point. And they may leave 1 or 2 out here to compare to the 4 they pinned back for a top placing spot.
Yeah, and that's what's so good. And as Landon mentioned, we've watched these guys judge in the past, and you can't ask for a fair shake what they provide for these young people. And so by placing from the bottom up, it allows those that maybe they didn't get as good of a view because there's so many out there still. And a lot of times they'll say, okay, we're going to keep you still out here, rest a minute, and we'll let the 4 that we pinned out there back out, and then we'll compare you to these 4. And you can't ask for anything more fairer than that.
You know what I really like about this first class, Wayne? They're all very consistent in this first class. I mean, we're talking 10th place down. There's so much consistency in what these guys have already pulled back here. They definitely want to be wide. I can already tell you that. And at
on
250
all
on all 4, yeah, front to back here, definitely have a good amount of muscle. I haven't seen anything that does not have an adequate amount of muscle in this first class here. And they got to be mobile. I mean, all 10 of these hogs are very good and very mobile.
And with
here.
this new arena, and if you've just joined us this year and wasn't here for the Breeding Gilt show, they've made the arena double the size and added more grandstands, and it's just phenomenal how nice this arena is now, giving each and every one of these kids an opportunity to get out there and really present their animal.
I'm trying to see, and I was kind of watching when I don't know if they placed from 5th place to 10th or 10th place down to 5th. Now we're in our top 4 here, I believe. These were the ones that were pinned back after the initial sort, and they brought the ones they had pinned back out one at a time, pinned 4 back that I know of, and I believe ended up pinning 5 back potentially. No, just 4. One of the gate holders over here looked like he was fixing to open the gate for somebody. So I think these are our top 4 in this first class of Berkshire Barrows here. Almost said gilts. Last time we were here, we were talking purebred gilts.
Oh yes, now we're
These
in
are
the
not
market
gilts.
show.
This is a terminal show, by the
Yes.
way, so they don't get to take their animals home. This is
Like they
where
do in the steers.
the steers or the gilt show, but the steers, they can take them on to other shows. But
Yes.
the hog show, you bring your hog here, you don't get to go home with it. So and that's tough on some of these kids to you have a project for 8 to 10 months, and they're big pets. I mean, if you really love what you do and take really good care of your animal, like a lot of these kids do, they become part of the family in a very short amount of time. So it's hard not getting to take them home.
But what's so great about this program, it teaches them all aspects of life and
Yes.
what the purpose of these animals are for.
Exactly.
And why
Exactly.
God created them.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, all 4 of these individuals here are doing a phenomenal job. We talk about showmanship being so important. That can make or break you making a sales slot or getting up from 5th to 1st place based on your showing technique and being able to kind of stay away or hide your animal throughout the show as they're placing the animals. And all 4 of these young individuals in this very first class today, being this early in the morning, being this awake and this in tune with your animal and being able to show it this well this early, they either had a lot of coffee this morning or they're just dang good at what they're doing here. Young lady in the blue was 4th place. Now we're down to our top 3 here, Wayne. Young lady in the brown will be 3rd place. Now we got the 2 young men left. The young man in the red is 2nd, and the young man in the blue plaid will be your class winner in this first class
Congratulations
today. Congratulations
to the first class winner of the 76th annual Market Barrow Show.
Well, good morning. It's certainly an honor and a privilege to be in San Antonio, the Super Bowl of Barrows shows, and me and Will are very excited to be here. We start with an awesome class this morning, and I knew out of the gate, with as big as these Barrows have to be from a minimum weight standpoint, that we'd start really, really good. And I think it's a good class. I can't tell you I think there's a runaway winner in our opinion. This Barrow that wins, a young man drives. Simply put, as you go to the ground, he's the best from a skeleton standpoint. That's a great-footed, really heavy-boned, loose skeleton Barrow that uses his hock the most effectively in this situation. I guess when you step back, he's probably not, to us, just the stoutest one in terms of his lines. He's not just the shortest-bodied one of our top three, but, man, his squareness, his ability to stay comfortable. Then when you get on top of him, he's one of the fresher back Barrows that certainly has just lots of balance and proportionality. A good place to start. I think it's close in second and third, and the young man's Barrow in second, simply put, has more chest, he has more blade, he has more just back shape and width on the top side of his skeleton. That's a good Barrow in terms of where he sits from that standpoint. As you take him to the ground from behind, that pig's not as stout in terms of his rear leg. He's not as ultimately square when he goes right away. Doesn't push his hock as far behind his tail as that class winner, but certainly his views coming and going in terms of width and squareness is where he needs to beat the Barrow in third. This Barrow from third is flawless in terms of his lines from the side. That's a tall-shouldered, long-hip Barrow that paints as good a picture as any as you step to the side of him. I love his jawline and his composition advantage out here. Simply put, when he comes at you, he's not square enough built in his knee. That pig needs to be opened up in his skeleton. You get in the center part of his body, and he doesn't have as much outward just turn and punch as those Barrows that go above him. Great presentation, great skin and hair. Good place to be third in our first class of Berkshires. The outlier of the group comes out next, and I love this hog's freshness of back. He's a big rib, big bladed hog that has lots of just extra stuff out here. Simply as we go to the ground from behind, he's got to be looser. He's got to be constructed better. Not only does he want to close up as he goes away, he's a little different shaped in his rear joint. His rear ankle needs to be looser and more correct as he goes to the ground. Not to be critical from a structure standpoint, but when we get to this level, we've got to build them correct from the ground up to make them competitive. The Barrow comes out next to be our last sales spot, and man, I thought this pig painted a really good picture from the side in terms of balance, look, heaviness of structure. He's not as fresh looking as those other Barrows. He's not as square in his shape as he comes out the backside of his shoulder. And I don't know that his composition's as good as those Barrows that go above him, but certainly one that has lots of quality. We go ahead and continue to let those Barrows out. I thought there was some muscle differences as we get here. A good pattern, loose skeleton Barrow that needs to have more feature. Barrow coming out next that needs to be better in terms of his top line. He wants just to get a little piecey there. Great class. Let's congratulate those kids as they exit.
That concludes our first class of the San Antonio Market Barrow Show, our first class of Berks. Moving on to class number 2, and very similar to the first class, the weight ranges are from 250 to 251 with 29 total heads, so it's almost it is a mirrored image of class 1. And what a deep class of Berks that was to start out. Y'all heard Mr. Boble's comments.
And what we really see is these guys are saying in the reasons they're exactly what they're matching the hog.
Yep.
You could see like that third place, he was really good from the side and really liked that hog. And if you would only judge him based on side profile, he wins it hands down. But it's when he's coming to you, he said how he came in at his knee, and it sure was there.
Absolutely, Wayne. And so what I loved about all 10 of those placings, they were all so similar in makeup. Just some subtle differences here and there that made up the difference between your top placings and your placings down the road. But, I appreciate Mr. Boble and Mr. Hilty coming in here and giving each one of these kids a fair shake and a fair opportunity at this show. Once again, for those of you who are just now tuning in, we want to thank Taylor Fort and his crew, Taylor Fort Webcasting, for bringing us a front row seat. Whether you're watching from home, at work, sitting on the couch, getting ready for a basketball game, whatever it may be, we appreciate you taking the time to support these kids here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, the 76th Annual Market Barrow Show. For those of you just now tuning in as well, kind of giving you an update of kind of how they did things. They had 10 pulled back. They went to the big arena and said, okay, we have our 10 we like. There's nothing out here that we wanted to bring back for a chance at a top 10 placing. So they excused those individuals. And they would pull them out one at a time, and they pinned 4 back for a chance at the top placings in that class, and then placed them 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, for example. And I have a feeling they're going to keep that same pattern throughout the day, whether it's Will judging or Ben judging. So that'd be Mr. Bobo, who's our lead judge for the Berkshire breed, and Mr. Will Hilty is our secondary judge for the Berkshire breed. And I believe they alternate breeds, and I can kind of keep you guys posted. Giving you guys a heads up, we have 42 total classes we're going to be judging today. That is not including the divisional classes or your breed and reserve selections. Those go by pretty quickly because you're only judging 2 to 3 hogs at a time versus 29 hogs and doing 2 sorts with them. So we have a total of 42 classes here today. 3,400 individuals entered for the San Antonio Livestock Show. This does not mean you brought your hog, but 3,400 entries for the swine show. Today we'll be judging the Berkshire breed, the spotted breed, the Poland China breed, the Hampshire breed, and then tomorrow we're going to get out and judge our Durocs and our dark crossbred. So I lied there, actually. We have 42 classes over the first wave, not of the first day. That would be a lot of classes to try to sort through, Wayne.
Yeah.
I mean, they could do it, but we might be here till 1 o'clock in the morning,
total.
right, Cole? So I'm going to do, Wayne, I'm going to get up here in a second and let Mr. Cole get in here and kind of talk to you a little bit, Wayne, and get to know Cole. And he, like I said, he's at Auburn University on the livestock judging team, right, Cole? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop up here in a minute and let him kind of talk this next class, and then we'll switch through. But, Wayne, I'm going to let you talk with Cole, or do you want to get up and let him sit in your seat? What do you prefer?
No, you can bring him in here.
Okay, then, Dad, you're going to have to get up. Hold on just a second.
Okay, and then you turn that mic on underneath here. It's off now. You can put it on when you're ready.
I'm going to try to get you guys set up in a room on
Yes, that would be great. Your last name again? Smite. Well, if you just now joined us, my name is Wayne Rohde, and we're in our second class of Berkshires. I'm joined by a judging team member from Auburn University, Cole Smite. We welcome you here to San Antonio, Texas, and we're doing a new thing in this show here at San Antonio, and we're bringing in the some of the judging team members from different areas, and they're going to be joining us throughout this show and being able to discuss and tell us a little bit about themselves, and also be able to discuss what's going on out here in the ring as well. So we're always excited about our young people and what they do for us, and we're excited to have you, Cole. And again, welcome to Texas. Tell us, our viewers, a little bit about yourself and give us a rundown.
Yeah, so like you said, I'm Cole Smythe. I'm here from Auburn University, and got selected to come down here to San Antonio as part of the Top Judge program, which is a deal where they kind of took 20 of individuals from our class, and we got to come down here with industry leaders kind of in our species as far as, so I got to come down for pigs and just meet a bunch of really just important guys in our industry that have a lot of experiences that we can build off of and learn from just as we continue on down our career and get into the ring, and as we just progress and maybe hopefully one day get in a ring like this and get to judge high quality hogs that we're looking at right now. So this is an awesome deal. I'm certainly excited to be here, and hopefully there's no A&M football fans listening out there. Probably not the biggest fan of me.
Yeah, we can't be talking about football today, but anyway. Well, Cole, how, this being new for us as well, did you have to go through a criteria to be invited down here?
Yes. So
could you explain that a little bit to us?
Yeah. So we were selected kind of off our team, and we put together a resume and kind of what we've done and things we've been a part of, maybe judges, shows we got to get in the ring, and just experiences we've had so far. And then they kind of interviewed that, and we got selected. And I actually got the email while I was sitting on the couch during Christmas break that I was going to be able to get to come out here and get to meet these people and do these things. So, like I said, just certainly grateful, and just for the experiences and the opportunities we get to come out here. So certainly appreciate that.
Well, that is exciting. We're sure glad to have you here this morning. Looks like, Cole, we've got five penned here so far, and if you've just now joined us, and if Landon hadn't shared this with you, what happens is it goes to Ben Bowl, and if he likes it, it goes into this pen. But before it gets to the pen, they've got to go through a 3-judge breed characteristics classification. They have blue chips and red chips. And you have to have at least 2 blues out of the 3 to be qualify under the breed characteristics. And once you do qualify, then you go to the scale, and that's where you have to weigh within 10 pounds of the top or bottom weight that you've turned in. And then from there they go to the pens and await them. Our judges sorting the big arena to see if there's additional ones that they want to keep. And then they'll go through the same thing. If they keep some of these out of the big rings, they haven't gone through any classification or weigh-in, so then they'll send them back behind us underneath the podium and go through the same criteria. And then they'll start evaluating the ones they penned all the way down to the final ones that they had penned. So is this your first time to San Antonio, Cole?
No, actually, so getting to be a part of the judging teams and all that, we get to come down to the contest, and the lucky part about it, and being a pig kid and the judging aspect of it, we actually get to come in and watch the final drive of the Barrow Show. So I've been down to San Antonio twice and got to watch both the final drives, and just blown away, just the quality of animals. It's awesome. Love to come down here and just see this show. I think we certainly lucked out getting to come down here as far during San Antonio, and just being able to watch the quality of pigs that come to this ring is awfully incredible.
And what year are you in at Auburn presently?
This is my 4th year. So.
4th year, so we're a senior then, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And what is your plans going forth upon graduation?
So I'm a ag business and economics major, and as far as my plans for life, just kind of wanted to get into the sales aspect side of things. Not too specific on what industry I kind of want to get in as far as that type of thing, but I'm kind of open to whatever. And as far as just get out of school, get settled down, and get a consistent job, and hopefully I can get some pigs of my own and get into this. I certainly would love to dabble in that on down the road.
Well, that sounds like you have all your ducks in a row, and I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. And so, talking a little bit about the livestock judging, and have you been at all 4 years at Auburn, or did you go to a different college prior to Auburn?
So, I judged in high school a good bit. Had great ag teachers there that kind of coached me and got me to a certain point, and had a lot of colleges we went and toured. Started out in junior college, so kind of on the judging aspect type of deal. If you maybe aren't quite familiar with it, you'll go to a lot of kids will go to junior college, and that way you get a freshman and sophomore year. So I ended up going to Connors State, and that way you get 2 more years just to judge. And if you go straight into senior college, you'll only get 1 year eligibility, so you kind of have to pick from that type of deal. So just getting to junior college, it gets you more experience as far as just getting on the road, getting to those contests, seeing as many animals as possible. So
probably the big universities like Auburn really appreciate that, because you're more fine-tuned when you come and join their university and their judging team.
Right. So we got to go out there, got to go to Connors for a few years, and honestly, like you said, those big senior colleges just appreciating that, and that's kind of how it fell into a lucky spot. My freshman coach at Connors, my freshman year, Jesse Henson, great guy, but he ended up transferring into Auburn, and I think the stars aligned, and I fell right in there, and I was just right at home, you know.
So from the junior college, can you judge 2 years at the junior college? And now can you go to the same contest as in the junior college level?
So you kind of get split up as far as your grade, kind of like high school and showing, as far as your first year, you're a freshman, your second year, you're a sophomore, and there's the majors that all the sophomores will go to, and that's kind of more of their type of deal, where kind of in the fall they can kind of hone in and dial in what they've been working up all semester, and a lot of those are some more kind of sophomore independent contests, but I know a lot are trying to get freshmen more into it, as far as just getting them to see that same experience for maybe not just 1 year in their sophomore year, but getting them there both years. So
that you could come to San Antonio 2 years in the junior college level then.
Yeah.
But when you go to Auburn, a D1 school, or the senior level, is it only 1 year, one time that you can come to that one?
Sorry, I'm going to correct myself there. San Antonio, you get to come your sophomore year.
Oh, okay.
Now, when they had COVID, they did put a freshman division in, because they missed out on that first semester. So I got mixed up there. That's my bad.
No, that's good, because I wanted our audience to kind of know, because
right.
I did this as well, but it's been a few years back.
Right. No, but certainly I had a lot of experiences in San Antonio, good ones, all of them. I certainly appreciate this place. It's
so
special to me.
all the different places that you got to judge, was that the same criteria, that you could judge 1 year in the junior level and then 1 year in your senior level?
We have contests like in Tulsa. I know they have a freshman division where you get to go as a freshman, you get to go sophomore year, and you can compete in senior colleges. So
some contests you could judge
yeah.
twice at that contest,
Yes.
2 years in a row.
Yes.
In the same level.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, Cole, as we look down here, they're ready to start this second evaluation. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8 there, and I'm sure that they've got some that are being weighed and classified in the back. And now they've released their first one out here. So you being from the Georgia area, tell me kind of some of the differences, if you see any differences, and even if you see the similarities of how the kids present their animals in relation to what you grew up seeing in Georgia when you were going through the high school program.
Well, I'd say just the big difference here is just the sheer volume, the numbers, the quality, and just how much goes into this. The people around the ring and all the support these kids get is just tremendous, as far as scholarships and all that. So it's fun to see just like how much they put into this. It means a lot to these kids, and they get out here and try their hardest. And animals are presented to a T. As far as just skin and hair, every one of them's dialed in. They're all presented clean, and they all kids stick them all well. Like you don't see a kid out here not trying. So I can certainly appreciate that, and it's just impressive to see, as they get out here.
And as you talk about, not only does like the champion Berkshire, or each breed, of course, would go to the auction and carry that title to get a nice amount of money for their animal and education, but they also receive a $10,000 scholarship here in addition. And here at San Antonio, to kind of give you a little background, you can win up to $20,000 in competitive event competitions here before you max out in scholarship money.
And like you said, that's kind of in any competition, not even just in the pig ring. We kind of got some insight on the other contests they put on and things they do, and you can certainly get some college funds secured here at San Antonio.
Absolutely. So did they use the same kind of show sticks in Georgia as well?
Oh yeah. You see mostly just the whips. A lot of kids show with the brushes as well. Fancy belts. All the girls are always blinged out, trying to get as much attention as possible.
Well, and that's one of the things we've always shared with our audience. And this is a perfect example. You see a lot of different variations of colors of sweaters and shirts and stuff. And the reason these young people do that is, you know, the judges are definitely evaluating the animals, but it does help, and I knew it always helped me as a judge as well, to be able to analyze the animal and come back to more easily spot and find that animal, because I've got him pictured in my mind already, but just finding him quicker, because let's face it, all these Berkshires look alike.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say, once you get into the breeds and the pigs, the colors starting to kind of run together, certainly a kid maybe wearing a sharp shirt or a different colored crazy shirt may just stick out in your mind, and you may be able to grasp that and remember a little easier at times.
Absolutely. Now, you know, here in Texas, all of the even though we go through a breed classification, they just have to, from the outside appearances, have to qualify. And when we did the Exarban, of course, that show in September up in Nebraska, those breeds had to be not only registered, but they also had to go through a DNA test to prove their purity. And so how is it in Georgia, and do you know about Auburn as well? How are they evaluated and shown?
Yeah, same, not the same type of deal as far as classification. All of our shows, mainly, you at least have to have papers to prove they're purebred and that type of stuff, not just the classification. It's that as well, as far as having your papers, and that pig still has to pass the classification test as far as looking and checking the boxes of their breed.
Well, that's you know, that'll be interesting if someday that changes in Texas.
Yeah. That's you see a lot of white pigs out here. Just the value increases maybe if they aren't exactly pure, just because their color.
Yeah, you know, the Berkshires, and I don't have all the criterias or you know, the breakdowns here of what they're looking for in classification. I might try to get that for our audience a little bit later. But there has been some changes on the Berkshires. Right. They can have a little more white and some red on their hair, and so these changes continue to change, which is really interesting. Looks like they've placed the bottom end all the way up to, it looks like, Cole, I think the top three.
Yeah, we got 3 left.
Looks that way. Unless they're going to bring out this 4th and 5th yet. I'm not sure on the ribbons. I haven't seen them issue one, so they might let the top 5 back out here and compare them.
Yep, they're going to bring them back out?
Yes, sir.
Or they're going to spin them back around.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So it looks like we're down to our final 3, huh?
There we go.
There we have it. We'll hear from Mr. Boble.
We'll get to a second class, Berkshires, and I'd be the first to tell you we're maybe not as deep as we were in the first class in terms of the entire class, but we get to an upper end that's very good. There wasn't a point in Will and I's discussion that the young lady in red wasn't going to be our class winner, and I think there's times when you have to talk about Barrows that just combined the best of everything in this particular drive. He's the most comfortable. He's the freshest backed. He's the squarest as he comes and goes, and boy, that pig paints an awesome picture from the side. That's a Barrow that's fresh in terms of his presentation. You know, you could call him a pinch edgy on that left rear leg. It's good. In my opinion, they've got to be right there to push the envelopes. That's a good Barrow to win this particular drive. In second and third, I think there's some differences, and simply put, the Barrow in second, there's just more of him. There's more chest, there's more blade. That's just a Barrow that has more spread in the center part of his body. And I think, too, when you take him to the ground from behind, he wants to use his hock more effectively. He's cleaner build in his rear joint. He doesn't have the extras that Barrow that wins in terms of spine comfort, look ahead of his blade, and just squareness of back. But certainly a nice second-place Barrow and a good class. Interesting Barrow that comes out next, and I love this pig from a distance. I think he paints an awesome look in terms of tallness of shoulder, length of body, length of hips good in this particular Barrow. When he comes and goes is where he falls third in our opinion. He comes to you too narrow. He wants to close up in his chest, his knee at the ground. When he leaves you, he has that same issue in terms of his look from behind, and at the same time, he wants to get a little bit bigger built in his joints. Outside of that, from there up, that's a good Barrow in terms of his look, his proportionality, and his stoutness of feature. We just got to make him more opened up. The Barrow that comes out next was one we didn't get pinned back, and I tell you, this is a big rear leg, and this pig uses it effectively. This hog's got awesome feet, and when you take him to the service, he can plant and drive as good as any of them. On the top side of his skeleton is where he plays out, in my opinion. He's not as genuine built as the Barrows that go above him. He wants to wash out in his loin. At the same time, when the hog comes at you, he's not as good built in his chest as those top three specifically that go above him. A Barrow that comes out next simply has more build and presence than a Barrow that comes out next. He too is one you like from a feature standpoint. I read him just a bit coarser in his throat latch at the top of his crest. Maybe doesn't have as much edge as those Barrows that go above him. We continue down the line with the Barrow that comes out next. It's very muscle driven. We've got to just collect him different from the side, clean him up in his crest and his head, and just give him a looser look out of his rear leg. Again, a great class. Congratulations to those kids as they exit.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
What's up, Cole, man?
How's it going?
Man, just went and got me a cup of Morning Ambition, a.k.a. coffee, this morning. So what did I miss on class number 2? I guess we're on class 3, right?
Yes, we are.
Total of 29 head. Weight ranges from 252 to 266. What'd you see in the last class, man? Was it as competitive as that first class was?
For sure. Certainly, as the classes keep coming, the quality just keeps getting better. Just 1st through 10th, certainly pigs at all can have their own qualities in their own rights, I think.
Cool, man. So what I've noticed in that first class that I watched and being down below here where they were doing classifying and weight, I guess weighing them to make sure they weighed within 10 pounds on the upper end, lower end of their weight card. Sorry, Wayne. A lot of good muscle in these hogs and definitely wide on all fours here.
That's kind of something y'all were talking about, building off of as the market weight increases. Like kind of when I was in the showing, kind of your cutoff weight was 280, and now we're getting to see pigs that are 300 with an extra 10 pounds on top of that, and just keeping these things sound is awfully impressive.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you, you weren't here for the Purebred Gilt Show when we were here. The top end of the class was 350, man. You talk about there was 350-pound pigs that walk better than most humans do. and that's saying something, that just being that mobile, that large and that mobile, and like you said, talk about soundness, and to keep that fresh of an appearance on these hogs at that weight, that's something I thought we could never be able to do in this industry, and that just kind of goes to show you the feeding techniques and everything that make it so great nowadays.
And you say soundness, and I think when we think about that, maybe just a lot of look and extension comes with that, maybe just not a lot of genuine width and muscle, but so you can certainly appreciate the ones that can do both, come with that soundness look and certainly have that mass and just extra punch to them. So I think that's awfully hard to do, and we can appreciate ones that can get out here and get that done.
Absolutely, Cole. Looks like they're going to excuse these individuals in the big ring. I want to wish them the best of luck down the show. Like we talked about, this is a terminal show, so they don't get to take these animals back with them. I do believe, if my math serves me right, Cole, we got 12 pinned back here. Top 10 will get a ribbon, and top 5 will make the auction here at San Antonio. So have they been doing kind of what they normally do, is pull them out one at a time, and if they really like them, they'll pin them back?
Yeah, that last class, I think they had their top 3 kind of in mind. They had 4 and 5 kind of set aside already and ran those top 3 back out there.
Oh, wow. So they kept 3 in that last class. Yes. Wow. And that's good, though. They're pretty confident. And, there might be a couple classes, and I don't know if this is going to be any exception to the rule, where they might pull them all out, pin 3 or 4 back, and they might leave one standing out there to say, okay, this one actually might stay back and compete with our top 3 or 4 here. I'm letting Wayne look at this paper real quick, Cole. So we're going to go and read off the top 10 individuals. And like I said, Cole, I will try not to butcher these names here, and I'll let you read one class if you want to as well. Okay. So we'll read in our first class our top 10 individuals. And 10th place went to Christopher Homan. 9th place was awarded to Ann Littlejohn. 8th place was exhibited by Mackenzie Barnett. 7th place went to Brenley Bagby. 6th place was shown by Madison Sains. 5th place went to Claire Barbie. 4th place was awarded to Caden Rawls. 3rd place was shown by Chloe Fitzharris. 2nd place was handed to Clayton Ellis, and our class winner in our first class of Berks of the day went to Joshua Cortez from Randall County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Cole, you want to read class 2, or you want me to keep trying to read them? I'll let a Georgia boy read some Texas names here. Let's see how you do, my friend.
Yeah, hopefully don't let me butcher them too much.
And that's class number 2, correct?
Yes, this is class 2. Just making sure I'm correct. I'm assuming
Emma.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, your first name here and the last name there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first class, class 2 Berkshire Barrows, start from 10th down.
Yeah, 10th down.
So in
actually we only
had 9.
So what happened there, and we talked about the weight deal. They pinned 10 back, but the 10th one did weigh out, so they did not weigh within 10 pounds of their weight card, so they were disqualified, so they only had 9 to place here. So we only have 9 in this class. So I had to throw you for a loop there. Yeah. So like you'd read their name, Hunter, Harris, and then find 8th and work your way down.
So our second class, our Berkshire Barrows, in 9th place we had Hunter Harris from Canyon FFA. 8th place, we had Rummer McLaughlin from Era FFA. 7th place, we had Emmy Westbrook from Monterey FFA. 6th place, Miley Bloch from Hamlin FFA. 5th place, we had Carlos Gomez from Pecos FFA. 4th place, Hunter Vincent from Clyde FFA. 3rd place, we had Trinity Ham from
Wiley Abilene.
Wiley Abilene FFA. 2nd place, we had Kennedy Balthworth from Monday FFA. And winning your Class 2, we had Bellamy Sasson from
Eula
FFA.
Like I said, we got a Georgia boy up here who goes to Auburn University, so he's getting to know some of our Texas terminology down here. You know, we like to give a little Texas hospitality anytime these boys come down here and young ladies come down here, and it's always fun because I'll tell you, there's a place in Texas called, it's spelled Marathon, but it's Marathon.
Oh, that's
so
like in Oklahoma. You got Miami, but it's not Miami, Oklahoma. It's Miami.
Not Miami. So yeah, I guess that goes anywhere you go, my friend.
Or I live in. So the funny part of being in Texas, I'm actually from Houston County, Georgia, which is spelled Houston. That's Houston.
Oh, it's Houston there.
That's what we say, Houston. Or we say Houston.
Houston, but
I'm
we call it Houston.
Myself up now saying it. We say Houston, but it's spelled just like Houston. GPS says Houston, everything. So.
Well, and like our last name is spelled Rode, and people, I mean, you read it, it's road,
right?
But it's actually pronounced Rode.
Rode
with a big E there. So, looks like I think we have 4 pinned back for a chance at the top 4 placings here, based on what they have. Actually 5 here, so this was, like I said, when I was down there, Cole, it looked like a very, very deep set in this 3rd class here today. So we have 5 pinned back here, and I think Mr. Boble here, who's our lead judge here today for the Berkshire breed, he's in the blue, and Mr. Hilty is in the white. He's got the buttons, and I believe, is he placing from 10th down to 6th, or is he going from 6th, like in this case, 6th up to 10th here? What did he do in the last class?
He's just been working his way down as far as I feel like.
So bottom up?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we got 5 pinned back here for the chance at the top placings here, which these 5 individuals will make the sale.
Yep.
I believe the young lady in the blue, I think, they're coming from the bottom end here.
So he's been getting these out here as far as, and then getting their top 5
gotcha.
Separated off, and then they work bottom down from that.
Got you.
So that's what I was getting out there. But
perfect. So I do believe they had 12 total hogs in this class they kept back here. So that just shows you the depth of quality in this class. The last 2 classes, I think they kept 10 back.
Yep.
One class, we had one that weighed out, and that will happen from time to time. And for those of you showing the second wave, make sure you stay within 10 pounds and you give yourself enough space and wiggle room to where your animal can be within that 10-pound parameter, whether it be on the bottom side of that 10-pound weight card or the upper end of that 10-pound weight card. So, for example, if you weigh 260, you can weigh at the lower end 250 going across the scale or 270 going across the scale. I know it sounds confusing, but you have 10 pounds either side of your weight card to weigh within when you go across that scale if you're fortunate enough to show for a top placing in these classes here. Once again, there's 42 total classes we'll be judging, Cole, between the next 2 days. That's not including your champion reserve selection or your divisional selections. There are some breeds, they have enough numbers where they will do a lightweight division, middleweight division, and heavyweight division before they judge the overall supreme of that breed. The Berks, we only have 5 or 6 classes, so they'll just judge the champion and reserve champion. There's no division breaks in the Berkshire breed here today. I think Wayne has the Texas Breds, huh, for the first 2 classes? So, you know, us Texas people, I don't know if you realize this, Cole, we're pretty proud of our state, to say the least. And like I said, we like to give Texas hospitality, but we also like to read the Texas Breds and award an announcement on our Texas Bred certificate winners, because if you are the highest placing in a Texas Bred, you get $100. That goes with that in a Texas Bred cap, and the breeder gets recognition at our Texas Pork Producers Association conference. So in Class 1, actually our first place was a Texas bred exhibited by Joshua Cortez from Randall County 4-H, and the breeder was E6 Livestock of Post, Texas. So congratulations to class number 1, our Texas bred. That's class 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, that was right.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I want to make sure that's in there. So in our class 2, we're judging class 3 right now, but our class 2 Texas certified Texas bred was our second place, exhibited by Bellamy Sasson from Eula FFA, and the breeder of that was Lackey Livestock of Haskell, Texas. Congratulations to Jason and Jackie and their family. What a wonderful family they are, and they give so much to our organization. And Lackey Livestock is a very competitive breeder in the state of Texas. I don't know if you've ever heard of Lackey Livestock before.
Yeah.
Them, and we'll hear probably several other ones. Like you'll probably hear Brockman Farms, probably hear Wintex, and several other ones. And not to hold you guys out because y'all will get read today, I'm sure, at some point as a Texas bred winner. But, what I love about our industry, Cole, doesn't matter what part of the country you're in, we all work together, and you become friends with these people. And because you work so closely with them on the breeding side to make these market animals or breeding stock. Doesn't matter what part of the country you're from. We all try to see the same animals. You may like more muscle than I do, but as a whole hog here, we can agree on a lot of hogs.
Right.
Doesn't matter what part of the country.
And kind of being out here with the Top Judge program, so there's 2 of us, and we got assigned our specific kind of mentor. I have Dr. Clint Schwab, and the biggest thing, and I was talking about with you earlier, is just consistency with the mic. You want to get out there, and you almost want people to be able to pick out pigs for you as far as what you're looking for, and just I feel like getting out there and just picking that type and kind that suits you, and just what you like, not maybe fitting in with the trends of what's cool right now, but just pigs that are built right and sound, and getting out here and just keeping it real consistent and just what you're choosing, and when you get them back out there and everything just matches up. I think it really helps you just as an individual. So it's kind of some of the things I've been taking away from the week, and maybe just the bigger picture type things, I guess.
Absolutely, Cole, and I couldn't have said it better myself, man. You talk about consistency. I mentioned a guy's name a while ago, Warren Beeler's here.
Oh, yeah.
And I showed to him as a kid. I'm not trying to say my age out here, but I graduated high school in 2009, and Warren was a really big judge back then. And I'll tell you, anytime Warren Beeler judged, you knew you had to take something with muscle and that was powerful coming at you. If you didn't have that, he wasn't going to like you, but that shows the consistency as a judge. I may not agree with everything he says, but you got to respect the guy because he's so consistent in his makeup. And that's what I'm starting to see in these 2 guys today. They're talking it out together. Yes, one's the lead judge, one's the secondary judge per breed, but they're working together to create a pattern as a unified individual. And that's something I respect about these guys already. They're both good judges individually, but sometimes when you have 2 guys at the top end of their trade, they don't always see eye to eye, and these guys are working really well together.
Right.
Young lady was second, and the young man will be your class winner in class number 3 here today.
Congratulations to those kids.
Well, I like about what Mr. Boble says, too. He's consistent on the mic as well.
Right.
As we get into another very competitive class, without a doubt, the closest pair of Barrows that we've had here this morning, and Will and I took just a little bit of time and discussed the difference of them, and I think there's some major differences between this pair. As you just break them down and take them to the surface, there's a Barrow out here that's just overwhelming in terms of his stoutness of feature, his bone, his forearm's the biggest. Boy, that's a stout-headed one. And then on top of that, his advantages in terms of angle to his shoulder and to his knee. He's a looser constructed Barrow, and I think he blends better. At the top side, the way his neck sets onto his shoulder, that's a really interesting Barrow to win this class. I'm not going to tell you that the one in second doesn't have some major advantages, because I'm telling you, when you get on top of this one and walk behind him, man, that one is very, very impressive. That's a bigger, centered, rounder-bodied Barrow that is really, really impressive on the top side of his skeleton. That's a very memorable view as he goes away in terms of squareness he has and his rear joint, and as he goes to the ground. His problems come when you step to the side. Not only is he just a bit more fragile in terms of his feature, but most importantly, the hog needs to be redesigned in his shoulder angle and his knee, and that would allow his neck and his crest to set more appropriately on the top side of his shoulder. That's a close pair, very good pair of Berkshires. Congratulations to both those young people. Good job here in our third class. Another good Barrow comes out of third, and I would tell you he's as fresh-backed and is just presented and prepared as good as any of them. That's a gray skin and hair coat. That's an awesome look at the backside of his shoulder. Comparatively to our top pair, he's a little stiltier build off of both ends of his skeleton. He doesn't come to you as true as that Barrow that goes in second, and I just like to loosen him up from that perspective, but certainly one we knew had to be a sales spot as he came through because he's got lots of quality. And I still think his hip, his length of hip, and his rear leg allow him to beat the Barrow that comes out next. From this Barrow's hip forward, that's an interesting pig. He's dark pigmented. He's prepared awesome. He's got gray skin and hair. That's a short-bodied Barrow that has a good look in the center part of his cage. The problems come when you get to the ground on this guy. He wants to roll up in his ankle. He needs to be redesigned in terms of his rear joint, and honestly, just need to lengthen him out of his hip to make him just take a longer step from behind. Young lady's got another beefy stout Barrow coming out next. His problems come from the side as you step back from him. He's probably the most fragile in terms of his bone and his feature. In our top five, we need to redesign the way he's made in his top line, but man, that's a big-ended Barrow that's got a lot of substance and stoutness. Still thought we need to be in the top five. We continue. We've got lots of good Barrows in this particular drive. Young lady's got a neat pig coming out next in terms of his look up front. Got to loosen him up in his skeleton, relax him in his rear joint. Good Barrow coming out next, gets a little mature and playing out the front 1/3 of his body. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, that concludes class number 3 of our Berkshire breed. We have 2 more total classes, Cole, today. We're now judging class 4. We're doing the initial sort of class number 4. Weight ranges are from 267 to 276. And how many head are in this class, Cole?
We got 33 head in this class, and like you said, so after all these classes, no divisions in the Berks. They're just going to roll through and bring them all back, all one go. For Grand Am Reserve?
Yeah, so what they'll do is they'll bring the first and second place of each of these 5 classes back and judge for your champion and reserve champion overall Berkshire Barrow here. We have a total of 5 classes, so this class and then one other one, and that will conclude our Berkshire breed here at San Antonio. For those of you just now tuning in, and you can see on your screen here, there will judge initially to Mr. Boble here. If he points to the left like he just did, it will go to our secondary judge of the Berkshire breed, Mr. Will Hilty. And he'll take a look at this animal here. And if he points straight ahead, it'll go to the big arena like he just did there. So the young man in the blue will go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation once they conclude the initial sort of this class. So Mr. Boble right here, he's looking at this hog. He pointed to Mr. Hilty here, where Mr. Hilty will take an evaluation. If Mr. Boble points straight ahead, he's the guy in the blue. That means you're going to go get classified and weighed and have a chance at a top 10 placing here in your class. And this class, Cole, is the largest class of the Berkshire breed. We had 3 classes of 29 head, and now we're at 33 head. This is the largest class today of the Berkshires. That's Texas bred?
Yeah.
Okay. So Class 3's Texas bred went to Maddie Berkshire, great family at a Level Land FFA. And the breeder of that hog for our Texas bred certificate, and Maddie was 3rd place, by the way, was D2 Livestock out of Bandera. So congratulations to D2 Livestock for being the certified Texas bred of class number 3. Stay tuned, and we'll read the top 10 individuals from that last class we just sorted here today. While we're waiting, I'm going to read a little bio on our lead judge here today in the Berkshire breed, Mr. Ben Boble of Lincoln, Illinois. Great guy. He judged our cross gilts last year and did a phenomenal job with that. He's the owner and operator of Boble Farms, consisting of 100 sows and a grain operation. His wife, Haley, who is coming down today with their 3 daughters, Ella, Claire, and Alex, they're going to come support their husband, and we want to thank them for allowing him to come down here and judge one of the most prestigious shows in the world in the hog shows. He went to Black Hawk East and Iowa State University. Their family loves the show. All their girls show at the local, state, and national levels, and want to welcome him. And I'll let you read about Mr. Hilty over here, Cole.
So we got Mr. Will Hilty. He's from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania. That's where he grew up, on a very diversified livestock farm there. He exhibited cattle and pigs through his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, which consist of 100 crossbred sows with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. Was judged at the Indiana State Fair, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Nail, the Exposition, and San Antonio. And in his free time, Will spends time enjoying. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with his friends, family, and attending livestock shows. So once again, just honored to have both of them here today, and congratulations to them.
Absolutely. Want to welcome both those two guys. Looks like, Cole, so far we have 5 pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing here. And I've got the top 10 placings from our previous class. That would be in Class 3. And I'll read these off. And like I said, y'all, if I mispronounce your name, I do apologize. But want to wish all 10 of these exhibitors a big congratulations and shout out on the Taylor Fort webcasting, and want to thank them and all they do to bring us a front row seat to the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Out of Class 3 in our Berkshire Barrows, in 10th place we had Lillian Garrison. 9th place was shown by True Baird. 8th place was awarded to Mason Whitley. 7th place was exhibited by Max Adams. 6th place went to Emery Kent at a Burke Burnett FFA, great family. 5th place went to Charlie Yinsky. 4th place was exhibited by Claire Deaton. 3rd place was exhibited by Kenley Sorrells. 2nd place was shown by Maddie Berkshire, and she was also the certified Texas bred in that class. And our class winner in class number 3 went to Ryder Walls of Iowa Park FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors from class number 3.
That's like you're talking about the Georgia or the Texas bred type deal out here, and I think that's awesome. Just to give those breeders credit that can get it done, especially in a state that's this competitive. And we kind of have the same feel kind of in Georgia for our breeders there. We kind of want to just put them in the spotlight, especially when they can get good animals in the ring. So we have a Georgia bred type deal we'll do at the end of kind of our state and fair show, and just give those breeders credit where they deserve it.
Absolutely. You know, I'm going to kind of ask you this while we're kind of doing this initial sort of class number 4 right now. So the hogs we have here in Texas, you've seen kind of a pattern between these two guys. Do y'all kind of have that same kind of vibe in mind when it comes to, are y'all trendy? Are y'all old school in the kind of hogs y'all like in Georgia? Is there a certain pattern that y'all stick to that might be different than what we have here in Texas, or are they relatively similar in pattern?
Yeah, I feel like as far as the animals at the top end, we're trying to do the same things as far as just get them sound, get them square, and kind of add on as much else after that. I think certainly our champions kind of match up, and you kind of get that a lot. We get these judges, like I've known Boble, has been in our ring several times, and you'll hear him say that the top end certainly, especially just the showmen and the quality of pigs, can certainly run. I feel like with anywhere in the country, we may not have just quite the numbers down on through the class, maybe like you see here, just the quality throughout all the classes, but I feel like certainly our top end has some heavy hitters that can certainly compete anywhere.
That's awesome, man. And like you said, just that top end anywhere in Georgia, I'm sure they can compete in any part of the country. You mentioned something that some people tend to take for granted. We talk about the hogs a lot and the evaluation of the hogs, what we look for, but you mentioned showmanship.
Yep.
Showmanship is, in my opinion, when I judge a show, yes, I'm judging the hog, but if you can present that hog and I feel like you're invisible out there and be able to set that animal up, keep them moving and stuff, showmanship is probably the single most important thing other than fitting your hog, obviously.
Right.
Because I could have the best hog in the world, and if I don't show that, present that animal very well, you could change from being a first-place winner to a 6th or 7th place just based on how you present that animal. So I feel like showmanship's, you touched on that, and I think it's probably the single most important thing you can do when you go out there in the ring.
And I totally agree, especially in a kind of a setting like this where you have kind of 3 seconds to give your views to that judge, and hopefully he likes your pig. I know there's a lot of times at home we spent just driving our pigs in circles, videoing it, making sure we had the right speed, the head at the right height. I mean, there's a lot of just small things that you don't think about that kind of go into this stuff. So
exactly, and you said 3 seconds, like just like in life, first impressions mean a lot. You want to make sure your first impression is on point. From the moment you walk out of that gate, you want that pig's head up, present it, and get it moving right away, because like you said, there's only 3 seconds. 3 seconds can seem like an eternity when you're showing, but in the grand scheme of things, 3 seconds, a blink of an eye, pretty much.
Right.
Looks like they've done their initial sort here. I think 11 that I can see, that they pinned, and there might be 1 or 2 below us in the scales getting classified and weighed, but they definitely have enough. They got 12 now, it looks like. They definitely have enough to make a full class. Top 10 will get a ribbon. Top 5 will make the sale in this breed. And they're out there in the big arena right now for a secondary evaluation of some of these animals.
Now, when is that sale? So they'll get selected, and then they'll kind of hold all.
I believe it, depending on the species, the species sell different days, but I believe the sale is either Friday or Saturday of next week. So in a week, I believe the sale is either on Friday or Saturday.
Awesome.
And I will tell you, it's a winner take all. It's not like some of these shows where they give you have a cap space where it's like you will get this much money and the rest goes to scholarship programs and stuff, which is great. But I will tell you, like the Grand Pig, like sometimes brings $200,000. I think that kid gets all that. That can change a whole kid's career. And I want to thank all those people that help out with the auction and support these kids financially to help better their career and help them down the road. And it looks like we got a water leak up above us too, Cole.
I think so.
Or it's raining inside a barn. I can't tell.
I think we kind of lucked out on the weather as far as maybe just these pig exhibitors. They moved in when it was super cool, and I think today we're going to get a little warmth today.
It's going to be 76 degrees today, and then tomorrow the high's like 54. Typical Texas weather.
Yep.
If you're bored, they always say when you come to Texas, if you're bored of the weather, just wait an hour. It's going to change again. Looks like we have 14 pin back. This is the most. That's almost half the class, Cole.
Wow, that's.
So I anticipate a deep class here.
I think that just goes to show you they can't even make their minds up on which ones they want to keep. Yeah.
And that's what I love about working with the team. It's hard for one judge to judge this big of a show and keep that sharp when you have another guy out there helping. They call in the military, watching your 6.
Right.
He's got his back and say, hey, did you look at this one? Oh, wow, that is a good hog. Or say, hey, what do you think about this one over here? It's a second set of eyes. Yeah. Two sets of eyes or 2 hands are always better than one. So it's good to see these guys working together and sorting this very deep class here.
I feel like it's kind of interesting maybe when the 2 judges don't have the same type and kind. That way, when maybe one, it just isn't your style, you may send it on to the next ring, and that's the one he's looking for, So I feel like those kind of things you get to maybe just bounce off each other and what kind of grabs your attention and gets you going, and maybe those things can kind of just reflect there, and I think ultimately helps you find just the best one out there.
Exactly, and sometimes that can help you, and sometimes it can hurt you because, like you said, you get a different set of eyes, different perspective, and you create that pattern together, or that pattern never gets sorted, and you have half of the breeds have muscle and half the breeds can just walk really good. So they're doing a good job working together, even if they have some subtle differences in their kind of hog. They're creating a pattern together, and that's ultimately what we're looking for. But like you said, they're doing it together, and sometimes it goes in your favor as judges when you have two guys judging, or sometimes it's like, whoa, there's two different kinds of hogs out here.
I know who picked that one out.
Yeah, exactly. You talk about setting a pattern, and that's what both of these guys were talking about when we were sat there back in the room. Okay, we're going to set a pattern and a trend early on, and that's what they're going to stick to.
Right.
And so far in this breed, they've done that. It'll be interesting to see what they do in other breeds, because some breeds are more prominent in others in what you're looking for.
Right.
There are some breeds out there that are not inferior by any means, but it's harder to get that pattern set within that breed. You know, and I mentioned this, Cole, and what's funny, in the gilt show, and I didn't even think about this because I grew up showing pigs my whole life. I was fortunate enough to win San Antonio back in 2008, and I was very honored to. And we were talking about how pig shows are so much different than any other species that are shown at livestock shows. Most of them are shown either you hold them upside down or you have them on a halter. These things, you got to drive them like a car.
Right.
And people don't realize, like, this is probably the hardest animal to show.
Right.
Because, halter, you just pull them, hold them, set them up with a stick or whatever. These things, you're doing all that and walking them, whether you're walking forwards or backwards on this thing.
Yep. And I think all that kind of commotion really sets in is when you get into the middle of the ring with the mic in your hand, and you're having to remember the chest shot of all the animals that came out, and you turn around and they're all going 20 different directions, and you don't get quite lost out there as far as just. I feel like when you get to judge the cattle and sheep shows and goat shows, everything's just kind of stationary and kind of on a standstill there for you. So when you get out here, you certainly have to keep track of where you are and just kind of have a photographic memory when it comes to pigs out here.
Exactly. And, another thing that's important, we talked about showmanship earlier, and what's also very important, and what I want you guys to, it's raining down on us. It's not raining outside, but it's raining on us. So, Cole, I think we got a leak. We need a janitor over here on aisle 1. But, especially when we get into like the Durocs, the Chesters, the Yorkshires, all those pigs look the same.
Yep.
So as a showman, if you're showing either tomorrow or later on in the week for Wave 2, wear something, whether it be a bow, ladies, or a shirt color that'll stand out. Because as a judge, when you have 30 hogs out here, they all look the same when it comes to coloration. Like a York, they're all white up-eared. How am I going to pick that pig? How am I going to find that pig again versus sorting it? I'm going to look for that girl. Okay, I really like that hog with the girl with the real big pink bow.
Right.
If I'm looking for that hog again to look at it, it's a lot easier to find you if you wear something where you stand out. And if everybody had a pink shirt on out there, it would be harder than heck to find that one hog. Like I've noticed that at some of these other northern shows, they wear an FFA T-shirt or a 4-H T-shirt, and they all wear the same shirt, which I think is great. It's unison.
Yeah.
But sometimes that makes it difficult as a judge when they all wear the same thing, and it's difficult to find that.
Yeah, I can agree and attest to that myself. Certainly.
How do they do it in Georgia?
Well, they for a while they kind of got away from the wild color. They wanted you to kind of have a solid print and more of FFA colored or 4-H colored. So you wore like kind of yellow, light blue, green, white. But no, I think we've kind of gotten away from that, and they've kind of relaxed more, and it's kind of like it is here. You just wear whatever you think's fit and kind of make yourself stick out as much as you can.
Exactly. And it looks like, we talked about how deep we thought this class might be. They pinned 6 back so far. So this is the most they pinned back out of the initial sorting of the top end of this class that they've done so far today. And I know this is only class number 4, but you talk about depth here.
Yeah.
There's 14 here. There's 14 hogs in this class, I believe. Yeah, 14. Yep. So now it looks like they got the buttons. Mr. Bobo has the buttons. So this is like we talked about them working together and setting a trend and say, okay, so here's the hogs that I saw while you were trying to pin back the top 6 here. Here's some hogs that I thought were at the lower end of the class, and then it helps Mr. Bobo evaluate from there.
Right.
And that keeps the flow going. You talk about keeping a good pattern but also a good flow as a judge, and I got to thank all these volunteer ring help out here that keep it going. It makes it tough when you have inconsistencies and taking 20 minutes for one class and 5 minutes for another class. I feel like your mind will start wandering if you don't keep that consistent repetition and just getting a good repetitive pattern going here, which they're doing a great job of keeping that flow going. And kudos to our ring help as well. Did Wayne talk about how big the arena is this year already?
I know coming back, being in here from judging and getting to watch the show, they've certainly extended the ring. I think he said about 15 foot they added on.
At least, yeah. And they put brand new bleachers in here, too. It's stadiums type seating out here.
Yeah, they got the little ring in the corner, and I think that's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
When Final Drive gets
and I'll
running.
tell you, like, I don't know if you were here last year at all, Cole, but the stands were broken up.
Yep.
And everybody you'd have 40 people just standing there. And if you're short like me, it's hard to really see if you got a 7-foot guy in front of you kind of thing. So it made it easier for people to watch if you're here. So if you're planning on coming down, don't worry about seating. They got plenty of it, and they're packed, but you will find a seat to sit down. All right, they've got their 10 placings, and then looks like they're excusing these 4 individuals. And want to give a shout out to these 4. Yeah, they didn't get a ribbon, but you talk about a deep class where some of these pigs might have placed in some of the previous classes, I feel like. All right, Coleman, here we go. Here in our second to final class of Berkshire Barrows here. We got our top 6 individuals here. What do you think so far, these 2 that have come out so far?
Certainly, I think ones that we can consider kind of the blend. Certainly bears that have some look and extension from their shoulder forward, but then I think coming and going, they certainly can pack a punch just in terms of genuine width and muscle and stoutness. And I think when you get off to the side, they're all getting around very well, very sound.
You talk about width, and I can tell y'all, for y'all, those of you showing later in the week, what I've seen just in the Berks. Now, granted, this is the first breed, so we have a lot of breeds to go yet today, but they want them wide, they want them muscular, and yeah, they want them stout for sure, and mobile. Definitely, if you look at all of them, I should call Ben Bobo. His nickname should be Mobile Bobo. They're all moving, and. But, yeah, dude, I'm telling you, we talk about just being this large and being this athletic. I mean, these things are athletes out here, not just the kids, but these hogs, man, I'm telling you, they move like they're skating on glass or, I guess, ice right now. Skating on ice, not slipping on ice.
We kind of heard him talk in that first class, just a lot of, like, lines and look and how they balance up and maybe how they use their hawk and how they travel and go. So I think he was just kind of maybe – exemplifying where he was kind of placing his priorities there.
Well, there was a guy, he judged our county show, and I've known him forever, and he judged our county show, and he was kind of a mover and shaker, and I think he still works for Showtech, I believe, named by the name of Tad Knight. He talked about checking boxes. When you look at an animal, and it really stuck with me when he told me that, you check boxes. You want to, when you're finding that ideal hog, make sure you have all your boxes checked. That's what you're looking for. And that, if you get all those boxes checked, that hog will end up at the top end of your class. And as a judge, these guys are looking at checking their boxes. What do they look for? Does this hog check everything that I like in a hog? And if it doesn't, it goes down further down the line here.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Certainly, I feel like even when I exhibit or just judging animals myself, certainly have to just check the boxes, doing the small things right, and then we can kind of worry about the extras in terms of just putting as much on them as we can if they can do the small things right first.
Absolutely. Looks like we're down to our top 3 in class number 4, our second to final class of Berkshires. Then we move into the overall selection of our Berkshire breed. We'll bring our first and second places back out and judge for our champion and reserve champion overall Berkshire at the conclusion of the class after this one.
So, yeah, I would certainly be excited driving any one of those 3 bears down there.
Absolutely, man. And they're so consistent. I mean, if you look at all 3 of them, the only thing that's not consistent is their color pattern. But that just goes to show you these guys as judges. Yeah. The quality is there, but when these top 3 animals all look so similar in kind. Now, there's some subtle differences between headset and neck length and all that stuff and cleanness of front end, but You take them from the shoulders back, all three of these creatures are very similar in kind. Like this young lady is in the black right here. Very wide coming at you. I wish she was a little bit tight in a little bit higher up in the neck portion to her shoulder set there. But you take it from the shoulders back, that is just a powerhouse of a hog where, like the young man's and the young girls, it's so clean front end and really tall at the point of the shoulder. And, you know, all like you said, I would have loved to have any one of these three on feed and been proud to have them. I mean, I'll even take it down in the sixth place, you know, all the way. Yep. I mean, all 10 of these hogs were good, but those top six, like some of these county shows, this might have been the champion Berkshire at their county.
Oh, yeah. Let's say the skull shape on the young lady in the pink, that's quite impressive on that Barrow.
Absolutely. We talk about skulls being so important nowadays. Yeah, we don't, kind of like talking about hawks. You know, you really don't eat the foot or the hawk or anything, but it's so important to have a good skull on your hog.
Right.
And that could be the hair that breaks the, you know, like when you talk about these three splitting hairs here. Young man was third, young lady in the pink was second, and the young lady in the black was first. So they want power and muscle, and they got it in that first place.
Another good class, and as we talked about in maybe a class or so ago, this class winner just takes the advantages that our second place and our third place Barrow have, and he puts it together the best. And I'm not saying we're trying to use complete ones because I don't like that word. I'm not going to use that word as a positive because we're trying to find those ones that have outlying pieces but still are built correct. And this pig has, in our opinion, as good a look. In the front 1/3 of his body, that is an unbelievably fresh-bodied Barrow that's big-armed. He's loose rear-legged. There's a time or two out here that maybe that you just got to catch him where he wants to hesitate a little bit as he goes to the ground. He's probably got a little extra set there, which I'm okay with. I'd rather have extra set than have him a little more upright. His length of body, his length of hip, everything proportions very well. His ability to maintain immatureness in the front 1/3 of his body, and quite honestly, just probably stay a little more in check is why he can beat this Barrow in second. Now, I would tell you this one in second is overwhelming when you get on the top side of him. That is a big back Barrow that's extra wide pin. He's huge as he goes away. And, you know, as that hog came through, he maybe doesn't hit you quite as good in terms of the sharpness he has in the front 1/3 of his body. But man, his chest floor, his blade shape is very, very impressive. I need to relax him a little bit from behind. I need to probably just keep him inside of his skeleton. And then it was relating back to that class winner. His length to height ratio maybe in this situation isn't as ideal as that Barrow that wins, but that's being critical of a big-chested one that maintains more squareness as he goes to the ground. And that's the issue we have with this one in third. I'll talk his positives first because I think this Barrow was competitive in a good class. Boy, this is a round-bodied, awesome presented Barrow that's really fresh-backed. He's impressive as he goes away, and that's a good rear leg in a Berkshire Barrow that's relatively square as he hits the surface. He has the biggest problem, in our opinion, of our top three. It's right here. He's a big-chested Barrow. He wants to close up at his knee and as he goes to the ground, and quite honestly, he just comes to you the most fragile in terms of his nose, his jawline, his forearm. He needs to be more manly comparatively to those bears that go above him. Another high-quality one comes out next. The young lady drives. Again, I love his freshness of presentation. He's rolled up good up high. From a distance, he's our fourth place one from a proportionality standpoint. He's probably the highest built in his 10th at the top of his ham loin. He's a bit shorter, rounder, and steeper out of his rump. That's being critical because he's driven awesome. He's stout in terms of coming and going. The biggest legged one comes out next, and man, I tell you what, this one's got a great big rear leg. He uses it effectively in this situation. He's the flattest and the driest of our top five as you get into the center part of his body. And then when you step back and study his lines and his dimension, he becomes the pieciest we have in our top five, but certainly one that's an outlier in terms of bone and stoutness. Another good Barrow comes out next. From a bone perspective, we got to ease him down in his spine, relax him in his shoulder and his knee. I'd like to lengthen him out of his hip, honestly. I think that help his spine relax. Good class. Another good presented Barrow comes out next. Got to have more at the bottom side of his skeleton. He's the narrowest gauged and the flattest built we got in our top 7. Good class. Congratulations to those kids.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
All right, moving on to our last and final class of our Berkshire breed. 5 classes, man, it's gone through in a blink of an eye. Class number 5 consists of 31 total head of Berkshire Barrows, and the weight ranges are from 277 to 300. So we got some big ones out here, Cole. We're going to see how mobile they are for that big. Looks like we have 1, possibly 2 pinned back so far for a chance at the top 10 placings here. Last class was our largest class of 33 total head. They ended up keeping 14 hogs back. And what a deep class that was. You talk about that first place, we talked about being just like a total bulldog out there. And a mobile bulldog at that. Usually they kind of walk funny. No, this thing was skating on ice.
I feel like that's kind of a big thing, and I was talking to, I'm blanking on his name right now, but just showing on the turf, being in Georgia, we show pigs on.
Oh, you're talking about the guy who was here with me?
No, sorry.
Oh, different guy.
Yeah,
okay,
different
cool. I was
guy.
going to say that's Wayne.
Sorry, I'm blanking on.
You're good, man. Hey, I
names
get it. I'm good with faces. Names are harder to memorize.
But being in Georgia and always showing on the green carpet is kind of a different setting there. Certainly can't hide anything on those pigs. As far as feet and legs, you're kind of naked out there on the green carpet.
Oh, yeah.
As
All
far
that cushion, cushion, you can't hide cushion.
And nothing, and what's under the concrete, or what's under the carpet is just concrete. So, like, you got to have one that can move to get out there and get around, so.
Well, and you talk about, showing on this, yeah, it's a little softer, but I'll tell you, pigs love it showing on this dirt like they have it out here, but you talk about it'll wear a hog down quick. And then you talk about conditioning and stuff a lot of people don't see behind the scenes. Right. Like, well, you got to be able to walk your hog every day on all different kinds of surfaces, but get them conditioned where they can handle being out there in that thick, heavy dirt for 20 minutes at any given time, and being able to sustain that without getting tight or tired is tough.
Yeah, and I think that's just kind of a credit to the kids at home putting in the work with these hogs. It certainly takes a lot, and you're kind of asking a bodybuilder to come out here and run a marathon. So I think that's impressive. They can get those pigs fed to that high level and still get them out here and get them stuck to that high level. That's awfully impressive.
Amen to that, Cole. And like you said, you hit the nail on the head there. I totally agree with that. And it's crazy to see. And these kids that don't even get placed, they're showing their tails off. And I've got the placings for the top 10 placings. Do you want the Texas boy to read it or the Georgia boy to read these names?
I'll take them.
All right, Cole's got it. So I'm going to put it to him. So if he butchers your name, just y'all remember he's from Georgia, so cut him a little slack here today. He's got the top 10 individuals from class number 4.
Yep, so class 4 in 10th place we had Jaylee Gilbreth from Crum FFA. 9th place we had Daxton Mickey from Canyon FFA. 8th place we had Mark Morals from Agricultural Science and Tech. 7th place we had Daly DeBerry from Olton FFA. 6th place we had Bryn
Beinsbach,
sorry. I apologize.
Das ist
Bear
Deutsch.
Bear with me with that. From Smithson Valley FFA. 5th, we had Maddox Espinoza from Brownwood FFA. 4th, we had Reagan Stokes from New Home FFA. 3rd, we had Kaysen Wilson from Wink FFA. And 2nd in that class, we had Avery Wells from Holland FFA. And winning class 4, we had Karis Downs from Montgomery County FFA. So
4-H.
4-H, sorry. Excuse me there.
We all get along in 4-H and FFA, but, sometimes there's a little tension there in some counties.
Yeah, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, you're good, man. And I'll tell you, you talk about 4-H and FFA being both wonderful programs.
Right.
Like in our home county, so we're in Fredericksburg FFA, our livestock judging team has gone to state in one state several times and nationals and ended up qualifying for the internationals several times. Actually, our recent team in 4-H is qualified for Scotland. And it's a true testament to both our ag teachers and our extension agents. They work hand in hand together because they share the same kids and they want to make sure they both teach them the right way and they do it together. And that's what's made programs so successful. When you have 4-H agents who get along with their FFA ag teachers and they put their differences aside and they come in there with a common goal and do it together, that's when stuff happens. That's when you can make mountains move, when you do stuff like that.
That's impressive also, just getting those kids in that setting at such an early age. And it's grueling. You're in there for hours locked in, and you're not able to talk. You're not able to speak. You're just kind of in your own head and in your own thoughts. And I think that can certainly shape a person as far as just getting committed and getting into this deal. It certainly takes a lot. It's not an easy task to go through a contest and then judge all day and then certainly sit down and write them up a couple hours later after you saw them and then talk to them about it to a stranger you don't even know. So there's a lot of just that goes into it. So I can certainly appreciate all those FFA advisors, 4-H advisors. They certainly do a great job getting those kids, getting them prepared for those contests and those type of deals.
Absolutely, man. And I'm going to turn the mic over here to Wayne here in just a minute, and then Dad and I will talk the Champion and Reserve Champion Drive. But, man, Cole, I really enjoyed visiting with you. I'll let you and Wayne finish out the rest of your class, and then Dad and I will take over the breed and reserve breed. But, Cole, and how do you pronounce your last name again?
Smythe.
Cole Smythe of Georgia, judging at Auburn University. Man, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
it really has been.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shake your hand. I know nobody can see the handshake, but I'm telling you, I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna pass it over to Dad, and then him and I'll take it home on the breed.
Yep, it's been fun. Thank you. So if you're just joining us here, we're getting into our last class of Berkshire Barrows. We're going ahead and excusing the exhibitors left in the ring. Certainly nothing to take away from them. The classes have been nothing but quality so far. And we're going to rework through, I think he kept, we got 12 kept back in this last class here. So certainly a deep class worth of, we're going to go ahead and sort through those one more time.
As he's doing our second evaluation of our final class of our Berkshire show here, if you just now joined us, this is class number 5. The weight ranges is from 277 to 300 pounds. They started with 31 head in this class. Our total Berkshire breed total numbers here at San Antonio, we had 151 total head show up for our Berkshire show. And as they're looking at these, I haven't given all the certified Texas bred class champions out here. And I had given the first and second class, but wanted to go ahead and give you class 3 of the Berkshires. It was Matley Box-Kepper from Level Land, and her breeder was D2 Livestock out of Bandera, Texas. Congratulations to Maddie and D2 Livestock out of Bandera, Texas. In Class 4, we had Caris Downs out of Montgomery, Texas, or Montgomery County 4-H. The breeder was H&F Genetics. That's Jimmy and Cassidy Hayes from Port Lavaca. Congratulations to the Hayes family. They do a really outstanding job, work really hard at it as well. Congratulations to both the exhibitor and Jimmy and Cassidy Hayes. Well, Cole, it looks like we've got, 3 back at this present time for to be ready for the third initial sort? I know that you and Landon had been viewing the last few classes while I was getting information together. How have you seen it so far in the depth of quality in these previous classes?
Right. I think it's just been insane. The quality, it just keeps coming. Even the Barrows not even getting to stay just from the initial sort. Just seeing a lot of quality throughout the ring all day. And the things we've kind of been talking about is, he wanted to call him Mobile Boble. Those were his words. He certainly talked a lot of structure, a lot of look. Certainly just getting these things built right is definitely the first step, and then just packing on as much as you can after that. And I certainly think they're getting out here and picking ones that do that as well.
Looks like they're, from what I can see, just viewing out here and kind of being away for the last couple of classes, they're taking a lot of chest width and power on all fours, huh?
Yep. And I think it's great because they're, like, you see them getting together and talking over it. They're certainly bouncing ideas back off of each other and weighing options here and there. I think that's great.
Well, that's what I appreciate. I've been down here at the San Antonio Stock Show and been around their show for the last 25, 30 years, and it's it was always a one-judge system in years past, and this started, I'm guessing, probably 10 years ago. I might be off a little bit, but it's been quite a while. And the basis on it was to kind of allow a judge, because there's a lot of fatigueness when you have to evaluate this many animals on your feet that many hours, and just having 2 judges that are compatible is so important. And since had the opportunity to come view and commentate this show, they've really been great. San Antonio is lining up some judges that really work well together, and like you said, fed off ideas with each other, and that way they give each and every one of these kids such a fair opportunity. And you can't say that when you leave this show ring you didn't get a fair shake.
Right. And that even kind of just the hiring process of getting these guys in the ring, there's a lot that goes into who they select and all that. I feel like plays a big role, and certainly these two guys are great individuals to be here and getting to sort through these kids as they show their pigs.
Well, you can tell with both of these judges, they're really evaluating this with ease, and,
Right.
and they're just so relaxed when they do their discussions. You can tell they're just they're functioning on all 8 cylinders.
Yeah, like we've been hearing Bobo on the mic, and it doesn't sound like he's talking in front of thousands of people. It sounds like you're hanging out with them in the barn, and we're just talking livestock to each other. So I think that's cool as well.
Absolutely. Looks like we're giving the buttons at this time, and I didn't see the other classes. It looks like they're placing from the top down, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Instead of from the bottom up. So that what it tells our audience then is they're very confident in the ones that they've pinned for the initial third sort, and they feel like now they can just place the next ones down to 10th place, their top end. Looks like what they've kept back, Cole, 5 of them to evaluate for that third sort.
Yeah, I think we got 5.
Yes. Looks like they've got all the top 10 place. And again, if you've just now joined us, there is 5 of these individuals that will make the sale here at San Antonio. There's actually, in the total Barrow show, only 346 total head that make the sale here at San Antonio, which is very competitive. Well, you can see flexibility, as you mentioned earlier. You can see that in these first 2 coming out. Got that chest width all the way down to the ground, really good structure, really out there taking a long step through their shoulder and front end, and a really long step off the rear as well.
Right. I feel like a lot of that too, as you just look out there and see all the hogs driving. That's a credit to the kids just putting in that time at home, making sure everything's right, getting the endurance built up in these things to come out here and just get through a class is certainly impressive. I know it takes a lot, and they put in the work at home. So certainly kudos to those kids and parents getting them here. So.
Absolutely. They've really got to be in condition, and especially from years past, they needed to really do their homework, because they really have to be in condition with this ring that's twice as big as it's ever been.
And we'll kind of see that, I feel like, today, especially as the temperatures pick up. It's going to get hot, I feel like. So we'll see.
Well, they say here in San Antonio the high is going to be in the 70s, which honestly is better than it was last week with the Junior Gilt Show. We probably got near 90 here, and boy, I was glad. Luckily, the first day of the Gilt Show was not quite so hot, so it was very tolerable. And but boy, that second day, it was a good thing. It was just a few classes to end the day and end the show, because it was starting to get really warm.
I guess I should rephrase myself. Warmer compared to the last 2 days we've had here in San Antonio.
This is true. Next week's going to be super cold, though.
Yep. It's like being in Auburn. One week we had 5 inches of snow. You thought the world was going to end. We didn't have any salt trucks or plows. And next week I was on a golf course. It was 80 degrees, and I was in shorts.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, this weather down here has been very unusual. You know, we had snow here a couple weeks ago that we hadn't had a snow in quite some time down here in central Texas. Looks like we started our initial third evaluation here. Looks like we're to our final 4 now, huh?
Yeah, final 4. The last class, final 4.
Yes, sirree. And if you just now joined us, as I mentioned, we had 151 total head in our Berkshire show. And in this breed, we do not have divisions, of course, in this. This will just be selecting our champion and reserve champion Berkshire breed. And, of course, the champion and reserve, of course, receive that title and get the top honors for going across the sales stage. But the champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship here at San Antonio.
I'd certainly be excited to see what the rest of these breeds bring today if this is the Berks and we're just getting started. This has been great.
Absolutely. I tell you, the Berks have always been really strong, it seems like. Even the Berkshires in the Breeding Guild show last week in San Antonio, the Berkshire ended up being the reserve supreme of the show. And I, from the moment I saw her, she was definitely in my top two. I figured she was shown the first day of the Breeding Guild show, and from the moment I saw her, I said, well, she's the one to beat. And they ended up using her for reserve supreme and made a spot gilt the overall supreme champion. So
I saw her; she was incredible.
Oh, absolutely!
Incredible.
Yes, they were really good. So yes, and of course that is definitely a purebred, and so the Berkshire breed has really come a long ways in how they've genetically engineered that breed and made them so much better.
So I think they got their final two in there. They're kind of going back and forth, maybe some differences. I think he's about to.
Now, don't you wish in a judging contest you could throw off ideas, huh?
Yeah, that would have been great if I could have walked up to a teammate and asked them a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like you made the decision. Yeah. Young lady in the greenish colored shirt and the flowery one was in the bright color was second. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors. And here are the comments about to arrive from Mr. Boble.
Well, I think a great way to end our Berkshire show here this morning. And again, another pair that Will and I wanted to discuss a minute. We put them back up and then brought them back out. And there's some differences in these. And simply put, the Barrow that wins for us, as you take him to the ground, he's just the most practical in terms of his skeleton. And I think it's hard to really just define that in this situation. Yeah, he just has a better angle to his shoulder, to his forearm, to his knee. He's a looser rear-legged Barrow. And I think as you just step back, he's more appropriate in his muscularity and his pattern and the way he's built from the side. He's longer off of both ends of his skeleton. He's a very, very fresh Barrow. He doesn't have as much as the Barrow has in second, and I think that's where it's close because there's no doubt, in our opinion, this Barrow that comes in second is overwhelming in terms of spread he has at the top side of his shoulder. Just unbelievable in terms of the shape he has to the center part of his body. And for me, in particular, he's probably packing a little bit too much in his lower stifle and just in the seat of his pants. And then when I step to the side of him, I love the way his top line blends in terms of his crest to his shoulder and then from there back to his 10th. I think he's a shallow-hearted Barrow that's a little more tucked up in his flank. He comes with a few more concerns, but man, that's a close pair. That's a good pair. Young ladies do an awesome job of driving a very, very high-quality pair of Berk Barrows. That's not to take away from our Barrows that continue to land in sale spots, because a Barrow that comes out third, we thought went here very easily. This is another heavy-duty Barrow in terms of his skeleton. He's got a big rear leg. He uses effectively. He comes in a little more pieces comparatively to the Barrow that goes in second, and obviously from the outside and the inside, he's not packing near as much in terms of spread, muscularity, and width. The Barrow that comes out next, I probably like this one's skeleton as good as any as you take him to the ground in terms of his depth and his stoutness to his feet. He's a good jointed Barrow. He gets a little plainer in the front 1/3 of his body and wants to play out and just wash out there in his ham loin hookup. Another heavy duty Barrow comes out next. He wants to pitch forward in his shoulder. He ran out of gas out here. The same holds true for the Barrow that comes out next. Big in terms of his feature and his bone work. He's a drier Barrow. We probably ran out of room on this one. He wants to look a little stretchy. I think the most important important part where I change him is relax him in his shoulder and his knee and allow him to step further up front of his body there in his front end design. A practical meat and potatoes Barrow comes out next. Needs to be better in terms of his crest, his head, and as he comes right to you, that pig wants to get just a little base nair comparatively. We've got a good class of Berkshires. Let's congratulate those young people as they exit.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, that concludes our Berkshire breed classes. Now we're going into the overall selection of our Berkshire Champion and Reserve Champion. So we're going to pull the first and second places back out from each one of these 5 classes and select our Champion and Reserve overall Berkshire Barrow. Really going to be excited to get all these class winners out here together. Both Mr. Boble and Mr. Hilty did a phenomenal job on this sword, and they've already kind of set a pattern from what Cole and I were talking about earlier, and we appreciate Cole Smythe and their group coming down here, these judgers. I think it's called Top Judge or Top Judgers, and they do some kind of pool where they send their resume in. They pick like 20 kids to come over here and work together from different parts of the country.
Yeah, it's really exciting, I know, for Landon and I to have an opportunity in the San Antonio scene, having the foresight to kind of get this off the ground, because it allows us to bring them into our show and for you, the listeners, get a little different area perspective of what they go through through their judging programs in the different colleges that they attend.
Well, and just kind of talking about our little show here, I think we're going to call it Roadie Radio. On Taylor Ford's podcasting, webcasting. So everybody who's tuned in today on a Saturday of all days, we want to thank y'all for watching the show and supporting these kids. And like I said, Mr. Boble and Mr. Hilty are doing a phenomenal job working together and creating such a good pattern here in Wayne. I'll tell you, from what I've seen in these 5 classes, these animals here are going to be wide. They're going to have plenty of muscle, and they got to move.
Absolutely, and any indication at all, these. It kind of reminds me of our breeding gilt show. That Berkshire was definitely in the hunt and ended up being reserve supreme.
Mr. Byers, Zane Byers.
His Berkshire gilt there, and I tell you, these market show barrows are just equally as tough and tougher. So I guarantee it. There we've got a good breed that has started to show off, and it's going to be real exciting to see how these other breeds line up. And think there were only 151 in our Berkshire breed show today.
Absolutely, and you talk about a high quality set of Berkshire Barrows here today.
Well, and another thing is, I really appreciate what San Antonio has done is they upped the sale slots. They had to redo some rearranging, but there's been so much participation in our Berkshire breed. Last year they only had 3 classes, so there's only 15, and this year we have 25. 5 in each class. They added 2 more classes to this breed, and so they have 25 that made the sale.
That's
in this
awesome.
Breed.
And such a great auction that they put on for these kids. It's winner take all in these auctions. They get to keep all their money that they raise when they go across the stage here. And you talk about a good participation, Wayne. I mean, the stands are full.
Absolutely.
Here in San Antonio right now.
And if you just now joined us, this ring is twice as big as it ever has been, and also added a lot more grandstands in here, stands for the people, so people aren't on top of each other and crowded. They are full, but they're very comfortable.
You talk about that winner, that last class. You talk about muscle and power coming at you, big top. All 5 of these creatures, our lightest one is 250 and our heaviest one's 300. So there's a 50-pound difference between our first class and our last class here.
Absolutely.
But you gotta have muscle, you gotta have structure, and you gotta be wide. I can tell you that.
Mobile.
And mobile, yes.
Absolutely.
I was telling Cole a while ago, I'm gonna start calling Ben Mobile Boble. And so we're getting through this now, and I'll tell you, all 5 of these individuals, even with the 50-pound difference between the bottom one and the top one here, they're all very consistent in makeup in this particular breed, Wayne.
And you got to be all out on the corners here too. I mean, it's with pushing that kind of power and muscle. You in order to get that, you've got to be out on the corners there,
especially on the back end. But I will tell you, all 5 of these are within their skeleton.
Oh, absolutely.
They might be on the edge, but I promise you, they are if you get a tape measure and go from the top of their butt down to the floor here when they walk, they are within their skeleton. They're not outside their body.
And they're conditioned because
They are very conditioned.
Otherwise, they couldn't survive this big ring.
And look, and they're taking their time here, and they know what they want here. But you talk about the conditioning; they've sat here and they've really evaluated all 5 of these individuals. Mr. Boble's going to Mr. Griffith. Here goes our champion Berkshire, people.
Well, first and foremost, let's put our hands together for these class winners here. It's a big deal to win your class at arguably the best bear show in the country, and these 5 did it, and did it in a commanding fashion. There was some good classes. We thought that these 5 came through in a very, very fast fashion. It's close, and Will and I thought it would be a 2-horse race, and that's not to take away from other 3 class winners, but man, there's a pair of them that hit us really good, and I guess as the smoke clears and we talk about putting extras on top of skeleton, I think that's all great. We think there's one that does it in a fashion where he's just the best built. He's the best skeleton, and he's the loosest constructed. He still has plenty of muscle. I think his feature allows him to have an advantage over the other one in terms of jawline, skull shape, and man, that one from the side is deadly. Our heavyweight, your champion. Congratulations to her.
Well, our heavyweight was our champion Berkshire, bringing out the 2nd place in that class, that last and final class. Another big stout bearer coming out here. So those of you showing either later today or tomorrow and you're tuned in, or even wave 2, they want them wide, they want them heavy structured, they want them muscular and mobile. I know Mr. Boble is the lead judge for the Berkshire breed, but when Mr. Hilty gets out here, I'm sure they're going to keep that same pattern, because even though we do have 2 judges here, they work together as a team to create one solid pattern, and they are for sure doing that together. They're sitting there evaluating them individually, then coming together and talking about them. And that's what you want to see in your judges. And like I said, I've seen Will judge. He's done the Gilt Show here twice now with the purebreds. I know Ben is a phenomenal judge as well. Never got to see him personally in the San Antonio setting. I know he judged the cross gilts last year, but worked really well together as a team, and that's just no exception to the rule.
Well, we bring out that second, and as we talked about that class, a bear that's undeniable in terms of quality. He has some interesting pieces in terms of being a short-backed one that is still appropriate in terms of his top-line levelness. As I talked about, he's a shallower, just bodied bear, and his balance maybe is concerning to me out here in terms of the muscularity he has. I think it's very, very close. Will told me, hey, it's your ring. You make the decision on which one you want. There's another one out here we loved in class, and he comes out here, and he's wanting to be a bit of a knothead, but I can tell you one thing, his skeleton hasn't broke down at all. If we could fix him in his ham loin hook up just a pinch, he pushes that champion extra hard. We like the young lady in the red to be reserved.
And then you have it. That concludes our Berkshire breed of the day. Going to be moving on to our spot Barrows. 5 total classes of spots today. They will place 10. 10 places will get a ribbon, but top 5 in the spot breed for each class. Top 5 will make the sale here at San Antonio. Our first class of spots, there's a total of 22 head in that class. Weight ranges are from 250 to 253. Stay tuned. Once again, for those of you just tuning in, we're in our first class of spots. We just finished up the Berk breed. Wayne, how many Berks were total in that Berk breed, Wayne?
151 head.
151 head, and how many total in the spots do we have? 139. So about 20. If I do the math here, it's 12 less than we had in the Berk breed. So 139 total spotted Barrows we have here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Those of you just now tuning in, kind of giving you a heads up here, we have switched judges now. Mr. Boble was the lead judge for the Berkshires. Mr. Hilty is the lead judge for the spots. So they're kind of alternating between breeds. So what they're going to do, they're going to go initially to Mr. Hilty. If he points straight ahead, you will get weighed and classified in your breed. You've got to weigh within 10 pounds on the lower or upper of the weight card you turned in. For instance, in this first class, if you turned your weight card in at 250, you can weigh up to 260, but you can't weigh any less than 240. So hopefully that makes sense for you, those of you at home showing later on in the week. If he points to his left, you're right on your screen, they will go for a secondary evaluation with Mr. Boble. Mr. Boble points straight ahead. You will go to the big arena, and at the conclusion of the initial sort, they will go out there and see if there's any they want to pull back for a chance at a top 10 placing. If he points to the right, your animal goes on to greener pastures, per se. For those of you who have shown at a terminal show, you know what I speak of. They go to market, and we wish the kid the best of luck down the road. Total of, 1,500 head showed up this first wave. Is that correct, Wayne?
Yes, it's a little over 1,500 head.
That is awesome. That's a pretty good size show for 2 days, over 2 days. And today, just so y'all know, what we're judging today are the Berkshires, the Spots, the Poland Chinas, and the Hampshires. Tomorrow will be the Durocs and the Dark Crosses. So today will be a very long day for judges, ring help, and want to give a shout out to all of our volunteers. We have over 7,000 volunteers that make up the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, and without them, I don't think it would run near as smooth as what it does. And it has nothing to do with our paid employees here. They're what brings the vision and the greatness of San Antonio to life. But it's the volunteers that come here and donate their own time that make the show so special. And I've said it numerous times throughout the podcast over the years. And, you know, the greatest thing you can ever give somebody in this world is their time, because it's only yours to give and you don't get that time back. Here in just a second, I'm going to bring Mr. Ty Murphy in here. And Ty, you went to K-State, right? Cole. I'm so sorry, Ty. Cole. You know what, Cole? What's Cole's last? What's the other Cole's last name? Smike, like Smith, but Smike. So I'm gonna bring Cole Murphy in a minute, and we're gonna he's gonna get on the mic with me, and we're gonna kind of talk this breed a little bit.
This on right?
Yes, sir. All right, man. My name is Landon Rohde. Morgan Thomas told me that I have to be nice to you, Cole. So I'm going to introduce Cole here. My name is Landon Rohde. Cole, so you go to K-State, right? Tell us a little bit about yourself, man.
Yeah, for sure. My name's Cole Murphy. I'm from Houstonia, Missouri. Right there it's right off I-70, a little bitty town, about an hour from Kansas City. I went to Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois, where I was on the judging team, and now I'm at K-State, where we just finished up at Louisville there in November, and I'll graduate in May with a major in animal science and a minor in sales. and everyone asks me what I'm going to do after school. I'm not really sure, but I do get the opportunity to spend the summer as the field staff intern with the NSR, so I'm looking forward to that.
That's awesome, man. Hey, you pretty much answered every question I was going to ask you. So not only you're a good judger, but you're also pretty dang good on a mic, too. I can already tell.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So the other Cole and I were talking earlier, and I guess you were outside the ring watching, and from what we could see up here, I call it the crow's nest up here. We're up, for those of you who don't know, we're up about 12 to 15 feet up off the ground, so we get a bird's eye view of these animals. But from what I've noticed with the pattern, we use the word pattern a lot with these guys. They've kind of set a trend here. They want them wide base. They want some muscle to them. They just got to be within their skeleton, but mobile. I gave Ben a nickname a while ago. I called him Mobile Bobo a while ago, right. and I was talking about the animals, not necessarily him. But it looks like we've got 6 pinned back so far, so everything in the big arena actually got to go back here and get classified and weighed, so we have enough to make a class. But what did you see that they were picking kind of sitting from a grandstand view?
Yeah, so we actually got the opportunity there with the top judge program to be we got to stand back there in the corner of whenever they first come into bin, and then also on the other side with Will, and then also the classification. And yeah, definitely some pigs with some shape, some width, and still ones that, as you said, mobile and built right from the ground up, and really just quality. I thought they were just good pigs all around was kind of what they were after, and I thought it was evident there with their champion in reserve and their class winners.
Absolutely, and you being a Missouri guy and obviously going to K-State now, we talk about trends and patterns that we find. In Texas we have our own little niche, but I mean a lot of these northern guys kind of set those trends because that's where a lot of your boar studs are, and a lot of these show pigs that people go get are from up north. So an ideal hog for you in Missouri, growing up in the state of Missouri, was it similar to the pattern that we have here in Texas, or did y'all look at a little bit different makeup in a hog?
See, that's kind of a really funny conversation that you bring up, and you said how you think that our trend, or that the trend down here comes from us. We think the trend for us comes from you guys, and whenever you guys were mainly from like a presentation standpoint, and whether you're for it or not, like whenever the guys in Oklahoma and Texas were keeping a little extra hair and kind of fighting for that, man, the next spring, that was implemented at OYE and the Texas majors in the spring, and then when we were buying pigs and into our state fair, we kind of saw those trends come back and forth. So it's interesting that you said that, because we kind of think of it opposite way that you guys kind of said it, and then we follow that.
So I guess what we're getting at here, I guess we keep each other in check.
Absolutely.
Is pretty much what it is. And,
yeah.
And it's funny you talk about the hair thing. So back in the day when I was showing, so I won San Antonio back in 08 with the Duroc, and this being such a big prestigious show, I'm still wearing my San Antonio buckle all the time, and I'm 34 now. But you talk about hair. When I was showing Cole, it was about as slick as a baby's bottom.
Yep. And
when we clipped them, you didn't hide nothing back then.
Yeah.
Now I feel like our pig guys have got to where they're taking notes out of the cattle book and getting this hair right and the clippers right and blending and keeping hair in certain spots. It's become an art, I feel like, in clipping a hog nowadays.
Yeah, it's gotten very, very impressive. I just finished up, because in Missouri we can show till we're 21.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we get, it's kind of a double-edged sword. We do it a while, and it's a little easier to get wore out from it, but we have more opportunities. So I just finished actually this last August at our state fair was the last show I would have gone to. And yeah, like you said, the very beginning of my show career when I was just getting started, man, slicked them off and no hair, and now you see a little more, and now it's, as hairy as we can get them with it still looking right. And I think that's a big part of it, looking fresh and not.
That's the exact word I was thinking of, fresh, man.
Yeah, and no, it's impressive, genuinely impressive for, the people in the back, but also these families and these kids day in and day out to put in the effort and to get them to where it looks right and it looks fresh, because there's nothing worse than when you get one that's got it all, but it's kind of from maturity. And, man, the young people so far today, man, skin and hair and presentation has just been off the charts, I thought.
Exactly, and, you talk about presentation, in the showing deal, when you do this initial sort back here, you only get like 2 to 3 seconds. And as a shower, it feels like an eternity. But in the grand scheme of things, if you don't have that presentation, you talk about first impressions. If you don't have the impression right, that's the difference between your hog getting pinned or getting sent to the truck.
No, absolutely. My brother and I, we play a lot of sports growing up with my dad. We love baseball. And it's funny, you talked about just a couple seconds. Man, in a baseball game, whether it's 7 innings, 9, whatever, you get 3 to 4 at bats. You strike out on the first one, you got a couple more to redeem yourself. This deal, these kids have worked since September, whenever they got their pig, for 30 seconds. And it takes a lot of monetary effort and physical effort, and it's impressive, and it's definitely been shown so far through the Berkshires, and it appears this way in the first class of spots. Young people have just been incredible.
Absolutely, and what they're doing here, y'all, for those of you just tuning in, so they're pulling them out and evaluating individually, one at a time. If they really like your animal, they'll pin you back for a chance at those top placings. Like I said, top 5 Cole here make the sale in this particular breed. They will give 10 placing ribbons out. But, yeah, they're pulling them out one at a time here, and you talk about just the work you put into it, and you talk about sports, and it's funny you say that because Dad and I did the Gilt show and did the commentating, so I kind of compared that as well. I played sports. I actually played football at Texas Tech for 3 years. And what I tell people all the time, Cole, I love sports, but this is my home because you learn so much stuff. You do this as a family, and even if it's not by blood, you help each other out to get to this point. And there's so much effort behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see. Yeah, you get 30 seconds of spotlight, but you spend 6, 7, 8 months getting this animal ready for that 30 seconds of spotlight. And it's so tough when you don't win and you don't get what you want out of it, but there's so many life lessons you learn in that versus, striking out like, oh, man, I'll get in there and I'll just keep persevering. This is a totally different deal. You have, 20 baseball games, 30 baseball games. I had 14 football games. This is your one shot right here at this show.
Yeah, especially with this one, and these shows being terminal. You don't get another go to take your Barrow home, and if he needs more shape, and they tell you that to get that. I mean, you've worked the whole time for this right here, and I think your point was really interesting about the kids. With the top judge programs, what brings me here, and maybe we can discuss that a little more, but my mentor is Warren Beeler, and so I've got to spend the last couple days getting to talk about him, and what he said this morning was that you and your dad came up and we're talking about him. He's like, man, it's just a big family reunion because he hadn't been here in however long he said. And, man, the people that you meet, and like you said, those life lessons, you don't get this anywhere else. And
absolutely.
It's truly, whether it's, show pigs at San Antonio or rabbits or chickens or whatever at your local show, man, just the memories and the connections you can have, it's truly one of a kind.
Well, and it's funny you say that, and I'm going to elaborate on top of what you're talking about here. Just like when you walked up, I called you Ty.
Yep.
And you're like, well, my name's Cole. And I said, well, I've heard of a Ty Murphy. And you were like, well, Ty's my brother. And I was like, did he show at the Exarban?
Yep.
In Nebraska? And you're like, yeah, he had the Gilt. I was like, oh, my gosh. And to never meet you before and just put those two names together. I'm from Texas, you're from Missouri, and then have a common denominator just like Warren Beeler. It's just crazy how that works. And you deal with these people and you get to know them and they become either friends lifelong or you do business deals with each other. Just like in life, we are a big community that is here to help each other out. And that's what is so special about, I don't care if you show pigs, chickens, rabbits, goats, lambs, steers. We're a big community.
Yep.
And we support each other in that right.
Yeah, what you talk about, the community aspect, and I was telling some of the other kids that were fortunate to be in the program with me and some other people, what I love so much about coming here and is, for those of you that were watching the Berkshires, the young lady that was champion and reserve, man, just the crowd erupt. And that's not something that we see. In the Midwest, we're all very competitive, but we're also always the first ones to, go tell congratulations. But I love just watching the excitement that that the crew with the young person, or even just the bystander around that can see the effort they put in. And man, it's nothing like anything you see up north. And I was fortunate to be part of the beef and the sheep and goat portion of the conference as well, the program top judge, and sitting over here in the sheep ring on the bleachers and just watching those parents around you that their kid was fighting to be ninth, the difference between ninth and 10th of making the sale spot and not, and just, man, that parent's emotions and the roller coaster go for as Dan Willoughby, who was judging the sheep, was making those pulls and those sifts. It got me excited. It got me into it. Man, it's just an atmosphere like nothing else, really.
Oh, yeah. It gets you going, and like you said, you just finished up your last show or whatever. To this day, I still get butterflies watching this and be like, man, it would just give me one more shot out here. And for those of you kids listening at home that might be showing later on, don't take any of these moments for granted, because you're going to look back and remember these and take these memories with these people and this competition here, and you're going to miss it. You really will, and you get to cheer on other people. So make sure that you remember how special it was for you to go out there in the ring and get cheering, and pay it forward.
Yeah.
Definitely want to pay it forward. And now we're down to our top 4 in this first class of spots, and they definitely have a good little pattern here. Maybe not quite as much depth of body on these spots as what we saw in the Berk first class, but you talk about width, you talk about muscle, mobility, and just athletic-looking creatures out here in this first class.
Yeah, it's been really, really good. They got down to got our top pair here, and both of them very good pigs.
Absolutely, got the young lady in the young lady in the black and white is going to be your class winner.
That's
and
exciting.
Based on their trend, they've kept it together, even though Will's judging now versus Ben.
Yep, very good class to start the spots.
Well, as we get started with the spotted breed, I told Ben there just a minute ago, in my opinion, as we transition from one breed to the next, sometimes as a judge, that's maybe the toughest point in the show, because you kind of recalibrate yourself, and you never know what's coming through the gate. With that said, there's one that wins this class and does so in a pretty commanding fashion. The young lady's barrel coming right across the center, just from a total standpoint. He's the biggest chested, he's the freshest back. You get right in behind him and he leaves you with tremendous flair to his hip and stifle, yet he stays so comfortable in terms of the cushion to his lower joints, his athleticism. That's the one with the extras that still comes with the best skeleton to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young man's barrel that comes in second, beautifully presented in terms of skin and hair and the way he's got this thing fit and ready to come to the show. He works his way into the top end of this particular drive. Just from a build and balance standpoint, he gets overpowered by our class winner in terms of muscle and shape, but I think just in terms of skeletal quality, you study this guy at the ground, you study the spread and evenness to his toes, the cleanliness of his joints, just allow him to get out here and cover the surface in a really athletic kind of fashion. We'd like to give him more shape and muscularity, but within this particular setting, we thought he was the best skeleton one to go ahead and be in 2. The one that comes in 3, ultra bold chested, a barrel that's got tons of shape and muscle. When you get right on top of him, he just becomes a little more piecey in our opinion. When he drives right at me, he's so big chested that he kind of wants to push his elbow pocket outside of his body ever so slightly. Then in terms of just his forerib and center body, he wants to get a little tighter and shallower, but there's no denying his extra shape and muscularity, handled as his rear leg with comfort and flex for one that packs the extras. Another fresh, well-presented one comes out next. Young lady does an awesome job of getting this one driven. Again, skeletal quality. Allow this one to get into the top end of this particular drive. He's got some bone. He's got some feature. When you step off to the side of him, I've got to change the way his spine wants to sit in him. Then when you get right in behind him in terms of just a hip and stifle, he's the lightest muscled of these initial 4 barrels we've got to work with. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one presented. Barrel that comes next, kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. This is a bold-chested, big rib, really fresh back barrel. We just can't get him to get comfortable off of either end of his skeleton. He needs more angulation and cushion to his shoulder, front knee, and front foot. And then he has to go with a different gear and maybe just more range of motion. But again, his extra muscle, shape, and just freshness allow him to go ahead and get into the top end of this drive. We continue to work through these. We thought this one came coming out next. The louder marked one had some muscle and shape. He just needs more bone. He needs more feature, particularly when you study his rear leg. Then we just ran into some balance issues, some feet and leg issues as we worked through the rest of this class. Good way to start off with our lightweight spots. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
So that concludes our first class of spot bearers. Moving on to class number 9, our second class of spots. Weight ranges are 250 to 253 and 22 total heads. So it's a mirror image of that first class when it comes to weight and numbers. I did want to talk about, Cole, we're talking about the judge setting patterns and everything else and how important that is to stay consistent. And you mentioned your mentor, Warren Beeler, and I told you all how old I am just based on, when my show career was. But Warren Beeler was a huge name as a judge back when I was showing. And I can promise you, when Warren Beeler judged, you could appreciate the fact that you had to make sure you took something with muscle and that looked like a bulldog out there.
Yeah.
If you weren't either one of those things, you were not going to do any good. And whether I agreed with him or not, you had to respect the guy because he was so consistent. This is what I want. I'm not going to deviate from this. This is what I believe the ideal market hog is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And when I saw Warren a while ago, I hadn't seen him in 15 years. And as soon as I said my name, he said, "Oh my God, Landon." And like you said, big family reunion.
Yep.
But you talk about consistency with judges. Warren Beeler had a pattern, and it was the Warren Beeler pattern, and he did not deviate. That's what he wanted, and you had to respect the guy for it.
Yeah, that's what he was telling us. He's been telling us stories, which has just been incredible because, the guy's judged them all, and he's done them all 3 or 4 times, it sounds like. And he was talking to us the first night here that we had the pig group with us, and he was like, "Yeah, I didn't get my name. They call him Big Butt Beeler for nothing." He
Big Butt Beeler, that's
He was
right.
like, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, if they didn't have all the muscle in the world, I didn't want them." And he was like, "Because that's just what I thought was right." He goes, "I always tried to stay consistent, and because he goes, even if they don't agree with me, he said at least they'll always know what works and what doesn't work." And shoot, I mean, consistency is about all you can ask for, really, because none of us are going to agree. It's such a subjective hobby. What you think may be the best one to walk, I may think something isn't quite right, and vice versa. And at least being consistent, man, you got to respect a guy or a group of guys like we've been able to see today do it.
Well, and you talk about, it's so subjective, you're right. And the thing is, it's almost like a marriage.
Yep.
If my wife was identical to me, or my girlfriend or whoever was identical, we agreed on everything, we did everything the same, life would be kind of boring. And there would be no room for change and adapting. That's how we've gotten to the point where we are now. And I'll mention it this way. This is not a market barrow show. This is a show pig show when you come to one of these things because we have built some unicorns. It's hard to get them this perfect and this right, especially when you get to the crosses.
Yeah.
But it took a few people being, no, I'm not gonna settle here for what everybody else thinks. I'm gonna try something different. I'm gonna cross these up and try to create something special, no different than what they've done in some of the Berks. There's not quite as many purebred Berks out there anymore, from what I've either known or seen, but they make them Berk appearing, and they're trying to create that breed to where it's the ideal show pig when it comes to the Berk breed. And like I said, Cole, I called you Brady Brothers' name again.
All good.
If we agreed on everything, man, life would be boring in the show pig world. I really think it would be.
It's what keeps what I've always thought. It's what keeps change going.
Yep.
It keeps us evolving to where, and not that the guys like Warren Beeler that were judging however many years ago couldn't come in and still do a knockdown job, but it just keeps us evolving and just keeps the show pig industry progressing for sure.
And it also allows us to adapt as well. So like, say we go more toward we care more about bone and muscles, nothing. Well, I like muscle in a hog, but if that's where we're going and that's where our industry as a whole is going, I'm willing to accept, okay, maybe I don't need as much muscle anymore. Or maybe I can give up a little bit of that in my top end versus saying it has the most muscle, that's going to be my class winner.
Yep.
If that's the direction our industry is going, a lot of these guys will adapt and change, just like livestock judging. You're going to have somebody setting those classes.
Yep.
And whether you think it's right or not, that on that particular day at Louisville, that's what they're going to take. And so you've got to adapt as a judge too and know, okay, this is where we're going. If I judge something with muscle and I put it forth because I don't agree in it and the guy believes in muscle, you're going to drop a lot of points in that class.
No, that's absolutely right. another thing we talk about him a lot, and then he won't like that we're talking about him this much when I get down there, and maybe he's listening. But he talked about how we should all see the same things. We're all smart enough, to see similar things. This one needs more shape up high. This one's a little frailer at the ground. But it's how much value we put into each of those things that's what makes it the way we place them. And that kind of opened my eyes and kind of changed it a little bit. That you and I, we can see the same things on this barrow, but what you may think's important in your level of priorities per se are different. And that's what sorts them. So I think that helped me kind of open my eyes whenever he was talking about that.
Absolutely. And a transition to, Cole, what a lot of people don't realize, and for those of you who've never livestock judged, you're judging 4 animals at a time.
Yep.
And usually you have a bottom pair, top pair, or a top and a bottom and a middle pair or close, whatever that may be. It's definitely a shell shock for if you went from a livestock judging world and just judge livestock in a judging purpose and then come over here and judge San Antonio.
Absolutely.
I feel like a lot of these guys have to work their way up to that point, and it's honestly conditioning your eyes.
Absolutely.
Because when you're looking at 1,500 hogs over 2 days, I mean, you get kind of what I call like tunnel vision or blurred vision.
Yeah. No, it's a completely different beast to go and just finishing up your collegiate career and have done it for 4 years and finishing up at Louisville. There's no way that even the most talented evaluators of all time could have stepped into this ring or any show of extreme magnitude and think they're going to sort 1,500 of them and not mess up or miss one or get carried away. Because, man, it's impressive when the young people are this good and the stage is this big. And, man, there's a lot going on. Just walking in, it gets you fired up even just to be a bystander and just watch the effort the young people have. The ring help is flawless. It's a well-oiled machine all the way from everything. And just listening like that, the young lady got pulled and hearing the crowd, man, it gets you fired up.
So, and what's fun too, Cole, is when you see somebody, this is a secondary evaluation.
Yep.
Maybe Mr. Hilty didn't like that hog good enough from the initial sort. Mr. Boble thought, hey, there's a couple hogs in here I want to get a second look at. I've seen people, Cole, come out of the big arena, we call it the Dead Sea, and just kind of change terminology up a little bit, make it sound a little bit more politically correct, what have you. But I've seen people come from that bigger ring and make a sale slot. But it goes to show you the condition and the showmanship effort these kids do, because that's the difference between winning your class and getting a replacing ribbon. Just in the opportunity you have to show and do a great job at it. And that young lady is no exception to the rule there.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like we've got 10 of them. Nope. We're going to have 11, and then that young lady, maybe about 12 of them to rework here as they're working back through their second sort on these. Another good class of these spots for sure. And
definitely deeper. And what I noticed that in the Berks, and I'm sure you did too, they got bigger, they got more muscle, they got wider, but yet the mobility was just as flawless in those 300-pounders as they were in the 250-pounders.
Yep, and they still kept the same level of emphasis, like you said, of pigs with shape, pigs with power, and still build them right from the ground up. Yep.
So, like in Missouri, did y'all show on shavings? Did y'all show on dirt? Did y'all show on turf?
Yeah, we had so they're in Sedalia, which is where the state fair is in Missouri. We have 2 rings, so we split it up, 4-H and FFA, 4-H on one ring, FFA on the other, and then we'll bring the champions together for our champion barrow is how we do it. And we did it on, we used to have colored chips. So the 4-H kids, you show on the green shaving, and then we show on blue for FFA. Man, that was neat, and it kind of set the stage. But, boy, you get a Chester in there that wins the Chesters, and you got to go back and do some work on it.
Yeah, I was going to say, skin and hair might look a little different by the time you're done there.
Yeah, but no, we just switched. So we're on pellets, and I think that's a pretty solid footing. This is good too. I don't know exactly if it's pellets or like a sawdust or what it is, but it's good.
It's like a mixture of sand and sawdust, and they've always shown on what we call dirt, and that's what the other Cole and I were talking about earlier in the Burke deal. They were so used to showing on turf.
Yeah, yes.
And it's a totally different animal because he's like, you can't hide anything. I was like, well, the thing about showing in this deep sand like you're showing in, yes, it's easier on the pad, softer on their feet, but they're in that deep sand, you got to make sure your animal is well conditioned, because you
Yeah.
can get as big as this ring is. That animal can get tired in a hurry out there.
I mean, yeah, it's a long ways from one side to another, and obviously, just the way the young people have shown with their skin and hair and their showmanship so far, doesn't look like those pigs are going to get too worn out, because, man, they've done a good job. But absolutely, if you thought that you didn't have to have your pig just 100%, man, you'd be wrong, because, yeah, it takes some gumption, and I think that's maybe what's made them keep build quality in mind, is because these pigs have got to go, and it takes a little bit more in the sand.
Absolutely. Looks like Mr. Hilty's pinned 2 back so far pretty quickly. They pulled 3 out and then pinned 2 back relatively fast after that. So, and both really, really good spot barrows. I'm interested to see kind of where they shape up at the end of this class.
Yeah, it looks like we were right. We got about 12 to rework here, so that'll be good. And yeah, it's a good class, shaping up very, very good for the second class here in our spot division.
Hey, I'm gonna correct you there. I think we have 10 total.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. Yep. Yeah,
it's
I
okay.
lost count.
I said we had 9 and there was 14 in there, so that shows where my math was this morning.
That's my Missouri. That's my Missouri education right there. We'll say that.
Hey, we'll bring some Texas hospitality in here while you're down here, right?
Yeah. Well, another thing is that you guys can't see. I'm not very tall, so I'm losing my sight's not very good up here in the crow's nest.
You and I would have a little competition to see who's shorter. And we were talking about they have new bleachers here this year. It's stadium seating. There's a lot of room. We're back, last year, and that's kudos to San Antonio for seeing the big picture and making it easy for the people to come watch these kids. We'd have 30 or 40 people standing right here, and if you're short like I am, it's really hard to see that arena when you have a bunch of 6-7 footers in front of you and you can't see jack. So it is nice, and kudos to San Antonio for doing what they did to make it easier for a spectator if you come here and watch these kiddos. And want to give a shout-out real quick, Cole, to Taylor Fort Webcasting and their crew for everything they do to give you a front row seat to this deal. So whether you're at home in another state, working today, going back and forth between basketball, we appreciate you guys coming here and tuning in and supporting these kids from wherever you're at. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, very, very impressive broadcast that you don't get this everywhere. So yeah, you guys should feel fortunate, because, man, this is top of the line webcasting that Taylor and his crew have done a very, very good job on all week, and will continue to, I'm sure.
Well, and what you guys can't see, these people on the camera, we talk about the pigs being athletic, but I mean, these girls on these cameras, y'all can't see. They're walking backwards, sideways, dodging people, and doing it so flawlessly out there.
Yeah. I was getting enjoyment watching the cattle show. Man, those young ladies, they were getting everything you needed. Whenever Dr. Bloomberg was judging those, man, when they were on the side view, you were getting the same view he was. You could kind of judge them at home, and yeah, it's impressive where we are. And Taylor and his crew have done a very, very good job of that.
Absolutely. Looks like he's just going to keep 4 back here, Cole, and he's going to place the other 6. And what he's been doing is placing from bottom back up, but I've also seen him where they go from 6. It'll be interesting to see how he does this class. And I guess you and I were talking so much, and we got on Warren Beeler, and I got sidetracked there. I didn't really get to watch how he placed those, if he went from 6th to 10th or 10th down to 6th here.
Well, we're about to find out, I think.
I think so.
I think that young man right there will be 5th, so getting him a sales spot.
Okay.
Congratulations to him.
And what's
sure.
funny is I know that young man. He's a good kid. He's a hard worker, great family.
Good for him. Awesome. Yep.
So we're going up to 10th then.
Yep.
And then go back down from 4th down to 1st. Keep us all in check here.
That's right. Make sure we're paying attention and we don't lose count like I did. Yeah, for sure. Looks like we got 6, so then we'll work 7, 8, 9, and 10, and look like we're going to have 4 pretty nice ones racked back. They did that fairly quick. You're right. I think the top end here, man, the depth has been good, but I think the top end will be really, really fun here to work back through.
And I can't wait till we get, and nothing against the lighter weights, but, I call it, that 220 to 250 range, I call it the middle school syndrome. They're still kind of growing in their body, and there's so much life left in these hogs to get in those heavier classes. So maybe there's a few things that they could do differently as the hog gets bigger, like add more muscle or whatever else. And there might be a few little missing pieces, but once we get in those 300-pounders and 270, 300-pounders, that's when it's going to be fun to see, because those creatures at the peak.
Yeah, they're 12 o'clock.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Yep, And not that, and by no means are we saying that a lightweight, man, we got a good set of these and a good class winner, and the last one can't come out and beat them all. But, man, just you're right, the way maturity patterns and stuff is working. When we get there, boy, the depth, and it gets really, really good. But, hey, I tell you what, these first two that come out, it's been a good class, and these are nice pigs.
Absolutely. And you talked about the steer show, and it reminded me of something. For those of you who are watching right now, and maybe this is your grandkid or, you know, you're a sponsor for them, whatever it may be, for those of you who've never seen a pig show, this is a totally different animal and beast when it comes to showing these animals.
Yes.
Most animals you have on a halter, you're holding them upside down, petting them, whatever it may be. You're driving these animals literally like you're driving a vehicle.
Yep. Yeah.
And so it's tough.
Yeah, it takes not just a very, very good show pig to get along, but, man, a very, very good show pig showman. And they got to make a team and all those hours. We talked about skin and hair and to get them to fit the bill from a presentation standpoint, but, man, also to get them to work as a team and, man, get it all to blend and go together. It's exciting whenever it happens at the highest level like you guys are getting to witness right now.
Mm-hmm. It's a trust. And
yes,
that pig has to know wherever you tap it, that animal, you know what it's supposed to do, and it knows what it's supposed to do. You almost want to be a showman being invisible.
Yeah.
Out there. And the spot breed, it's a little bit easier. Another thing we can touch on too, Cole, you know, we pretty much wear whatever we want out here. When we get into our Chester and York breed, if you're showing in one of those breeds, make sure you wear something that you separate yourself as an individual. Because when you have 15 different pigs that all look the same, they're all white, as a judge, I may say, I want to come back to that animal. Well, the judge is going to look for something that where you stand out. So if you wear a pink shirt or a pink bow in your hair, ladies, or just something different, if they all wore the same color shirt, it's hard as a judge to evaluate, okay, I want to look at this pig here in a minute and then try to find that person in a sea of shirts that all look the same or hogs that all look the same.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. 100%. Man, a good pair. Looks like we've worked 3 and 4, and now we've got our top 2 out here. Really, really nice pair of these, and a good class again. Man, we're going to sound like a broken record as you keep working through these breeds, but, man, the pigs and the kids, they keep coming all the way through. Even the pigs that we had out here in the second sift that didn't quite get a pin, man, those young people worked hard, and they should all be commended because, like they said, Ben said at the beginning, man, this is a Super Bowl of these things, and it's awfully, awfully fun.
Absolutely. He's going to use the young lady. I thought it a little bit more extension in the neck, but that class winner is no slouch, and it's very mobile out there.
Yep, very good set.
Let's see what Mr. Hilty has to say.
As we get into this second class of spots, I thought a class that was considerably deeper in terms of the depth of quality that we got to work with here on the top end. And then between the two, we thought these two surfaced to the top rather handily in terms of just uniqueness and bringing some extras to the table. I think for me, the young man's class winner right in front of me, a Barrow that's just so good in terms of his lines and edges. When you get right on top of him, he's great in terms of shape and muscularity. I think where he has the decided advantage over the bear that comes in 2, you get right in behind him. He's got a bigger rear foot. He leaves you with a truer square hip and rear leg. He goes directly away from you, and he just pushes more surface with his rear foot and rear toe. I think that's where he has a decided advantage over the bear that comes in second. The louder marked pig that comes in second there, young lady does an awesome job of keeping this one collected and driven out here. A really good bear in terms of proportionality. I like his length to height ratio. He's a great big armed bear. When you study his forearm and front foot, he comes with some extra stoutness. Got a really big rear leg working in him. I didn't think he was quite as crisp, maybe feeding out of the backside of his shoulder blade and into his loin edge. And then again, as I alluded to, when you get right in behind this guy and study him going directly away from you, I've got to square his rear toes. I've got to square his rear foot, make him just a notch more secure as he goes directly away from me. But I thought that was an awfully close pair there between 1 and 2. The bear that comes out in 3, young lady does an awesome job. This one's absolutely dialed in terms of skin and hair and presentation. You can make an argument that he's potentially the heaviest bone bear of the initial trio. For us, when we study him from the side view profile, we read him to be the lightest muscled. I've got to change the way his top line wants to sit in him. He just wants to get a little easier in his spine. But man, you study his toe quality, his big arm, his big functional rear leg. He's certainly got some advantages in those regards. He's just got to come with more muscle and shape for us today. The bear that comes out next is one that does come with more shape and muscularity. He's a bear that's awesome in terms of freshness and in particular feeding out of the backside of his blade and in through his hip and stifle. Of the initial 4 Barrows, we thought he maybe needed to blend just a little differently right there at his ham-loin junction, and then more importantly, we like him to come with some extra bone and feature. He's the lightest bone, frailest featured one of the initial 4 that we've got to work with, but another one that is very, very well presented. Good rib, good bodied one comes next. A bear that's tremendous in terms of the outward curvature and shape he's got to his forerib. He's good in terms of the depth to his heart and the center portion of his body. He gets a little plainer looking about the front 1/3 of his body, his crest, his poll, the top of his neck, the base of his throat there. We need to clean him up, extend him, maybe give him just a little sharper edges. But man, in terms of rib, body, and practicality, that bear brings a lot of good things to the table. Really heavy boned, muscular one comes out next. Really, really big chested, stout jawed, stout featured kind of a bear. We like the extra muscle and shape that this guy brings to the table. He wants to get a little harder right there in the center portion of his body. More importantly, we've just got to change the way he wants to hinge and go out of his hip and rear leg. He just wants to swivel east and west as he travels across the arena surface, but a good pig in his own right. We continue to work through the rest of these. Again, I thought the depth of quality was considerably better in this class. Young people out here doing an awesome job. Let's give them a nice hand as they head back.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Like we said, just about ready to get started here with this third class. Again, we've got 34 head of them, weight range 254 to 265 here on this class. As Spot Barrows just got done with class number 2. Again, here for the spots, Will Hilty is going to be our lead judge, and also we'll have Ben Boble again here with you. Both of them just getting started. Had a good Berkshire group to work through. Really good first pair of classes of these spots, and looks like this third class is coming in, and certainly I'd anticipate that these things are going to continue to come with quality, and the young people are going to continue to do a very, very good job. Take a second while he's sifting through the first class and sorting them. Will Hilty is from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up on a diversified livestock farm, exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows, with his wife Callie and his daughters Kinley and Kenna. Will has judged at the Indiana State Fair, Ohio State Fair, Tulsa, Louisville, the Exposition, in San Antonio. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with family and friends and attending livestock shows. So, man, we're fired up to have Will here, and it's been a joy and a pleasure to listen to him already, and continue to do so as he keeps working here through the third class. Looks like he's already got a pair of them sorted back that have gone through classification. They'll go to Will, and he'll have the option to send them through where they'll be classified and weighed back, where you got 10 pounds to do that, and then work up to the big ring, or he can send you over to his associate on this breed, Ben Boble, and Ben can either send them out to the big ring for a second sort, like they said, call that the Dead Sea, or he can go ahead and send those young people to the truck. But either way, man, the quality of the young people and the livestock has been very, very good up to this point, and I'd anticipate nothing less within this third class as we keep working through and we get into the ones that get there at about 260, 265. As we keep continuing for them, those young people to keep working through. Got a bigger class for us here, about 34 of them. We're going to go ahead and get you the results from the last class. Class number 2 of the spots. First place, Tristan Cash Powell, Shallow Water FFA. Second, Cameron Gratz, Panhandle FFA. Third, Brinley Page Wilson, Midland County 4-H. Fourth, Carly Grace Majewski. I apologize for a mispronunciation there. Washington County 4-H. Last sale spot, Jacqueline David Dudley from Comal County 4-H. Sixth, Evan Ross Fanning, Wiley Abilene FFA. Seventh, Sloan Grace Jackson, Goliad County 4-H. Eighth, Tara Page Houchin, Randall County 4-H. Ninth, Chauncey Don Scott, Iowa Park FFA. And 10th, Haley Dawn McCallick from Cooper Lubbock FFA. Congratulations to all those young people as well as the others that still put in a tremendous amount of effort and work into their projects. Go through and hit you with some San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo facts. This is the 75th annual Stock Show and Rodeo to be held here in San Antonio. The mission statement is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. And each year, about 550 new scholars are added to our scholarship program. In any year, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo will have about 1,500 active scholarship recipients doing their part to give back to the next generation. And man, it's exciting for those young people that have put in so much effort to go ahead and get a chance to be rewarded for all that effort and time that they've put into their project. If I'm not mistaken, we had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Brian Ferris, and he said that, man, they have scholarships for everything, not just the shows, but also their consumer decision-making programs, all their skill-a-thons, all of those type of programs to give back to the young people and to certainly help them whenever it comes to their future. Looks like they're continuing here on the first sort of those things, and we've got 7 of them pinned back so far that have made it through classification and way back, and then we've got a group of them working here through their second sort whenever they get done there. Looks to be another class with depth of quality on the top end, and just an incredible group of showmen and young people to go ahead and work through here in our third class of spots.
If you just now joined us, we are on class number 10 of our spots. We had 34 in this head. Weight ranges from 254 to 265. Looks like we have 12 in the pen so far. If you've just now joined us, I'm joined by one of the judging team members here, Mr. Cole Murphy from K-State, and it's a pleasure having you here, Cole. And I know you've been working with Landon and visiting about the hog show and everything. And while they're going through these hogs, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions as far as did you start your career at K-State, or did you go to a junior college before entering K-State?
Nope, I went to Lakeland College there in Mattoon, Illinois for 2 years. I was on the judging team there, and then I went to Kansas State to continue there through my senior college career.
So are you on their official team this year?
No, I would have just completed my judging career at Louisville in November at the national contest. Yep, so my first contest would have been Cattlemen's Congress in 24, and then we'd have gone all throughout the year of 2024 and then ended up there at the national contest in Louisville.
So you're completed at this time?
Yep, I'm done.
Well, great. Well, congratulations on
Thank
that.
you.
And now, does the junior college that you were at, way I understand, you kind of start out in your freshman year and kind of get your feet wet, and really you score or card your second year. Is that the same way at your college as well? And then you go to some of those judging contests that allows you to judge both years, and then you score your second year at those contests that just allow you one time in that level?
Yeah, no, so you're exactly right. Kind of your freshman year, you just kind of get started, and you don't go to the national contests at all. Your freshman year, there's a couple of contests throughout the year that'll have a freshman division separate from the sophomores, but then whenever you get to go your sophomore year, that's whenever you'll go to all your nationals and you'll score. Yep.
So what got you to go ahead and start your career in the junior college versus going straight to K-State? What was kind of your philosophy on that?
I think that for me, going to junior college, just from a judging standpoint, made more sense to be able to learn under a different coach. I was coached by Hayden Wilder there at Lakeland. And being from Missouri, there aren't just a ton of experience whenever it comes to 4-H and FFA judging contest. Like you guys are fortunate to have an incredible 4-H and FFA judging program for the youth here in Texas. We don't have just a surplus of contests in Missouri, and I wanted some more experience and to get to do it and gain more knowledge more than anything, and have those extra experiences going in to senior college as opposed to just going straight in and then being an in-house student there on the K-State team.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. I've got a couple other questions to help our listeners know on another perspective of how you chose your judging career. But right now we've got out here in the show ring, they've let out the second evaluation, and they've penned one back since, and they've got 4 more out here. So we've got 5 that they've evaluated for their second evaluation and have 1 back.
Yep. Looks like another very, very good class. Landon and I were talking about the quality of the pigs has been good, but, man, the quality of these young people, whether it's showmanship, skin and hair presentation, their demeanor, and just the way that they act towards the judges, the ring help, everything, man, it's really impressive.
So tell me, from being from Missouri, and I know there's a lot of good breeders out there, isn't Jesse Heimer from the Missouri area?
Yeah.
Jesse's a good friend of mine, and I watched Jesse back in years when he was going out of his high school career, going into his college. And anyway, I thought he was from Missouri area. But tell me, how do these, as far as on the cosmetics of these pigs and all that, how does that fare into how you saw things growing up in Missouri?
Yeah, no, so actually you bring up Jesse, and that's where we got a lot of our show pigs growing up, and we've been fortunate to have a relationship with him and get to know him and his family. So, yeah, he's right there in Taylor, just in the eastern part of the state. But, no, I think from from Missouri, Lane and I were talking about the cosmetics of things, and he was saying how he thought that pigs, what we did up in the Midwest, where some of the boar studs were, had an impact on how you guys kind of saw things down here, and we were the opposite, maybe from a presentation and cosmetic standpoint. Whether you're a fan or not of them wanting a little more hair and stuff like that, I feel like that started down here, and then that started down here a few years ago, and then that following summer we implemented that, and that's kind of in the Midwest at our state fairs, based off of you guys here at your majors and stuff like that. But no, I think that it's still just as important, skin and hair and presentation. And we don't have shows that have as many as this by any means, but still it takes a lot of effort and a lot at home, just like these young people have, to go ahead and get along, especially at your endpoint show, regardless of caliber or what level you are.
Well, and Landon and I had the opportunity to commentate the Exarban back in September, and your state is one of those that are eligible for that show, and it was amazing to me just the maybe it wasn't as many, but the quality was sure equally to what I see in this, even though there's maybe more numbers here, but it was really, really nice to see it, and you're exactly right. I saw some of those same hair qualities at that show as well.
Yeah, we're fortunate in Missouri to get to be part of I think now it's up to 14 or 15 states that can show there at Exarban in Grand Island, and man, we enjoy that show. Landon actually called me Ty because my brother had shown there, and he said he remembered the name.
He did. I remembered his name from. He did super well there at that show.
Yeah, he was fortunate, but we enjoy that show, and any of you listeners, if they ever have an opportunity to go and show there in Grand Island, man, I think that fairgrounds is
what is
very
it? It's
neat.
13. I think 13 states.
Yeah,
that's
13,
eligible.
Something like that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. But we enjoy it.
Texas is not one of those states yet, but it was sure neat to see a perspective, kind of like you coming down here and evaluating this show with us. Us getting to go up there was a great and a new experience for both Landon and I to see and see what really a purebred show looks like, because you have to be purebred to show there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's different.
Is Missouri the same way?
Yes. Yep. Missouri's the same way. I think all of them, once you get into the Midwest or that way, that you got to be purebred, have to have your papers. But it's neat.
Now, do they DNA test them as well, besides having the registration papers? Do you remember?
Not at Exarban or our state fair, but you get to the exposition and those things. You definitely do when the NJSA and Team Purebred are in charge. No, they absolutely do, but no, not at our show.
It's just the paper.
Just the paper, and yep, that's right.
Now, do they go through a breed classification as well?
Yeah, you got to. Yes.
So, like here, we have 3 judges. How do they do it?
Normally, and I guess I can only speak for Missouri. We have normally we'll have one of, whether it be a gentleman from the NSR or a gentleman from the Team Purebred, they'll come and go ahead and do that, particularly in the breeding stock show. Roy Flack will come. This past year, he came and they're with Team Purebred, or the Certified Pedigree,
the CPS.
Yes. And he classified those things and just made sure everything was in check. But, yeah, they'll have some classification along with the registration paper, yep.
But that's more in your state shows in Missouri, right?
Yeah, no, we don't
the
class.
County show, you wouldn't do that.
We wouldn't classify or anything like that, but no, have to be purebred and
now for
and have
your
papers.
County shows, are they also purebred?
Yeah,
registered as well.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, we don't have any shows in Missouri, and I know Iowa, Indiana, Illinois are all the same. Kansas, where you got to have those you have to have those registration papers and be purebred. Nothing like where you just have to class like down here.
Well, that's I'm glad you shared the audience, because I had been told, and I'm glad you helped me clarify this a little bit. I had thought that they had to also do a DNA, but that's good to know, and thank you for sharing that with us on that.
And I like I said, I can't speak for all of them, all the state fairs, because I'm sure there's some that do require it, but in Missouri, classification, registration papers, yep.
Well, and I know in order to, like these boars and stuff, the NSR and stuff are required blood tests on them, or the DNA to be able to fit the purities on them.
Absolutely. Yep.
And so, well, it looks like they had fused, and now they're going into their third evaluation out here.
Yeah, it looks like we've placed our top 10, I believe, and now we're going to rework 6 of them, I think, is what we're going to rework that we'll go ahead and get them back out here for I guess, a third time.
Yeah, it looks like they placed the 7th through the 10th, and you're exactly right. Looks like they kept back 6, so pretty deep class again. How many did they have in the classes before that they came back with this third evaluation in?
The second class, it was only 4 of them.
Oh, wow.
And then they had 5, yeah. But no, the depth here is really good, and there were still very, very nice pigs in those first 2 classes. But no, to keep back 6 of them here looks like it's going to be very, very high quality.
Oh, absolutely. And our class previous, this being class 10, but that class 9, I walked back up to on the podium here and got to see the final 4 of that class, and boy, especially those top 2, they were very deep, weren't they?
Yeah, they were good pigs, and man, it's been good to watch Will and Ben sort these. And Landon and I were talking about just their consistency throughout the Berkshires, all 5 classes of those in these first 2 classes. Whether we agree or not is one thing, and we were talking about how just this is subjective what we do, but if you can have a level of consistency all throughout the day whenever you have the ability to be, man, I think that goes a long ways.
Well, you're exactly right. And, I've always been of the opinion, and I try to share that with people like yourself who is interested in coming off a judging team and wanting to judge some of these shows, is whatever you do, if I could offer any advice to you, is, in a judging contest, you're judging the differences and emphasizing the pluses and the minuses of each one of those individuals, a set of 4. Well, out here, and when you're judging these shows and stuff, you want to provide a pattern of consistency, from 1 to 10, and have that pattern of having those Barrows or gilts or whatever you're judging, having that pattern of consistency that everyone looks the same, and not trying to do a difference in discussion between them, but just if they are not exactly the same, just point out those little bit of differences. And if I could help you in any way, that would be one of the things I could share with you.
No, absolutely. Looks like Will and Ben have discussed, and we've placed 4th and 3rd, and now we're down to our final pair of them. But again, man, a good
Another
class.
really deep class.
Good
Absolutely.
Class
really got a lot of power here again.
Yeah, these young people have done
and
very,
that's
very
just
good.
a perfect example. What I'm sharing with you and into this is you can they have a pattern. I don't know if he mentioned anything about Warren Beeler, but
absolutely, a lot. We talked about him.
And I've known Warren for many, many, many years, and in fact I shared that with him a while ago. We haven't got to see each other in probably 5-6 years.
I think a really, really good class.
Here he is
we
on the
continue
comments.
to progress through the spotted breed, and I've been looking forward to this for obvious reasons. But man, it's fun to step out here with a guy like Ben and a guy you see hogs a lot alike, and bounce things off of each other. We thought this pair surfaced to the top rather quickly, just in terms of proportionality, in terms of comfort level, in terms of just design and build. And then there's just more to the young lady's Barrow, and that drives to us in the purple there. He's boulder chested. He's got more turn to his loin edge, feeding right out of the backside of his blade. He's awesome in terms of just his length to height ratio. He's got the right kind of angulation to his shoulder and cushion to his front knee and front foot. Allows him just to get out here and be naturally high-headed and just float across the arena surface. Absolutely dialed in terms of skin and hair. Young lady's done an awesome job of getting that one presented. The uniquely marked one that comes in too hit me really hard coming through the SIF pen back there, because he is fresh backed. He's awesome in terms of the roll and shape and curvature to his forerib in the center portion of his body. We just didn't read him to be maybe quite as heavy structured as what our class winner is. Wants to get just a nickel, maybe shallower right there through his heart. Didn't read him again just to be as big-footed and heavy-boned as what that class winner was. But man, awesome in terms of range of motion, flexibility, proportionality. All those things certainly work to that bear's advantage. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven out here. Really big-ribbed, big-bodied one comes next. extra heavy duty in terms of just a circumference of bone, a bear that's got great big feet and toes. His angulation's good, his shoulder set's good. We love the way this guy just pushes and plants off of his rear too as he goes across the arena surface. You study him through his jowl and just his lower 1/3. He gets a little more compact through his head and neck, particularly just through his cheek and jowl, but certainly appreciate the extra heavy dutiness that bear brings to the table. The one that comes out of 4, another one as we talk about skin and hair and presentation, young man's got this thing absolutely dialed in from that standpoint. We like him in terms of his length of body, frame size. He's a bear that bends and pushes good off of his rear too. To us, he read to be the most upright when we study the angulation to his shoulder, the cushion and set to his front knee and front foot. He just gets a little stiltier out of the front 1/3 of his body, gets a little crestier right there at the top of his pole and his neck. But man, young man does an awesome job of getting that one presented out here. Another one that's absolutely dialed in comes next, a bear that gives you a really good view coming out of the gate. He's stout about his jaw. He's got a great big chest working in him. Awesome in terms of shape and muscle feeding out of the backside of his blade. When you step off to the side of this one and study just the lines and silhouette that he paints from the side view profile, he's a little shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump, almost kind of wants to duck his pins and camp his rear leg up underneath himself ever so slightly, but certainly a lot of things to like about that particular barrow. We continue to work through these. The white or louder marked one that comes next, one that we redrove there at the top end, a bear you like in terms of shape and freshness. He's as fresh-backed and muscular as any of the ones we've got here on the top end of this particular class. The longer we drive him, he just wants to tighten up too much in terms of his skeleton than for all the muscle and mass that this particular barrow has up high. Foot, bone, and feature doesn't quite match what he's got working there on the top side of his skeleton. We continue to work through these. We thought in terms of depth of quality, one of the deeper spotted classes we've had the opportunity to work through today. Just some differences in terms of balance, some differences in terms of proportionality. But man, what a really good class to work through. Let's put our hands together for those young people as they head back.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Moving on to class number 11 of our spot breed. This is our second to last spot class. Weight ranges are from 266 to 277 with 32 total head in here. And I'm joined by, what's your name again? I apologize.
My name's Reagan Gibson.
Reagan Gibson. And where are you from, Miss Reagan?
I am from Panora, Iowa.
So where it's a little bit cooler than Texas, right?
Yeah, we've been lucky if it gets above 0.
Gotcha. Hey, I hear that, and I hope you keep that colder weather up there. Sorry, Wayne. Let me borrow that too.
No, yeah, this has felt like summer to me. It might
Well-
be cold for you Texans, but man, this feels awesome.
Well, it's going to be like 74, 75 today, I believe.
Oh yeah.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. What got you in the, I guess, did you show hogs
Oh,
growing
yeah.
up? Okay. In Iowa, I would think so. So where do you go to school now?
I'm a senior at Iowa State University.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're on the judging team there?
Yes, sir.
So who's your mentor? I know you'll have mentors with, is it called Top Judge? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm with Dr. Clint Schwab, who just judged Denver, which is really, really exciting.
Dr. Schwab is a very good man, and you've got a good mentor in him as well. And, you and I were talking about earlier, the Sturleys, and Jody Sturley is a good family friend of ours. When she was at A&M, she watched me grow up, and I remember her when she had her 2 sons, and you said you were Jackson's age, and I've watched Jake and Jackson grow up, and that doesn't show my age. I'm 34, but I feel old seeing y'all when y'all were little bitty, and then it's like, oh my gosh, y'all are full-blown adults now.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, what have you seen so far? Now that you're up here on the mic, we were talking. I'll talk to the double Coles, is what I call them all ago. What have you seen? I guess sitting out in the stands with their trends, and what have you seen they've been kind of picking so far?
It's kind of been interesting just watching between Boble and Hilty. Definitely some differences. Big stout ones have certainly gotten along today.
They have, and with both guys, and I think they've set that trend. Just like you and I could maybe see some differences in hogs, and I may think one thing is a little more important than another, but at the end of the day, we both see the same hog when it comes to muscle and width within inside their skeleton. Obviously, both those guys have stuck with that, and that's kind of been their trendsetter for both of them, which is super cool that you have 2 different guys out there trying to find one common goal and a pattern, per se.
Absolutely, and structure's been definitely an emphasis for them here today.
And I'm going to tell Ben at lunch, we're going to break lunch after the Poland Chinas today, just so for those of you tuned in, we're going to judge the Polands, and then we're going to take a lunch break, and I'm going to tell Mr. Boble, one thing I've noticed in those top 10 that they keep back, they're very mobile. They're very athletic creatures out there, and I've said it on the mic a few times now. I'm going to start calling him Mobile Boble after this is all said and done. So, Ben, I hope he takes it home with him and starts using that. And just like they called, I don't know if you know Warren Beeler or not. I used to show to him all the time, and we used to call him Big Butt Beeler because you had to have some muscle, especially in the ham area for him when you judged to him.
Absolutely. That's definitely come out. He's one of the mentors here this week, and that has definitely been an emphasis when we had our talk on finding our personal type and kind.
I'm sure he was like, I wish they'd have come up with a different name for me, but hey, it stuck. So, looks like we have 5, potentially 6. I heard some cheering back there, so I think we have 6 pinned back, and what they'll do is they will pin them, they'll classify them, and you have to be within 10 pounds of whatever your weight card is. So, for example, if you weigh 250, you can weigh up to 260, but no less than 240, or you're disqualified, which we've already had one that has happened to. It's hard to see that because these kids work so hard to get here, and when you get them that close in a weight, you just have to know, like, hey, the scale might be a pound or so off potentially, but WW does a good job of keeping their scales in check, whether it be outside the arena or in the arena when you get weighed here for a chance at a top placing here. So I'm going to ask you a question here. So is this your first time to watch a big Texas major, or have you seen a few of these already?
This is my first time. I mean, my dad's judge of it. I was too little to really remember that, but this is really exciting. It's definitely different than what we have up north. And I mean, I'm on the Team Purebred board, so this is a breed that's near and dear to my heart, and just seeing how different they are down here versus when you're going to shows Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois. But
I like how you emphasize the Oda in Minnesota there.
So I'd say Wisconsin.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, and so I'm going to ask you this, and this is a big thing that we talk about. Texas people are we're proud of our state. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but we do have Texas hospitality is what we call it. But I'm going to ask you about soda waters. What do y'all call them up in Iowa? Is it pop? Is it cola? It's
pop.
It's pop.
And
Okay.
You can't tell anyone else otherwise. You might get a sody pop by some people, but
well, like here in Texas, they ask if you want a Coke. Well, Coke can mean Coke. It can mean Pepsi. It can mean Dr. Pepper. It can mean Sprite. There's a lot of different things you can get from just saying the word Coke. So subtle differences in how we use terminologies, but the overall process is still the same.
Yeah, your guys' terminology is interesting. I heard someone call a shopping cart a buggy.
That might be a first for me, but I've heard it called a buggy before. I call it a shopping cart too. But
well,
look,
it's right, so why wouldn't you?
Exactly. Hey, well, ladies are always right. I'm just going to say that out loud. And my wife, hopefully she's listening and heard that. Looks like we have 10, so we've got enough to make a class here, it looks like. Because top 10 will get a placing ribbon, and then top 5, I believe. Yep, top 5 actually make the sale here at San Antonio. Those of you tuning in and don't really know anything about the Market Barrow Show here at San Antonio, it is a terminal show, so once you come here, you do not get to take your animals on to another show like you would like a Fort Worth or I guess San Antonio's that way too, where you can show your animal. Say you don't make the sale, you can actually take your animal on to a different stock show. The hog show is different. You send it on to what I call greener pastures. For those of you listening, they go on to market. That's hence the market show here. Both guys doing a good job evaluating these animals out here. We actually have a way bigger ring, but Mr. Hilty says we're going to excuse these individuals. We wish them the best of luck down the road. Every day. So I'm just going to go ahead and make an announcement real quick. I've got Miss Gibson up here, and we're talking about her background and everything. And you talked about how your dad judged the show, and actually, I just found this out. Your dad's the one who used me for Supreme Champion here at San Antonio back in 2008. And that's just crazy. And goes to a testament to our industry. You know, absolutely. We're huge, and we're all over the country, but it's a very, very small world when it comes to this industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just coming down here, meeting all the mentors, and even just meeting some of the other mentees through this Top Judge program, it's amazing how many connections, mutual connections we realize we have, and how small this world and really this industry really is.
Absolutely. And what's cool about what y'all do, y'all compete in the livestock judging world. Different colleges, obviously you're loyal to your own college, but you're really getting to see these people in the actual industry now, and y'all can work together, whether y'all aren't competing anymore at that place. And I don't know if you're going to, is that what do you want to do after college? Do you know yet?
Yeah, so I'm planning to go to graduate school.
Cool.
In agricultural education. At Iowa State, I'm an agricultural education major with a minor in animal science. Hoping to go on to grad school, probably in education, potentially getting a second master's in animal science. We'll see where that road takes me. But
good for you.
Yeah, I know, following my father's footsteps a little bit on that one, but went to the illustrious Western Kentucky for his grad school. But
So he had to
Coach
focus on school because there's nothing in Kentucky from what I
no.
understand.
No, he coached there, and he was doing grad school because there's not much else to do out there. Warren Beeler might tell you differently.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. So what they're doing here now, for those of you just now tuning in, we're pulling them out one at a time. The guys are doing a great job working together through this, and if they really like your hog, they're going to pin you back for a chance of the top placing. I say top placing spots. I mean that by placing, but now I can actually mean that in two different ways here. In this case, so you're going to have the top end of your class getting pinned back, and they're going to place them from, say they pin 5, they're going to place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that particular order, and then work their way from bottom up in their top end, and hopefully that made sense, I hope.
Yeah.
For those of you at home, we'll kind of give you a play-by-play. I want to give a shout-out to Mr. Cole Reeves, who's at home, who gave me a shout-out. So appreciate you, Cole, for listening and watching some of these hogs I'm sure you have here and that you bred, and all you breeders from around the country who are watching these kiddos show. You got to be very proud of them if you see them in the ring right now. They've done a phenomenal job getting these animals conditioned and ready for this, one of the toughest majors in the world, as far as I'm concerned. They've got 2 pinned back so far. Have 2 more to evaluate here. I think they started with 12 here. So only 10 of these individuals will get a placing ribbon here. Young lady in the yellow is going to get pinned back for a chance at top placing. And like we said earlier, top 5 make the sale here at San Antonio, and it's a winner-take-all. So when you make the sale, whatever you get at the auction, you get to actually take that on and either put it in your slush fund for more pigs next year, your college fund, help pay for feed and additives. So it gives these kids an opportunity to grow and get ready for the next year as well. So I want to thank all those people who help out with the auction and support these kids financially. We try to make better kids in this industry, and that turns into their work ethic and everything they do after high school and college, and it makes them great people. And Lord knows we need to keep making great people in this industry is next to none in that regard.
Absolutely. Seeing all the hard work that these kids put in behind the scenes. I mean, you only see them out here for a few minutes, but that is hours and hours of work in the barn.
Exactly.
Lots of late nights. So seeing all of that come to fruition is something that's absolutely incredible to see.
Absolutely. So I'm assuming you showed pigs growing up, just knowing your background now. Did you show anything else other than pigs?
Showed lambs for a handful of years, tried goats out, tried chickens for a year, decided pretty quickly that one was not for me.
So you're very diversified. Yeah, chickens they're tough.
Oh, yeah. Had a couple rabbits. I don't know how competitive those were, but I think they were more for fun than anything else.
Well, rabbit shows kind of gotten to become a big thing here in Texas now. And when they first brought them in, I was like, what do? You pet them? Like, you feed them a carrot? And it's like, no, you judge them, market, and they actually taste really good. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
To each their own.
Yeah, I got called to do a rabbit showmanship not too long ago. That was an interesting experience, I'll tell you what.
So do you treat the same kind of way as you would? Obviously, pigs are a totally different animal in general. We were talking about that earlier. Pigs, you drive them like a car. Most animals, you have on a halter, you set them up with a stick, or you hold them upside down, or pet them like a rabbit. Like, how do you judge showmanship on a rabbit?
It's all about knowledge. It's the same kind of deal with the chickens. It's all about what you know and what you can tell the judge about your animal, and really similar to swine in a way that it's a team effort. You're spending all your time with your animal, and you work hard, you bond with them, and you got to know pretty much everything about each other because you're working as a team.
It's a trust thing, exactly.
It's absolutely a trust thing, whether that be tiny little rabbit or a 280-pound barrow. You're working as a team.
And we were talking about that earlier. What's crazy to me is that it doesn't matter if you start at 250, which is the minimum weight here at San Antonio, or you're at 300 pounds. Those 300-pounders can move as good, if not better, than some of these 250-pounders out there. And it goes to show you all the changes we made in the structural side of these animals to be able to move that smoothly. Looks like we placed 6th through 10th. These two individuals are actually going to make their way out of the ring. We appreciate their showing and hard efforts to make it in the top 12 in this really tough class. now we're down in the top 5 in class number 11. Started with 32 head, which this is the second largest spot class of the day. Started with 32, down to 5 here. So all these kids right now, I can promise you, showing at San Antonio, they're all made sales slots. So they have a kind of a weight lifted off their shoulder, like, oh, I made a sales slot. And after that, it's pure luck after that and what they want and their top 5 here.
Yeah, the system you guys have down here in Texas is really, really cool to see. A lot of emphasis on the kids and a lot of help for them, honestly, for all the work that they put in. It's really, really awesome to see.
Well, and I was talking to Mr. Stevens kind of about y'all's program and everything. I think it's, super great like we talked about. But, you put a lot of emphasis on the kid because the pig is so important, but the person behind that pig is even more so. And you talk about the integrities of the show, and it doesn't matter if you're judging a livestock show or out in the real world, selling show supplies or working as a banker. It's all about integrity and building that trust with people, and this is a good place to start. And I know that they emphasize that with you guys as well in y'all's program.
Yep, absolutely. We've done a lot of professional development. Integrity, being a good person, be kind to your neighbor type of thing.
Exactly. Treat people how you want to be treated. And it's funny because we learn about that stuff in like elementary school, and you're like, oh yeah, whatever. Treat your neighbor like you'd want to be treated and all that stuff. But the golden rule, exactly. And it's one of those things like this thing is so competitive. Sometimes people tend to forget about what's truly important, and it's all about bringing those ethics and those morals back into it and teaching these kids right from wrong, learning from your mistakes. When you fall down, get back up. When you win, be humble. Little things like that these are kids. I mean, I'm only 34, but I feel old now. But you look at these kids. I remember what it was like to be 12, 13. You're not naive, but at the same time, you don't look at it as a broad spectrum of things. You're so tied in your moment, you forget there's a way bigger picture out there. And I think this is a good place to teach them about there's more to it than just it's more than just being in the ring.
As we progress into these heavier weights, a really fun but a challenging class to work through. Certainly some things that we like about each one of these that we've got back there in the holding pens. We felt maybe this class came with a few more problems than what some of the previous classes did. We think there's trade-offs between the two barrows out here in the center of the ring, but ultimately the young man that drives our class winner right here in front of me, a barrow you like in terms of proportionality. He's awesome in terms of shape and spread feeding out of the backside of his blade. Where it's got the distinct advantage for us is when you get right in behind him and watch him go away, study him from the top of his hip to his hock to the ground. He's just more secure in terms of the way he pushes, plants, and drives out of his hip and rear leg. He's got more cushion to his lower joints. He just uses his hip and rear leg assembly with more comfort and authority than the barrow that comes in second. I think what makes it close is you could discuss maybe the angle to his blade and the crest of his neck. That's where we thought maybe the barrow in second had a slight advantage. Extra heavy duty in terms of just forearm size, rear leg size. He's a really soft, pliable, centered kind of a show barrow for us. When we get right in behind him, he's not as aggressive in terms of the shape to his loin edge, but more importantly, he just wants to push his hock outside of his body ever so slightly. But that's a good pair, interesting pair there to go 1 and 2. A lot of fun to discuss those with Ben. Really good pattern, good built one comes out in 3, and just a barrow that paints an awesome silhouette from the side view profile. He's extended ahead of his shoulder blade. He's moderate in terms of his length of body. He's good in terms of just his depth. The center of the initial trio of barrows, though, he's just the narrowest gauged. He's the lightest muscled. He's just the most lacking in those particular areas. We've got to beef him up. We've got to give him more width. We've just got to give that guy more dimension from end to end. Really heavy bone, soft-centered, good ribbed kind of a barrow that comes next. Another one that reads with extras in terms of forearm size and just stoutness of feature. He gets a little crestier there at the top side of his neck. He's another one when you step right in behind him. We've just got to change him in terms of the way he uses his hip and rear leg assembly. We've got to give him more even toes and just more spread to his rear toe. Maybe make him tied just a little differently right there at his ham-loin junction, but certainly a bear that presents a lot of good in this particular drive. Really, really heavy-boned one comes out next, and I got this guy in a pen in terms of just being that extra heavy-structured, stout-featured kind of barrow. I'll take them with a little extra set and cushion to their front feet as long as they maintain good comfort level. He just gets a little too uncomfortable out of his shoulder and front end. We've just got to make him reach and go better across the arena surface, but certainly one you admire in terms of bone and feature. Really good pattern, good built one in terms of just look, and presence comes next. He gets a little harsher right there through his ham-loin junction. He gets a little higher and tighter in terms of his heart girth and the center portion of his body, like his muscularity, like his presence. Just got to make that guy bounce a notch better. We continue to work through these. Really, really heavy-boned one comes next there. He's just got to fit together better from a side view profile. Big rib, stout-featured one comes next. Needs more look and presence. And then we round out the class with a pair of them. A lot of the same things could be said. Again, really fun but challenging class to work through. Our compliments to the young people as they head back.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Music in the background anymore. We are down to our last and final spot class here, class number 12. And what are the weight ranges, Miss Gibson?
See, class 12. Weight ranges in this class are going to be from 278 to 300. We have 29 head in this class, one of our third biggest class of this entire division. And following the conclusion of this class, we'll get you a champion reserve spot here at the San Antonio Stock Show.
Exactly, and if my math serves me correctly, we've already evaluated 110 hogs. Is my math right there? Yeah. I had to make sure. I was like, okay, hold on a minute. Now I second guess myself over here. Cole Murphy and I were talking, and he's like, we have 8 pinned back, and there was actually 12. I was like, dude, and you're in college?
It's that Kansas
Sorry,
State
Cole.
education.
I was nice.
I
think it is. They can't count in Kansas, but he's a Missouri boy, so it might be the case. Nothing against you people in Missouri's math, by the way.
No, yeah, I'm close enough to that Missouri line. I might fall into that camp too.
So, we were talking earlier about the Hinkers and all that stuff, and Wayne and John are very near and dear to our heart, friends of ours. Well, I went up there one time to look at boars with Dad, and we were looking at some Durocs at John's, and we stayed with him and his wife, and I'll tell you, Ruth and him, next to none when it comes to hospitality, but I had never been in a blizzard before.
Oh, yeah?
And I was like, we're going to, I guess it was, they live in Decorah, but there's a little town right north of Decorah, and they have a really good pizza place up there. What do you remember? You know what that place is called?
Oh, I don't know if it's there anymore. I'll ask.
It's an old family,
I know what you're talking about.
But it was really good pizza.
Yeah, we went there when I was little.
It was good, and we were there. And I'll tell you, they're like, oh, we're going to get a blizzard tonight. I was like, oh, a blizzard like a cold front? They're like, no. This is way different. And so we go into that pizza place, and it was like 28 degrees, and still, we walk out of there, it's negative 15-degree wind chill. I walk out like, when nose is running, it froze. Anything wet on my face was frozen, and I was like, I don't know how you people live in this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's so cold.
Yeah, I was state canceled classes our first day back, which does not happen very often, let me tell you. And they had to cancel classes because with wind chill it was over negative 35.
Ugh.
And I got delayed. My plane got delayed coming down to San Antonio. We got about a foot of snow dumped on us.
Oh my God. And see, it's funny, in Texas, we get an inch of snow, they shut down the world in Texas. It's we got an inch of snow. No, the people in the northern states, our northern part of Texas, they're used to this, but Central Texas, we don't know what to do. We still think we can drive 70 miles an hour and hit our brakes the same and snow as we can when it's 90 degrees outside. So it's one of those things that, we're just not used to seeing snow as much down here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely different. I mean, we had a foot of snow on the ground up north, and I came down here, and it was 75, and I was like, this is awesome. I need to move down to Texas. And then some of my fellow team members on the top judge, they reminded me that, summer exists. So then I kind of changed my mind a little bit.
It gets pretty hot here, and the old saying with Texas weather is, if you're bored of the weather, just wait an hour, it's going to change. We've had, when I went to school at Texas Tech, it was May 27th of 2014. It was 18 degrees that morning. It snowed. By lunchtime, it was raining and 60 degrees, and by the afternoon, it was almost 80 degrees, all in the same day.
Oh, yeah. We've had a swing back, I think I was a junior in high school, so hot second ago. And so we had a swing within 2 days. It went from negative 50 to 50 degrees outside.
Oh, my God. And that's a huge – and you think about animals, especially in the hog barn, they get sick so quickly when you have that much of a drastic change in temperatures like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sheep especially. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, it's hard. Oh, yeah. Well, I feel like, and I hate to say this, but we always joke about it because we have commercial sheep. We have Delaines and Rambouillets, which they're hair sheep or wool sheep as a ag exemption tax, but we have like 300 of them, so they keep us busy. But I always feel like they're looking for a place to die.
Oh,
and I hate to say it that way, but it's like they're not as hardy as some of these other animals are. But, I mean, lambs and sheep and goats are so competitive, and they're great species. Really, they really are. You just have to pay a little bit more mind to them when the temperature changes and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I love my lambs to death. Mm-hmm. Like, there's some of my lambs are some of the favorite animals I ever show, but, man, for about half of them, I don't think there are any thoughts behind their eyes.
Let's see. It looks like we have 7 pinned back that I can see in the holding pens. There might be 1 or 2 getting classified below us here, and looks like about 8 in the big arena for a secondary evaluation.
Looks like we're letting another one in right now.
Looks like they're sorting the last one here, from what I can tell. Mr. Will Hilty is our lead judge for our spot breed. He's the one in the white, and Mr. Ben Boble is our secondary judge. Ben was the one who judged our Berkshires. He was the lead judge, and I believe they're just alternating between breeds here. Looks like they're on their last one, and then the guys will make their way out to the big arena and see if there's anything they want to pull back, and they have done that. They actually pulled a young lady back earlier from the big arena, and she made the sale. So she worked her way up from the big arena. We call that the Dead Sea out in Texas, but some people are like, well, it just sounds so bad. I'm like, well, that's just old name of calling it. So I call it the big arena now. And, not giving up. And we talk about how important showmanship is and trust. And,
absolutely.
And that young lady just showed her tail off and made up a sales slot. And that's so huge at this show, because we were talking about, as you've seen how competitive these top 10, especially the top 5 individuals are, you'll have pigs in like 6th and 7th place that were champion of their breed at their county shows.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy to see just how high quality the animals here at the stock show are.
Absolutely. And it's fun. I mean, as a judge, when you're judging livestock and the collegiate and high school levels, you're judging 4 at a time. Mm-hmm. And then it really makes you question your belief when you have like 10 of them that all look the same. It's like, okay, now we're literally splitting hairs here.
Yeah, that's a big thing with the Top Judge program. Something that I'm really appreciative to Dr. Greiner and Dan Lane for is they're helping us with that transition. We've, the 5 or 6 of us in this swine group are used to judging, putting 4 animals in a row and then go talking a set of reasons that are super structured. And so this has been awesome for learning how to transition from that kind of super rigid format into being able to judge a show.
Absolutely. And that's another thing, and I'm going to elaborate on what you're talking about here. Will Hilty, Ben Boble, the Rotorballs, the Hogues of the world, they were all our age, too, at one time.
Oh, yeah.
And they grew up in it, and those are the guys, the Seth Swensons of the world. Those guys started where we are. and they built this integrity and just being able to make it about the kids and spending a lot of time to make sure they give every kid a fair shake. That's what keeps them coming back.
Yeah.
And they started in the same spot you are, and I love the fact that what they're trying to do with you guys started here. Like, hey, we want you to come here and be the top judge. You may be out here one day, and they're going to be talking about you like, oh, my gosh, we want to take a hog to her because she's fair with the kids, and she's got a great pattern, and she's good on the mic, and she talks them the way she sees them. And it'll be cool. And, I mean, you still maybe want to be a teacher, but, heck, you might make a career out of being a judge, too, one of these days. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I know the judge, I don't think anyone's ever going to complain about a judge who's, honest and respectful and cares about the kids.
Exactly, and I think these two guys together are doing just that. You can look at them when they look at each other like, what do you think? I like that hog, and yep. It's funny, Mr. Bobo, when that hog came out, he was like this, and then Will was like, what do you think? He's like, yeah, I agree with that. So it's interesting to see, but man, these guys are powerful, aren't they?
Yeah, and the amount of support from the crowd has been just absolutely wild. Like, you see a kid catch a pen and the entire crowd just starts cheering. It is so cool to see the amount of support these kids have out here.
It's funny you say that because that's exactly what Cole Murphy said. He said, Landon, we're not used to this. And it's like, for me, I'm just like, this is just how we do things, It's funny because you have show teams now, which it used to be just about the counties, but you have these show families that may be from different parts of the state, but they cheer each other on.
Yeah.
And we're just used to it. Like, oh, that's so cool. I'm like, well, that's pretty normal for us.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we have Midwest nice, but this Texas hospitality has been incredible.
So we went to, and I guess I got to see some of that. We went up to the Exarban show, and Dad and I did the commentating for it when Willie Kirkpatrick was judging up there, and he was so much fun to watch. And his terminology is just only the way Willie can describe them.
Yeah.
He'll take the most common phrases and turn them and just be like, yeah, that one, shakes its, rear end, I don't know how he would describe it. Only Willie can tell you. But, yeah, I didn't see as much of that. You'd see, there was a lot of respect and love out there and support of each kid. But we make it like it's the Super Bowl over here kind of thing.
Yeah, it really feels like it. I mean, the crowd, you can tell the energy is really high. It's especially during these grand drives that we're going to see here in a moment. I mean, it is just electric in here.
So are you staying through the entire Barrow show?
We'll be here, we'll leave Sunday.
Okay.
So, yeah, it'll be...
So you're not staying for Wave 2, though, are you?
No, I wish.
So the grand drive, the actual grand drive, once we get all the breeds done, and you'd have the overall grand drive, there is not a crevice in these stands that is open. And you talk about just fun to watch. And these kids are cheering them on. It's super loud, super supportive, and fun to hear these guys on the mic and give their speeches of who they are, what they believe in. It's just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I grew up at the Iowa State Fair, which, I mean, I might be a little biased, but I think that is one of the greatest state shows on earth. But, yeah, I think just seeing the energy down here reminds me a lot of home, and seeing all the support that these kids have behind them is really, genuinely, really incredible.
Exactly. And you talk about, it doesn't matter what part of the country you're in. Our industry as a whole, our dynamic, what we all believe in, it's all the same, and we're so supportive no matter what part of the country you're in. We're always there to lend a helping hand to each other because we all believe in the same things and see the same end goal here.
Absolutely.
Looks like we have 6 pin back. So this is going to be a really deep class of spot bear, and this is the final spot class of the day, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is our heavies.
Goodness gracious, I just felt like we were just talking about it, and I was trying to do the math in my head a while ago, and here we are. I mean, okay, and she just reminded me I need to read off the top 10 individuals from class number 11 here. And that's what I was having the first Cole Smitty.
Smythe.
Yeah, Smythe.
Yep.
Yeah, Smythe.
Our boy from Auburn.
I made him go up here and try to read some of these Texas names. And he's like, I said, by the way, y'all, he's from Georgia, so cut him a little slack here. But he did a good job. So in 10th place from class number 11, we had Stormy Malden. 9th place was awarded to Case Fischerbacher. 8th place went to Avery Akins, 7th place went to Tinley Miller. 6th place was awarded to Marley Hutchins. Fifth place was shown by Lillian Bainbridge. Fourth place went to Haley Baker. Third place was shown by Katie Butler. Second place was awarded to Darren Sykes. And our class winner in our second to final class of the spot breed went to Jake Duke of Navarro County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. We are now placing the final class of the day when the spot breed. And it looks like we have our 6th through 10th places done. The other exhibitors are going to get excused out of the ring. We appreciate their efforts and hard work. And now we're going to get the last top 6 individuals out here in the final class of spots. And I'm going to put you on the spot.
Oh boy.
No pun intended there. Dad joke of the day. So we're going to watch this class, and I want you to see and evaluate which one you think is going to be at the top of the class.
Oh, gosh.
We're going to play that game.
That's scary.
I know, me too. Trust me. I hit one, and I got it right. In the next class, it was like 5th, and I was like, well, I'm going to blame it on my bird's eye view up here or something like that. But they have to have muscle, and that's what we've been talking about all day with these guys. Both of these guys want to be wide, have big structure, big feet and legs, and be able to walk within their skeleton, but they're okay with them being on the edge.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
I think structure has been, a little bit more important this year, too, especially you expanded your ring, it sounds like. It's quite a bit longer than it used to be, and nice, they horseshoed the stands, which is really awesome for the crowd.
Oh, yeah. It's stadium seating like this, and I'm assuming my dad probably brought that point up earlier.
Oh, I think so.
And you talk about conditioning your animal, you have to spend a lot of time at home because being in deep sand like this, your hog could get worn out pretty quickly, I feel like.
Yeah, it's definitely a test of endurance, especially when you have a ring this big and that kind of material, that kind of surface.
Looks like we have 5 of our 6 placings here. And it's hard because you have 6 that are pinned back here. 5 make the sale, so one of them's going to get, quote-unquote, what we call the crying hole.
Yep.
And it's a life lesson. It's like, hey, I was so close. Maybe next year, if I'm not a senior, I'm going to go out there and try to get a placing ribbon.
Yeah.
This is a good hog here coming out. They're all very, very mobile, and they're athletes out there. Heck, these pigs walk better than some people do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one thing that our judges today have really done a really good job doing, they've been extremely consistent in what type and kind they like today.
And that's easier said than done, too, because just like if you and I went and judged, I may harp on feet and legs, you may harp on muscle, but let's come up with a common goal together, and let's make a really, really cool animal. And in the Berkshire breed, it was fun to watch because you had 5 different class winners out there, and they all looked relatively the same. It just, I guess, like the Darwin theory where you start with the ape and then you work your way up to a person.
Yep.
That's pretty much what it was. They were all the same, but they were different. Okay, I've got one in mind. Uh-oh. Young man in the pink, light pink, he's going with the girls. I will say, she's the only one that didn't tighten up at the very end there.
Yep.
Both these guys got a little tighter at the end.
Goes back to what we were just talking about endurance.
Mobile over here. I'm going to tell Ben that later. I haven't told him yet.
Yeah.
As we work through the final class of these spots, man, it's been a fun breed to work through, yet a challenging breed to work through from the standpoint of we certainly find some things we like, but several of these barrows that maybe you'd like to tweak in an area or two. Within the front end of this class, we felt there were design hogs and build hogs, then there were hogs that had muscle, then there was one hog that combined those two things together. That's the young lady right here. In terms of just proportionality, look from the the side view profile. He's extended ahead of his blade. He's flat-backed. He's fresh and shapely. When you get right on top of him, you step right in behind him and study the shape to his hock. Just the way he utilizes his rear skeleton is where he's got a distinct advantage over the bears that come in 2 and 3. You could soften him just a little bit about the center portion of his body and his flank, but man, that's a good pattern, good built, good design one that surfaces in this particular class. We took a little time deciding between second and third, 2 power hogs in terms of shape and muscle. The young man's right here we thought was just a little better maybe in terms of proportionality, and although you change the shape to his hog, he maintains better range of motion in terms of the way he hinges and goes off of both ends of his skeleton. That's what allowed him to beat the bear that comes in 3 in this particular class. The young man's bear that comes in 3, ultra bold-chested, big arm, fresh-backed one. When you get right on top of him, he's as impressive as any of them in terms of back shape and muscularity. He's got tremendous flair through his hip and stifle as he goes directly away from you. He just wants to get too uncoordinated in terms of the way he wants to hinge and go out of his hip and rear leg. Wants to read just a little coarser right there about his hock joint. No denying that one's freshness and shape. We've just got to make him more secure in terms of the way he goes off his rear too. Young lady's bear that comes next, we really like this one from a side view profile, angulation to his shoulder and cushion to his front knee and front foot, length to his hip, and just the way he utilizes his rear leg. All those things are spot on. He just runs out of muscle and power. He's got to be more open in his chest. He's just got to have more shape and muscularity from end to end. Excuse me, one who comes in next here, certainly an outlier in terms of foot bone and feature. Big arm, big-footed, kind of a bear that just reads stout from the tip of his nose to his tail. He wants to get a little lower set at the point of his shoulder. He wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump as a result. That guy just doesn't balance up as well from the side view profile for us. Big rib, big-bodied, really good centered one comes next. He's so deep through his forerib and center portion of his body, it maybe wants to throw him out of balance just a shade there. Certainly like to extend him from blade forward, but again, practicality, function, his ability just to get out here and cover surface, allow him to catch a pin. We continue to work through these again, a fun class to work through, lots of parts and pieces to work through and work with. Just need to maybe change some of these in terms of balance and the way everything fits together. Awesome class there to round out our spotted breed. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, everybody, that concludes our final class of Spot Barrows. We're now moving into the Champion and Reserve Champion selection of our Spot breed, followed by the Poland Chinas, and I believe we're going to take a lunch after that, is what I've kind of gathered, which I am kind of getting hungry. I don't know about you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure our judges are, too. Really excited to be here today. The Spot breed is a breed that's very near and dear to my heart, especially now that I'm on the Team Purebred board. So it's really exciting to be able to see this many high quality spots. And Poland's coming up next. Really excited about those. We've been, my family's been raising those for about 4 generations, so it's something that's also near and dear to my heart.
All right, Miss Gibson, I'm going to let Miss Iowa read off the top 10 placings in our final class of spots here. See how you do.
All right. In 10th place is Brody Hatfield from Haskell FFA. In 9th goes to Gage Harkey from New Deal FFA. In 8th is Macy Gilliand from Post FFA. In 7th is Race Hall from Potter County 4-H. In 6th is Brayson Birkenfeld from Nazareth FFA. In 5th is Landry Anderson from Perryton FFA. In 4th, Madeline Rose Fishbacher from Potter County 4-H. In 3rd goes to Tabor Churchwell from Lynn County 4-H. 2nd goes to Colton Hurst from Idalou FFA. And our first place out of that class goes to Addison Etchley from Medina Valley FFA. Might have butchered that last one, but...
Which one is it?
Etchel?
Echtel.
Yep.
I think, or Eckel, but I think it's Echtel.
I'll
I could be
trust your word
totally
on it.
wrong, so any of those who are out there who know them and y'all have my number, text me the pronunciation. But congratulations to those top 10 individuals in a very deep final class.
Yep. Excited to see
Berks.
those top 2 back.
Waiting on the final class here. Started with 139 and down to 5, or I guess 10 if you count the second places here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy watching the sift as someone, from up north. We don't do that up north, so it was really interesting to be able to watch that behind the scenes.
Well, what was interesting, I'm used to that. So, just like the crowd knows, you're like, oh, it's so cool to see that. When you're talking about that being so unique and so cool, I'm like, oh, that's all I know. And when we did the Exarban show in Nebraska, they had 2 different rings going on. They'd be setting up the next class in another ring, and they would alternate between the 2 rings. And, God, that went so quickly. But I don't know. People say, we go through a sort and then sort again, but it's so quick and so efficient. But I really think it has a lot to do with the people out there in the ring helping kind of open the gates for kids, helping them get from point A to point B. And you also have 2 guys who are on the same page as judges.
Yep.
And they think a lot alike in a lot of ways. And they're probably talking about, I see them out here right now, they're probably talking about each class winner before they even come out of the gate, like, hey, did you have one that really stood out? Yeah, I did. Here's what I liked about it. Well, did you look at this, or did you? I didn't like it quite as much here, and they're kind of getting prepped for it. And or they could be talking about fly fishing right now. You just never know.
I think it'd be interesting to hot mic some judges at some shows sometime.
Yeah, it would be. That's like a double-edged sword right there.
Yeah.
You'd be like somebody like, no, we're not hot micing them again. No telling what they're talking about.
Yeah, you hot mic someone like Shane Brenning,
Okay.
I don't know how well that would go.
It wouldn't be family related, but
Yeah,
he's
I don't
a
know.
great guy. And
I love Shane to death. He is a great guy.
So
great breeder.
we had Blaine Olson and Kyle Knaut judge the Purebred Guilt Show 2 weeks ago here. And it was fun watching those guys, but they could really tell each other how they felt, and you could see, golly, one of them shaking their head, I guess they didn't get along there. But no, they did. They're brother-in-law, so they literally talk every day about hogs, so they can tell each other how they feel and not get their feelings hurt over it. And it's fun. It was fun watching those 2 guys get after it. And you're like, ooh, you kind of wonder what they were talking about the whole time. They might have been talking who's making the family turkey next year at Thanksgiving. You never know, but they did a good job judging. All right, we've got 4 of our 5 class winners out here right now in our overall selection of our spot breed. And you said this breed is very near and dear to your heart, right?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We doing a lot of spots, especially recently. Poland's especially are very, very near and dear.
They're very good mamas too.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I hate spots, and I'll tell you why.
Really?
They are so loud. Them and Chester's, you get a feed bucket, it's
oh yeah,
just crazy.
They know exactly when that feed bucket opens.
And their ears are so big. They're kind of like landrace. Their ears are so big. It's like, how do you see? But you build that trust factor with them with the whip. Okay, they're going to steer me where I need to go.
Oh, yeah. We've definitely had a few that we trained one time. We had to take a scrunchie and put his ears up because he couldn't see for a little bit, so he'd freak out every time he'd go outside. We eventually got to the point where he could have his ears down. He kind of flopped him up every time he walked around, but, that was a big eared spot.
It looks like they made their selection. Let's see what they go up with.
As we get ready to name your champion spotted barrow here in San Antonio, I think first order of business, let's give these 5 young people all a great big round of applause. It's not easy to win anywhere in this day and age. It's as competitive as it's ever been, and in particular when you get to this stage, man, it's hard to be a class winner. It's hard to surface. So these 5 young people certainly should all be very, very proud. I think we had some discussion as we went. It felt like there were a lot of classes where you had to decide whether you wanted to be side with design and build, or you wanted to side with muscle, because it seemed like within this particular breed it was a challenge to get one that had both. I think there is one out here that man, he's built so good in terms of his skeleton. He's awesome in terms of proportionality. He's fresh, he's shapely, he's muscular. Everything just fits and balances so well, yet he comes with extras. Young lady right here in the purple's got your champion spot. We dropped that second place barrow out here, and another one that, man, checks so many boxes. You talk about angulation and comfort level. Man, he's so good built from the side view profile. Utilizes his skeleton, though, to the highest degree in terms of range of motion and flexibility. You get right on top of him. He's ultra fresh in terms of just back shape and muscularity. He's round-bodied. Man, we thought that was a whale of a good class, a whale of a good pair. We like him second best. That's your reserve spot. Congratulations.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, if you just now joined us, we are starting up with the Poland Chinas. We just completed the spots where we had 139 total head. And now with these Poland Chinas, we have 2 classes of them, a total of 67 head here at San Antonio. Currently, we have 12 head that they have already pinned back already. If you're not familiar with how things are in San Antonio, they are going to be placing 10 that will actually have ribbons, and the top 5 will actually make the auction here in San Antonio. And so, again, they have 2 classes of Poland Chinas, and they're placing 5 that go to the sale, but will receive ribbons all the way through 10th place. It's a privilege and honor to have a young man here. As if you've kept up with us throughout the morning, San Antonio has brought a new program to our Barrow Show that has allowed us to have some of the judging team members from different universities across the United States who had made applications and were nominated to come down here and be part of our show. And so we're so excited to have each and every one of these, and throughout today and also tomorrow we'll be having these young people share and commentating with us and share some of their experiences in their judging career as well. So I'm joined here by Brylan Spears from OSU, Oklahoma State University. It's a pleasure having you, Brylan, here. And is this your first time to San Antonio?
No, it's actually my second time, sir. But, man, the quality here certainly looks good, and I'm proud to be here.
That is awesome. So where's home for you?
Yeah, so I grew up in a small town in southeast Oklahoma called Hartshorn. I'm a third-generation pig farmer, I guess you could say. We've been raising pigs for quite some time. I'm proud to be up here on the Poland deal because we raise a lot of Polands, and certainly they're near and dear to my heart. And I look forward to seeing some quality here.
Well, that makes some sense because we also commentate the Guild Show, and I remember some of those Spears genetics here at San Antonio.
Yeah.
So it's great to put that somebody from that family genetics and family farm with the name. So y'all really raised some really good ones, and I do remember those genetics and announcing them through the different papers. So tell our audience a little bit about what did you go to junior college before you went to OSU? How did you start your judging career after high school?
Yeah, so after high school, I stayed pretty close to home. I went to school there at Eastern Oklahoma State College. I made it pretty neat because I was only about 15 minutes from my house, and I wanted to stay home close to family and getting to work with the pigs and whatnot. So it made it really, really neat. And then obviously I went to OSU and had a lot of success, and the people and the faculty there had been nothing but awesome, and definitely guys like Parker Henley, our coach there, has done a great job and definitely taught us a lot of things.
So how many years has your family raised show hogs?
Well, my grandpa would have started when he was in high school, and there's always, I guess, been a pig in the family since. So that's a long time. It'd take me a little while to count up how long, but
it's been a while. I can relate to your experiences. My dad, we started the red hog business, and we currently sold it this past year, and they're still around near us and on the farm, but they're owned by somebody else at this time. But it started back. We're in about 65, 67 years we went in that, and it was all the start of my oldest brothers starting with a FFA project as a breeding project in pigs, and he inherited it when they went to school, and he loved it, and we did it for that many years, so I can relate. It is a I look at this ag program as being just a small but very large fraternity that everybody gets to know and acquire relationships, and there's not a person in our ag, what I call fraternity, that wouldn't help each other to try to make each other better in our profession out here.
No, you're exactly right. We have the honor to have Warren Beeler as one of our mentors here for Top Judge, and like you said earlier, you come to one of these events and it's like a family reunion, and that's, I thought, a great way to put it, and so it's a pretty cool deal.
So I know growing up in Oklahoma, to me, I relate Oklahoma as closely to having the same kind of similar trends in how showy these animals look and how they're presented and that. What do you see in growing up there and what you're seeing here at San Antonio, some of the similarities, but also some of the differences you might see that's happening?
No, it's very, very similar. Me and Brian Arnold were actually talking earlier there, and he said, I think San Antonio and Oklahoma Youth Expo kind of sets the standard, kind of what we're going to do for years to come for other people. And it's a very, very, very similar deal. Like they said earlier, it's kind of like the Super Bowl, I guess, of a Barrows show this year here at San Antonio. And man, it's been a lot of quality and a lot of fun getting to be here and seeing the first two breed show.
So as we're looking out in the big arena, as our judges are looking at these different ones, one of the things that comes to mind that I see just viewing, and this is all the variation in colors. And, a lot of times these kids will do this just as a basis that it helps the judge as he analyzes the pigs and got the pig or the bear or gilt pictured in their mind. It allows them to go relate and get back to them a lot quicker. Is that hold true in the Oklahoma shows as well?
I'd say so for sure. Yeah. Anytime, you can go back and find somebody quicker, it just helps speed up the process and probably just enhances the ability to get done a little quicker and whatnot.
So what do you think about the where we are in the trends today? I mean, how do you feel about it? One thing that I see from my years back in the late 70s and early 80s, and of course there's been a lot of major changes, but do you think the changes that have occurred in the last, say, 5 or 6 years, have they kind of stayed true, do you think, for the most part?
Yeah, I'd say so. We probably pushed the limits in a couple of areas a little far at times, but I think we're getting them real back in. And these two guys out here judging for you guys today here at San Antonio are doing a great job, especially just focusing on skeletons and keeping feet and toes pointed in the right direction. We can make them as stout as we can sometimes, but these guys are keeping skeletons in check and making sure they got some quality, doing a phenomenal job, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I've got to see Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble as well, and you talked about Warren Beeler. One of the attributes that I can relate to Warren, and I got to visit with him for a few minutes earlier this morning, and had not seen him in the last probably 6 years. And I said, one of the things that I'll never forget about you, Warren, is it didn't matter if they liked what you picked or not. You were so consistent in providing a uniform set of hogs of what you felt was important to you and the consistency. And I think, if anything that I can offer with you going into your judging career down the road, if you can work and master that, I think that's going to make you go far and long in between, because it's it's not about talking about the differences. It's talking about consistencies of whatever your likes are and putting that all into one package. But yeah, you talk about Warren Beeler. They had to be wide and thick and built with a lot of muscle.
Yeah, that's funny you say that, because I've only been around Warren for 2 days, actually. And me and some of my buddies, we became friends here at this top judge thing. It's like, well, we know what Warren likes, so we can tell you what he likes pretty quick.
And he hasn't changed even today after being out of the hog business.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here we go here. They're going into they excused the ones out of the ring, and they're going on their second sort. Or their final sort, that is. Looks like we have, Brylan, we've got six that they're going to evaluate. They're now letting the second one out.
Just as amazes me, honestly, come to these events like the San Antonio Stock Show and then the Oklahoma Youth Expo. You sit around ringside and just watch these bears come in. These kids have worked their tail ends off all year long, and these things are fresh, hair and skin's tremendous. I just commend the exhibitors on doing an outstanding job.
Absolutely. I'm sure that, as we watch these exhibitors out here showing their barrows and everything, how they present them and how they show them and how the arch to their back, meaning the exhibitors, and how they keep those heads at certain heights, they're very similar in how you see it in Oklahoma as well.
For sure. Yeah. It's kind of, if you know these kids, you got to have a good show pig to win anymore, but you got to have a good show pig showman as well. And it's so important in these days. You can get a good one lost in the shuffle, but man, these kids we got out here in the ring in front of us are doing just an exceptional job.
Absolutely. Looks like he's placed the sixth. Looks like the sixth place there. The young lady there in the pink stripe with the black vest was sixth. And if you just now joined us, we're in our first class of Poland's, and we have 34 head in this class. And we only have another class is all we have. And, of course, the top 5 here will make the sale, and they will receive ribbons, or rosettes, actually, not ribbons. These are actually rosettes all the way through 10th place. So, Ryland, this is the first year that we have a ring this size. In fact, I've had to put on my distance glasses because it's twice the size of the ring. It allows me to draw in a lot closer on them at the distance we're at. But the size of the ring, it's very similar at OYE?
Yeah, for sure. Oklahoma Youth Expo, that ring's plenty big, and I think it makes it easier for the judge to make sure they get a good look at everything. I think it's a really good deal. You guys did this for the first year. I think it's a pretty good deal.
Well, they San Antonio saw this vision, and they continued to kind of figure out how they could make it all work. And I was real proud of how they put this together and was able to work this out and double the size of the ring. And they also added more grandstands as well. And so
shift gears here and jump into the Poland Barrows. And I think we got a really good class to start with. I just love the young man's barrow that's our class winner, just from a structural integrity standpoint, angulation to his shoulder and just cushion to his front knee. You study his length of hip and just the bend, flex, and give to his lower joints when you study his rear leg. And I'll be honest with you, you study him from a distance, you call him a design and build hog. He'll surprise you with how much he's got to him when you get right on top of him. He's got as much or more than the bear that's going to come in second in terms of just shape and muscle, feeding out of the backside of his blade. He looks like a lightweight barrow that fits this, his immaturity. I think that's a really good lightweight Poland barrow to go ahead and be your class winner. The one that comes in two, I like his moderation in terms of his length of body, his moderation in terms of his frame size. All those things are spot on with this particular barrow. He's a big-armed, flat-backed one that's got tremendous shape and muscle when you get right on top of him. The longer you ask this guy to drive and just study his rear skeleton, the way he utilizes his rear pastern and rear hock, he wants to become just a little more vertical, particularly his rear pastern in terms of the way he pushes and drives off of his rear too. But there's no denying that, man, he's very good in terms of bone, muscle, proportionality. All those things certainly work in his favor. Young lady comes next, and another bold-chested, really fresh back, kind of a Poland barrow. He comes at you maybe just as wide and opened up in the base of his chest as any of the initial trio out here. Again, we love his shape and muscle when you get right on top of him. Of the initial trio, he reads to be just a little more refined in terms of foot bone and feature. More importantly, when we step off to the side of him, he wants to get shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump. As a result, the longer you ask him to drive, he wants to tighten ever so slightly there just out of his hip and rear leg assembly. One that comes next, certainly a barrow you like in terms of muscle and shape, ultra fresh backed. He's a good barrow in terms of his proportionality, the way his ribs laid in him, just the way everything fits and ties together. He just wants to get a little crusty there at the top side of his neck and his pole. We've got to extend him there from shoulder blade forward. You step right in behind him. You could give him a shade more in terms of just flare to his hip and stifle as he goes directly away from you. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one presented. That's still a very, very high quality kind of a show barrow. Young lady that comes next, a barrow that's got some extra bone and feature. Of the initial 4 or 5 barrows, we read him to be the poorest in terms of his design, particularly his front end assembly. He wants to be just a little more vertical in terms of his shoulder blade. He needs more angulation and cushion. He's another barrow that just wants to get a little more jammed up about his head, neck, and front 1/3 of his body. Barrow that comes next, one you really, really like from the side view profile. He's extended from shoulder blade forward. He's flat backed. He's long and level out of his hip and rub. Of the initial 4 or 5, he's the flattest through his forerib in the midsection of his body. You study just his hip and his rear leg. He kind of wants to funnel to the ground and run out a foot and bone as you get down low. But again, a very good looking one from a side view profile. We continue to work through these. I thought a really good class to kick off with the Polands. We just run into some feet and leg issues, some bears that just don't want to balance up as well. Really, really good class to start with. My compliments to the young people as they head back.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
If you just now joined us, we are on the second and final class of the Poland Chinas. The weight ranges is from 265 to 300 pounds. It's 33 head in this class. I'm honored to have Mr. Braylon Spears from Oklahoma State University, who just got, I guess, did you just get off the judging team?
Yeah, we just finished up there at Louisville. Yep.
So is this your final?
Final semester.
Final,
yes, sir.
And so you're done with your judging at this time, or do you have another one?
No, this is it for me. Yep.
Well, congratulations. So tell me what is in store for you?
Yeah. So I plan on graduating this semester with an animal science degree, and it's still pretty open on what I'm going to do. Honestly, there's a lot of things I'd like to do. You never know; I might teach ag or maybe coach a judging team or something like that. I definitely want to give back to the youth for sure. But yeah. So.
Are you considering your master's program?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've thought about it. Probably not right away. I'm not going to get my master's, but yeah, I've definitely considered it for sure.
Well, that is awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors there. So while they're going through this last and final class, I was going to give you the Texas bred breeders. If you're not familiar with it, our Texas bred program, the highest placing Texas bred in each of the classes will receive a certified Texas bred cap, and the breeder will receive one, and also the exhibitor, and they will also receive the exhibitor will receive a check for $100 from the Texas pork producer. This is a program that has started quite a few years ago here and was implemented, and they've been able to give a lot of monies back to these kids that have put a certificate in and have been able to win some extra money, and then they get some extra awards during their banquet, usually in around the May or June area, depending when they have their pork conference. So what a great program there. So in Class 8 of the spots, it was Aubrey Sharp had the class winner in Class 8 from Hansford County 4-H. The breeder was GNC Genetics out of Spearman, Texas. Congratulations to them. Class 9 of the spots was Tristan Powell of Shallow Water FFA, and the breeder was TRI Genetics out of Dalhart. Congratulations. Class 10 of the spots was Lily Bonard of Kendall County 4-H. The breeder was Lintner Show Pigs out of Comfort. Congratulations to the Lintner farm as well. Of course, they have some really good show feed as well. Class 11 is Kaylee Butler, and the breeder of it was H&F Genetics out of Port Lavaca. That's Jimmy and Cassidy Hayes. Congratulations. They've had several Texas breds as well this morning. Class 12 was Addison Eckley out of Medina Valley FFA, and the breeder was Cole Farms, and congratulations to them. And then starting our Poland's, our first class, Class 15 was Emery Humphreys out of Sudan FFA, and the breeder was Holsford Show Pigs out of Stanford. So congratulations to all of these winners. And if you just now joined us, we are in our last and final class. And again, the weight ranges is from 265 to 300 pounds. And Braylon, we have weighbacks here. You turn in your own weight cards, and it's a 10-pound weigh-back on the top end, or you cannot weigh less than 10 pounds on the bottom end. How does that work in Oklahoma?
Yeah, it's actually the same exact way. We do the same exact thing there in Oklahoma.
So have they increased their weights like they have in Texas as well?
Nope, they have not done that yet.
So what is the weight ranges there?
I'm pretty sure it's 220 to 290. I'm almost positive.
Okay. Well, it's always great to understand and see the differences in each and every area.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, these Polands, I think, they sure have been good from top to bottom. It really surprises me. You start going to these shows and watching these things. Used to, you could show a Poland and maybe win with an average one, I guess you could say. It's not the case anymore. These things have got flat good.
Most definitely. I mean, and another breed, when we talk about breed character and how they've been engineered, another one that has amazed me is our Berkshires.
I agree.
Did you get a chance to see the Berkshire
Yes, I
show?
sure did. It was really, really good.
It was steep, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And and not only, and I'm sure you guys are the same in Oklahoma you don't show by papers, do you?
Exactly, yep.
And so all of these are appearing, and they have to classify and make it through that criteria, but they don't have to have registration papers. But even the Berkshire Gilt show here in San Antonio was just phenomenal. The Berk was reserve supreme, and she was definitely in the hunt, and it was neck and neck for the overall supreme.
Yeah.
So that breed has done really well. And like you said, these Polands, they're not slouches anymore. They can compete.
No, you're exactly right. The minor breeds continue to keep on getting better, and I commend the breeders for putting them together and doing a really good job. So, it's pretty refreshing to get to watch a pair of guys do a show like this. So, it's always fun for me to watch a breeder do his show. I think they're doing a great job on talking about structure and keeping these things built right, and yet without sacrificing quality. It's been a lot of fun to watch these guys.
Well, Braylon, we had touched on, if you saw many changes in the industry on selection type, and I have to agree with you. I think we've been staying true pretty much to the type of hogs of keeping them wide and square on all four corners and have some muscle in them and still have mobility. And I think that's been staying pretty consistent. And I hope we continue, because like we had talked about, over the years prior to that, we had all these different extremities, and it was just kind of all over the board. And I think we've learned a lot of life lessons from that.
No, I'd agree 100%. But we're sure getting them better. So.
Oh, absolutely. What's that? No, I was going to see if Braylon wanted. Would you like to read off these for me? These top 10?
He's not good with names.
Oh, he'll be all right. Just wing it. If there's one you need to check on.
First name's back there then.
Oh, okay. The first name is the last name, so you want to go the middle first is their first name, and the left one is their last name.
Yeah, I thought the last class was really good. Our class winner of that class would have been Pearson Creed Spencer. Second in that class would be Emery Humphreys. Third in that class is Utley Grayson. Fourth in that class is Cody Brook. And fifth would have been Carissa Ann. Sixth would be Coda Jolin Cook. Seventh in that class would have been Cooper Compton. Eighth would have been Maurice Dick. 9 would have been Graceland Slanzer. And 10th in that class would be Brylan Bensler.
Thank you, Braylon, and for announcing all the class winners and all the placings in this Class 15. We're rounding out this Class 16, and for just to let you know, upon naming our champion and reserve champion, Poland, we will have a lunch break. I believe it'll probably be about 20 or 30 minutes. I can double check that. I did confirm that, and it should be about 30 minutes. And then, of course, we will start with our last breed of today, which will be our Hampshires. And in our Hampshire show, we'll have 9 classes of Hampshires. And in that show, we're going to have 330 head, which is our largest breed of today's show. And then tomorrow morning we'll start up with our Durocs and follow it by our dark crossbreds, and that'll end our first wave.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to watching the Hampshire show today. I bet that there's a lot of quality that comes out of there.
Oh, absolutely. And just kind of giving you some numbers, Braylon, on the what showed up for this first wave. We had a little over 1,500 head show up for this first wave, and we got 42 total classes of the 2 days combined. Number-wise, how does that compare to old YE?
Very similar. Very similar, actually. Yeah, we don't do our show, Oklahoma Youth Expo, in waves, but yeah, it's very similar. So.
Wow. And where is that held, by the way?
Oklahoma City.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do they have to pan are you able to pan one to a pen, or do you have to pan two?
It just basically depends on how many you enter, to be completely honest with you. But yeah.
I'm going to throw in something on the mic real quick. I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but this is probably one of the deepest classes I've seen today. And from a Poland-China standpoint, that just goes to show you what these breeders have done to get this breed so competitive nowadays.
Well, and yes, Landon, we touched on it. Braylon being a Poland, his family being a Poland breeder, he's been very impressed with the genetics here as well, and just an attribute to not only the exhibitors, the county agents, ag teachers, and just the breeders who have put this set together.
No, absolutely. The quality, like I said earlier, has just been extremely good in these minor breeds we've seen so far. Used to we'd have to worry about Polands and their rear pasturings, but knuckle over just a bit, not being quite sound enough. And you see very few of that out here. I'm telling you, the quality is just extremely good. And with that, the young people's done an exceptional job on getting these things dialed in. These things are fresh, hair and skin's extremely good. And these kids are flat out getting them showed. So my compliments to all of them as well.
Well, and the viewers out here that are new to this business, it takes a lot of work, day-to-day caretaking of these barrows to get them, to keep them this way, and just the feeds and the additives and everything to make them look 12 o'clock. So, these kids are really learning what it takes to go the extra mile and the extra hard work that it takes.
No, you're 100% right. No anymore. It's you about got to live with them to be competitive, and I guarantee you the ones here that's competing here at the San Antonio Barrows Show, I guarantee you they have put in the time, the work, and effort, and they're doing just an extremely good job. Pigs are very good out here. Very good set of barrows.
Yes, they are.
As we work through this second and final class of these Polands, been a fun breed to work through, and honestly surprising with the depth of quality. I know we're at San Antonio and you expect them to be good, but man, these Poland Barrows have been really, really good. There was never a moment in our mind, though, that we weren't going to start with the young ladies Barrow here at the far end. That's one that just combines so many hard-to-do things into one package. He's attractive and extended about his head and neck. He's big-armed. He's flat-backed. He's long and level out of his hip and rump. He's got good bend and flex and just utilization to his rear skeleton. You get on top of him, he's simply overwhelming in terms of back shape and muscle. That's a really good pig to go ahead and win this particular drive. The one that comes in too really brings some interesting parts and pieces to the table, particularly in this breed. That is a heavy structured Poland Barrow. I guess in comparison to our class winner, it's when we step off to the side of him, he just maybe doesn't balance up as well from the side view profile. He's a little lower set there at the point of his shoulder. He's a shade steeper out of his hip and rump. But man, where that guy's good, bone, feature, rib, and just turn to his cage, shape up high, all those things are spot on. We just didn't read him to be as balanced or as attractive from the side view profile. The one that comes next resembles maybe our class winner a little more in terms of just his design and build from the side view profile. Tall fronted, extended through his front 1/3. In comparison to the Barrow directly ahead of him, he wants to flatten too much through his full rib and the center portion of his body. Step right in behind him. Of the initial trio, he's the flattest in terms of his hip and stifle and just the flare he gives you as he goes directly away. But again, look, design, functionality, all those things certainly work in his advantage. Really good third place Barrow. Young lady that comes next, man, she can absolutely drive the wheels off this thing. Fresh, well presented. Another just a Poland Barrow that's naturally high-headed, extended about the front 1/3 of his body. In relation to the Barrows we got ahead of him, he reads to be the longest bodied. As a result, he wants to flatten through his midsection, wants to pull apart ever so slightly right there through his ham-loin junction. And then again, in relation to the ones ahead of him, we read him to be the frailest in terms of the initial 4 Barrows. But man, that's a really, really good Poland Barrow to be in the 4-hole. One that comes next has some outlier pieces in terms of bone and feature. He's a good ribbed, good bodied, really good centered kind of a Barrow. When we step off to the side of this guy in relation to the ones ahead of him, he just wants to read a little lower set at the point of his shoulder, wants to read just a little crestier about his head and neck and just the way it ties into the top of his blade. But man, bone, feature, stoutness, all those things certainly work to his advantage. Really good top end of this particular class. One that comes next, another one that's fresh and well presented, ultra bold chested, almost works to his undoing. He's so big chested that when he comes right at me, he wants to push his elbow pocket outside of his body ever so slightly. Then you study his rear skeleton. He's a little more vertical in terms of his hock. He needs more cushion and give to his rear pastern just to allow him to go with more flex and athleticism off of his rear too. Man, we continue to work through these. Depth of quality was absolutely phenomenal in this class. Let's give these Poland exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head back.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot-dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Yeah, no, I was going to give the Texas Red and then we take care of that. Okay, the results of 16 there on our Texas bred program went to Braden Underwood, and the breeder was Elevated Genetics. That was out of class 16. We're fixing to do the champion Poland and reserve champion Poland, and again we had 2 classes, and the two that are going to compete for this is Parsons Spencer out of Albany FFA, and then the other one is Renee McLaughlin. And the champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship in addition going to the championship drive at the conclusion of the second wave next week.
Well, these Poland classes, they've sure been really, really good. You know, it's always a good deal when you got a class like your last class and everything just gets quiet around ringside. They're all just anticipating what the guy's going to do. And I thought that class was probably one of the deeper classes we've got to see throughout the day. Extremely, extremely good quality. All them kids definitely have done their job at home, and pigs sure look good.
Well, one thing, too, looking at these two out here, the judges have definitely, as we discussed to our viewers and listeners, they have stayed true to this base width and muscle and structural bone and mobility. And you can see it again in these Polands.
No, I agree 100%. I think they just build them from the ground up, and they make sure their structure's in check. They got the right kind of feet and toes, and they just build them up from there. And really, really easy to follow, and both these guys are doing a really good job, in my opinion.
Absolutely. No, they're really salty. Now, here we are with Mr. Hilty's comments.
Well, I think a really good pair of these Poland Barrows out here. Before we get too far into this, as we talked about several times today, it is not easy to win your class anywhere, especially not easy to win your class here at San Antonio. Let's give these two young people a nice big round of applause. I think, just 2 class winners, but both of these Barrows, I think, exemplify and represent tons of quality. This lightweight, man, that's a Barrow that, for lack of a better term, he fits his weight so well. He looks like a lightweight Barrow that's on his way up. His maturity pattern's right. He's built right from a skeletal quality standpoint. Certainly a Barrow that fits his weight very, very well. You come into the heavyweight, and you can see a lot of similarities in this Barrow in terms of design and build, look and presence, looseness that he hinges with out of his rear leg. He just comes with more power and more shape, more width, just more extras. He's the one that's ready to rock and roll today. He's your champion Poland Barrow. Congratulations to her. We drop that heavyweight in, and certainly a unique kind of animal in his own right. Heavy boned, really good in terms of the outward turn and curvature to his forerib in the midsection of his body. We think it's close between this pair, but I think the difference lies when you step off to the side view profile. Just watch them come and go. One of them's just built better from the side view profile in terms of his shoulder set, his extension about the front 1/3 of his body. He's longer and leveler and just more comfortable out of his hip and rear leg. That's a young man's lightweight. He's your reserve Poland.
Okay, this concludes our shows for this morning with the Polands. We will start with the Hampshires after lunch. We're going to break about 30 minutes, and then we'll start up with our Hampshires. There'll be 9 total classes and 330 total head. So stay tuned, and we hope that you're able to join us, as I know that we'll have a really strong Hampshire class. And Braylon Spears, Oklahoma State University, it's been a pleasure being with us this morning and sharing your views, and we wish you the best of luck in your endeavors going forward, and hope that you will come back to San Antonio and come see us again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you guys having me on here, and it'd be hard not to come back if you're just wanting to look at quality livestock. This is a place to be at. So once again, I appreciate you guys having me on.
All right. Thank you again, and we'll stay tuned for the Hampshire show in about 30 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, I'll tell you, that champion looks good up here.
I bet he really looks good.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Well, I think we're all ready to rock and roll. Everybody's tummy's full from eating lunch, and we're back on it and starting our first class of Hampshire Barrows here. This is the last breed we'll be judging today. The guys have done a phenomenal job keeping a good routine and rhythm going. Total of 9 classes of Hampshire Barrows here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo at the Market Barrow Show. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my co-host, Wayne Rohde, and we've got some of these judging kids from Top Judge coming in here. New program, great program. I'll let some of them kind of explain the program a little bit better than I can. I'm going to bring Mr. Cade Anderson in here, and for those of you who've been listening the past few years, he's the son of Brandon Anderson, who always helped us with the podcasting. And Brandon, if you're listening, buddy, we're thinking about you, miss you, and hope you're doing well. But we're going to bring Cade in here. I don't think his voice is quite as deep as yours, but can't wait to get him on the mic. So in this first class of Hamps, we have a total of 37 heads. So today on our Hamps, our class numbers and sizes have gone from like 20-something to low 30s per class to 37, 36, 38 to a class. So the class is a little bit bigger in the Hampshire breed. The weight ranges on this first class are 250 to 253. What's going to be different about this breed this afternoon is we're breaking these guys up into a lightweight, middleweight, and medium weight, and heavyweight division. The other breeds we just did champion and reserve champion overall. We're going to break these up into divisions, followed by the overall selection of the Hampshire breed in the Market Barrow Show. And there's a lot of reasons behind that. When you have so many good class winners out there and you have 9 total out there and you're trying to pick one, you narrow those classes down a little bit so it's a little bit easier. When you have 9 of them that look, like I said, very similar in kind, picking one, especially when they all look very close in colorations and everything, it makes it easier when you break it up into lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight divisions. And I want to thank San Antonio for what they do with that. Once again, 37 total head in this class, and it looks like Mr. Ben Boble is going to be the one judging. Yep. Is going to be the lead judge here today for our Hampshire division. So for those of you watching right now, what he's going to do is he's going to take the first evaluation. If he points straight ahead, you go to get classified and weighed. You can weigh within 10 pounds on the upper and lower end of your weight card. So if you turned in your weight card at 250, you can weigh up to 260, but can't weigh any less than 240 if you turned it in at 250. If he points to the left, he'll send it on to Mr. Will Hilty. He's our secondary judge for this particular breed. If he points straight ahead, they'll go into a big arena where they do a secondary sort or evaluation of these hogs at the conclusion of this initial first sort. If he points to the left, that animal will go to the truck and go on to greener pastures per se, or the Packers. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, this is a terminal show, so it's not like the Gilt Show where they can take their animal on to different shows. This pig stays here at San Antonio. So want to wish these kids the best of luck in what they're doing in a very, very competitive day so far. I know, Dad, you talked about, how competitive that Poland China breed was, and it very much so was. I couldn't believe that champion, how good that champion was.
Absolutely. For that breed, watching this breed, as we have done the commentating for the last few years, I would say that breed as a breed was as strong as I've ever seen it today.
And I was talking to some people outside in the stands who were watching. I said, what did you guys think of that Poland breed? They're like, wow, that top end of both classes was just phenomenally deep. And I was like, we've been talking about that up here on the mic. And you and, what, is it Braylon or Bragan or?
Braylon Spencer.
Braylon Spencer, yeah.
He's from Oklahoma. He's a judge at OSU, and they raise Polands there in Oklahoma, and we've seen some of their genetics at the breeding show here at San Antonio and the Gilt Show, and he was very impressed. He said, my goodness, I haven't seen this stout of a set of Polands at a major like this.
Absolutely. And, it started with the Berks this morning, and the Berks were very deep, and the spots were good. I just didn't feel like they were as a whole as competitive as that Poland breed was this morning. And like I said, we're on our Hampshire breed right now, and it looks like they have 6 pinned back. So a total of 10 placings they give ribbons to per class. And in the Hampshire breed, what's different about the Hamps here versus some of these other breeds like the Berkshire Spots and the Poland Chinas, top 6 per class make the sale in the Hampshire breed, and that has to do with the number of head that show up, and that makes it fair. If you only have 100 hogs in that breed and top 6 make the sale, and you have another breed that has a total of how many? Did you count how many total Hamps we have here?
Yeah,
Wayne?
330 total head and 9 total classes.
So they've added 9 additional placings that make the sale, if I can read that right, for the Hampshire breed based on the number of head they have as a whole in the Hampshire breed.
So while they're looking here, before we get in more depths, I was going to let our viewers know a little bit about who the champion reserve of the breeds that were shown this morning were.
And the breeder of that too, correct?
Well, I've got some. Of course, we tried to get some of the breeders where we could. So I'll give you who I do have. The others, the kids just didn't know, and we weren't able to get it. But anyway, our champion Berkshire this morning was exhibited by Reese Mabry from Brock FFA. The breeder of that champion Berkshire was Garrett Cole. They're either out of Indiana or somewhere around that area.
Indiana or Illinois. Garrett, if you know, let Casey know, let me know. So we can make sure we give you a shout out. And what a good hog that Burke was.
The Berkshire show was really, really strong this morning, and was very impressed with the genetics that I saw and the quality of those Barrows. The reserve champion was Bellamy Sasson from Eula FFA, and the breeder of that was Lackey Livestock. Congratulations to Jason and Jackie. They always do an outstanding job with their genetics as well, and another really respectful and really good-looking Berkshire Barrow as well.
And I'll add to that too, Wayne. They're really good about teaching kids, and that's
Absolutely.
That's been their big thing. Not just creating good livestock show, but helping the next generation and teaching them and creating this family that they have with Lackey Livestock. And I do want to give a shout out to them on that.
Yes, I totally agree. And in our spots there, our champion spot came out of the first class, actually, the lightweight spots there, the first class of spots. Aubrey Sharp out of Hansford County 4-H, who had the champion spot, and the reserve was the second place in that class. Now the champion, well, I do have the genetics on that one. It was G is in gold, GNC Genetics out of Texas. And then our reserve champion was Braylon Parker out of Hale Center.
And before you go into the Poland side of things, for those of you tuned in, so they've done their initial sort now. Now they're in the big arena here for hogs they kept back to potentially get weighed for a chance to make a top 10 placing. Looks like they already have 12 to 14, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. There are 12 total that they pinned back, and it looks like the young lady in the light pink, she's going to go get classified and weighed here in a minute for a chance at a top 10 placing spot. Like I said, only 10 placings get ribbons, and that's how many they place. And top 6 in this particular breed will make the sale here at San Antonio.
So, yes, this is one of the larger breeds here in San Antonio, and this because of that, they go 6 deep instead of 5. And so to finish out the breeds, as you're listening here, the Poland's the only one I haven't given you yet that was shown before lunch. And the champion Poland, which there was 2 classes of Polands, the champion came out of the heavyweight class, and it was Remy McLaughlin. And the breeder was
Royal Crown Genetics.
Royal Crown Genetics. Congratulations to them. And then our reserve champion was a first class of Poland's, and it went to Parsons Spencer out of Albany.
Albany FFA.
Yeah, Albany FFA. Yes, and the breeder on that one was Trick Show Pig. So congratulations to both of these breeders.
All right, so what the guys are doing now, they've done their initial sort. They've excused individuals out of the big arena. Now they're going to start evaluating the hogs they kept back to place here. Looks like we have 14 total hogs they've kept back, which is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, amount they've kept back for a chance at a top 10 placing here. And this is just the first class of Hamps, which I have no doubt this Hampshire breed is going to be very, very competitive from top to bottom. Even the kids that maybe didn't get placed, they had some really good hogs out there. So it's good to see this breed being so competitive. And it goes out to you breeders out there who are tuned in on just everything you've done to make this breed so strong. And what they'll do, too, they'll take them out one at a time. And if they really like that animal, just like they did with the young lady that just got pinned back, that individual will have a chance at a top placing for a sales slot. Once they've evaluated all these individuals one at a time, and they have enough to pin at the top end of the class, which they've, historically kept back 4 to 6 pigs, then they'll place them from, like, say they keep back 5 hogs, they'll place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order, not from 10th down, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and then bring those other 5 individuals out and place 5th down to 1st. So once again, if they happen to keep 4, they're going to place 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in that order, then bring those other 4 out and place from 4th down to 1st. Looks like they already have 3, possibly 4 that they've already kept, and they're about halfway through, a little over halfway through their initial sort here. They kept such a good rhythm in those breeds before lunch, and I think it may slow down just a little bit based on the depth in these classes of Hamps. And let's be real here. Most of these are, if not all of them, are not probably purebred, what we call Hampshire appearing, and really, really good hogs. I don't care if they're pure or not. They are Hampshire appearing. They meet the characteristics of what a Hampshire Barrow would be.
If you're new to the program, what happens is they go through a 3-judge classification. So it's not like it's one person making the decision.
And it's not the judges who are physically judging. It's actually a panel of classifiers.
And they have blue chips and red chips, and they got to get 2 blues out of the 3.
And most of the time you get all 3.
Yeah, but pretty much are dead on.
So I guess my question to you, Wayne, and this is something we can ask Morgan and them, say you class out of the Hamps here, do you then get to show in the darks tomorrow then?
That is correct. Yes, then they'll take your weight that you've turned in and fit it in the class that it goes to in the dark crosses.
And is that the same for Wave 2 with the lights too?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. So say you get classed out in the Hamps because you don't meet breed characteristics, or you get voted that you don't meet breed characteristics. You're not disqualified. That just means you're thrown into what we call the dark cross class, which will be tomorrow. Looks like they've pinned back 6 so far, and like we said all morning, 1st through 5th this morning was what make the sale. But in this particular breed, with the numbers of hogs that are in the Hampshire breed and the fact they're doing divisions, the top 6 in each of these Hampshire classes will make the sale. That is the only difference compared to the classes this morning. I do believe Mr. Boble just got the chips. I don't know what they're going to do here yet. They've got 6 pinned back there. I guess they're maybe talking it over to see if there's maybe a 7th one potentially that they'll keep back. But it looks like Mr. Bobo got the chips from Dr. Griffith here. Have a good crowd of people here for this first class of Hampshire Barrows here. Looks like Mr. Bobo We've got a great crowd here in the first class of Hampshire Barrows here today at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show. We are now beginning to place 6th through 10th, followed by our top end of this class. Welcome to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, everybody. Now they're going to go ahead and excuse these exhibitors out of the ring here. They were competitive enough to get a second evaluation for a chance at a top 10 placing, but did not meet what they were looking for in the top 10. So very, very deep first class here. I would anticipate that it's going to be that way all day today in the Hampshire breed. Now we're pulling out the top 6 individuals here in this first class of Hampshires. All 6 of these individuals make the sale here at San Antonio. So congratulations to these top 6 kids here. And they will place them from 6th down till we have a class winner. Once again, for those of y'all just now joining, we have a total of 9 classes of Hampshire Market Barrows here today. 300 and something head, which is the largest breed of the day today, and the final breed we will be evaluating today. Tomorrow we will be evaluating the Duroc breed and the Dark Cross breed. Those are the only 2 breeds, but I do believe there are 9 classes of Durocs with a light, middle, and heavy division, and there are 12 classes of Dark Crosses with a light, middle, and heavyweight division. Is that correct, Wayne?
I believe that's correct. The total number on the Durocs are going to be 354 head, and on the Dark Cross is going to be 478, and that's not counting any that they, classified out that they would maybe evaluate. So well over 800 head they're going to go through tomorrow, and there was a little over 1,500 that showed up for wave 1. So they'll have a good number to go through tomorrow.
So then once we conclude Sunday, then there'll be a day of rest. Then the Hogs will move in on Tuesday for wave 2 and show Wednesday and Thursday. Is that correct, Wayne?
Yes, sir.
And I did clarify with Morgan, the auction, if you make the sale here at San Antonio, the auction will be held on Friday.
And actually, with as big as this show is, and as competitive as we've mentioned this show is, there's only out of they're going to have, close to, between 2,000 and 3,000 barrows here. Only 346 will make this auction, so it's really competitive here.
Absolutely. Young man in the green is going to be 6th place. And like I said, what a deep – these top 6 individuals out here are phenomenally good. Not to take away from 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place. The only difference between these top 6 here, is maybe the coloration of their Hampshire appearing hog. Young man in the Paisley shirt will be 5th, down to our top 4 here. And it's going to really come down in these final 4 here of splitting hairs. And that's what I was kind of saying about it. It may take a little longer today in the afternoon with these hamps because they're so good from top to bottom. And that's including hogs that didn't even make the sale or get placed There are a lot of good hogs that go to the truck today in the Hampshire breed, but that just goes to show you how competitive the San Antonio Market Barrow Show is. It's the most, if not one of the most competitive market barrow shows in the world. Definitely one of the largest. Want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort Webcasting and those of you who tuned in who have a front row seat to this Market Barrow Show today. It is Saturday, and I know a lot of you are doing honeydews for your wives or vice versa. But want to thank y'all for keeping the TV on while y'all vacuum or working today or wherever you're at in the United States and or Africa or Australia, China, wherever you may be at. Thank y'all for tuning in.
I also like to thank the sponsors that are across the screen there. Without them, they help fund some of this project as well, and without them, we couldn't be here as well. And so we thank you sponsors for believing in this program and helping this get to all you viewers who are enjoying it at home. Or wherever you're at.
Absolutely, Wayne. And, we talked about this Hampshire breed being so deep, so I'm going to use the term turning up the heat. And I don't just mean the pig show either. I'm talking about it is starting to get a little warm out here. I'm fixing to take my my jacket off here, Wayne. It's going to get up to 76 today, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I took my vest off already. I'm down to just a very thin windbreaker.
So it looks like the young lady in the scarf is going to be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Bobo and his comments.
Great job, guys.
Well, I tell you what, if that's not what San Antonio's about right there, the smile on the young lady's face when she realizes she just won her class, the San Antonio and the Hampshires, that's awesome. Congratulations to her. I love the enjoyment and just the enthusiasm she's got out here. Yep, congrats, young lady. Good job. I'm proud of you. Kind of brings out the emotions for me. I've got 3 daughters. I know Will's got 2, and we love to show pigs, and I love when they get excited when they have success. And that being said, let's talk about the pigs in the ring. I didn't really think there was a challenge, in our opinion, on this one. His extra comfort, his extra freshness, and his ability to put that together and have a huge, just impressive look as he goes away. He stays very in check in his skeleton. I mean, look at that hog. He's just extra good in terms of his build. His proportionality's good. I'm not going to tell you that he's the densest one out here in terms of his bone and his feature, but in this situation, I think it's plenty good. That's a fresh-backed, really mobile, agile, comfortable bear to win our first class of Hampshires. As we continue down the line, I think second and third are very close, and we talked about both those and the differences. The bear in second, comparatively to our class winner, needs to come to me broader. He wants to close up a little bit in his knee and at the ground, but that's another real good fresh back bear. I didn't see him connecting his top line together as well as our class winner. I thought as we relate him back to this bear that comes out next, I felt like he had an advantage in terms of maturity at the bottom side of his neck. I think he has an advantage in terms of the way his spine stays a little more just loose in his skeleton. I think that's a good pair. I think there's some differences in him. I don't think you're going to call a difference in terms of bone and feature in those. I think it's as you study them from a distance is how those pigs sort themselves. We got a bear that comes out next, and boy, I like the tough look he brings to the table. That's a big-headed, stout-jawed bear. This got a really tough look when he comes to you. He's a big center, big-bladed hog as well. I guess when I step to the side of this one in particular, he needs to be just a little bit lower set in relationship to his length of body. He also wants to run downhill ever so slightly. He's probably just a little bit rounder in the way he's constructed. He still stays more in check than our bear that comes out next. The young man drives. Extra impressive in terms of his top side shape. He's a neat neck bear that has a neat look from the side. When you step behind him, he wants to go more east and west. At the same time, I don't read him to be as opened up in the center part of his body. Man, that's a very nice hog to be fifth in a good class. The bear that comes out next, I didn't think he matched on either end of his body. He's a bit longer headed out here in relationship and maybe just a little bit more mature about his head. His hip is really level, but a pinch shorter. He wants to flatten in his muscle pattern just a little bit. Let's talk about the positives. That's another big-legged, loose-constructed, good design type Barrow. I just didn't think he blended as well as those ones that go above him. Really big-legged one comes out next. He needs more body and fill for us today. He looks to be a little drier, not only in the center part of his cage, on the top side of his skeleton. That pig leads a little washed out. A Barrow coming out next. It's really heavy duty. Honestly, his attitude today is just not allowing him to show properly. Good class. Let's say congrats to those kids.
Well, if you've just now joined us, we're in our second class of Hampshires. This being the final breed of today's starting of our first wave of the 76th annual San Antonio Livestock Show. My name is Wayne Rohde, and I joined with my co-host Landon, but we have some special guests throughout the show. We had them this morning, some of the what we call the top judges, and they're actually livestock judging members that have judged at different universities across the state. And we've had another one that's just joined me currently, that's with me, and I would like to introduce Cade Anderson from Texas Tech University. And Cade comes from a background of a lot of livestock experience. I've had the privilege of knowing his dad, Mr. Brandon Anderson, for quite a few years, and of course his two uncles as well, Brian and Brent as well. And so just an outstanding family that they're his grandfather and so forth was a renowned Duroc breeder up in the state of Kansas area, and just a great family. And as I mentioned, he is at Texas Tech currently. And Kate, I'd like to welcome you to our show and tell us a little bit about you. Of course, you are I guess a senior at Texas Tech University.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you for the warm introduction. And yes, I am a senior there. Hoping to get her done on my first try here in May.
Absolutely. So, have you just recently completed your livestock judging at Texas Tech?
Yes, sir. We finished up there in November at Louisville, which is our national contest.
Awesome.
Very fortunate. A lot of great opportunities that came with livestock judging, and sad to see it end, but I definitely have a few more free weekends that I get to spend at hog shows like this one.
Oh, absolutely, and we hope you get. Is this your? Of course, you grew up pretty much in your entire life out here in Texas, haven't you?
Yes, sir. My dad and my dad's side of the family, they're all from Kansas. But I've spent my whole life here in Texas. I've always enjoyed it. I've been to every Texas major and seen some success. Just love the hog and the swine industry here in Texas. It's really something special.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad to have you, and of course, share with us some your past experience. Some of your past experience as far as in your livestock judging career. Where did you start it? Did you start at Texas Tech with it, or did you actually start at a junior college?
Yeah, I actually started at a junior college. I went to Blinn College there in Brenham, Texas, way down south.
Know exactly where that's at. They have an outstanding program there as well.
And I was very fortunate. I was coached by Clayton Schramm my freshman year, and then Quest Newberry my sophomore. And then I had the great opportunity to transfer out and go to Texas Tech, where we had a lot of success there and a whole lot of fun.
Well, that's awesome. Landon was at Texas Tech as well, and he actually went to Blinn, but it was not. He got to stay with all the livestock judging kids, but he was actually there on a football type program there, and so he had some really good times, of course, in the livestock program at Blinn, and got to be with a lot of the ag kids as well. But y'all have a great group, and you went through a really outstanding program. So what do you think so far that you've seen in the Hampshire so far? I know you just now got to analyze this second class that has began. And by the way, they're just released the ones out in the big ring, and they have everything that they want to pin.
I sat through and evaluated that first class. Obviously, there's a little more quantity here today. This is the bigger breed that we're going to see today, and in this first wave, probably the second biggest, I'd say. But the quality is still there, and that's what's truly impressive. It speaks really to the just quite how good all these show families are getting here in Texas.
Yes, sir. We saw some really depth in the Berkshires and in the spots and especially the Polands as a breed. And you were really correct. This is the biggest breed that we have seen, and will be the biggest breed we've seen so far. So you were correct on your first comment there. We have 330 total head in this Hampshire show. So what have you seen so far, in your opinion, that these judges have done, and what type of pattern have you taken away from this so far of the trends that they're setting on the types of selection they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, what I've noticed is, Boble and Hilty, they've both been doing just a really fantastic job, and what I love, especially being able to spectate, is that I'm following them and that our types are pretty much spot on the same. They like animals that have a bit of muscle and a bit of body, but they're studying them from the ground up. They want these things to be sound. They want them to have genuine width and kind of the right kind of muscle shape. Not too ripped up, but also not, just absolute tanks out there. And that's what I really appreciate. They're making them correct, because at the end of the day, this is a livestock industry, and these things, some of them are going to be production animals, obviously not the Barrows, but in the swine industry, some of them will go back and start breeding at the end of their show careers.
Well, I think you're dead on in your comments. That's kind of what we have seen as well, and I agree with you 100%. They have kept their pattern so far all the way through, and I haven't seen a change in this breed whatsoever either as well. I mean, I guess if I'm calculating correctly, you probably graduated from high school about 4 years ago, roughly?
Yeah, I graduated there in May of 2021 from Graham High School.
Okay, so my question to you in regards through your high school career and what you've seen in today's types for these last 4 years of your college degree, have you felt like they have kept the trend of types for the most part pretty consistent?
I'd say that the type and kind that judges are looking for in this year's shows are pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that some of the extremes that people were searching for, back when I was a junior, senior, I'd say that those are still around, and there's a lot of things that we're chasing in this game, and obviously you got to make sacrifices with what you're going to get through genetics. You're never going to get a perfect animal. You can either max out one trait, or you can kind of go for one that checks a lot of the boxes but isn't too out there and all that. But I think just in terms of what we've been searching for, I think it's pretty similar, and I think it sets a good precedent just in terms of making them correct. Still having some stoutness, still having some bone and body, and I just like that, and that's really my kind.
Well, you're exactly right, and I agree. I have felt the same way. We finally have gotten to a pattern type of animal that doesn't have these severe extremities, which I went through when my kids were very young, and even that I experienced when I was showing years ago. We went through all these no body, arch back, to Arnold Schwarzenegger, to fat dumpy ones, to all different types, and I'm proud too to hear you say that at least it seems like we have more of a what you call a consistent pattern in our genetic lineup.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I see pictures, of members of my family that were showing, of course, 100 years ago. Sorry, Brian, you are getting old. And then, even pictures of my ag teacher showing pigs and seeing their backdrop photos. And some of them, they're Arnold Schwarzenegger pigs is what I like to call them. Big, muscled
ripped up
freaks.
No fat.
Yeah, just the ultimate lean. And then there's a picture of my ag teacher at a backdrop, and it was actually my phone background for a little while, where that thing is rainbow-backed, no belly, looks to be a little slab-sided, but that was just the kind back then. That was what people were looking for, and I can say personally, I'm glad that we've gone away from it. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of what happens. People get on trends.
Well, I'm glad that our trends have kind of had a balance. Like you said, those that you saw of your family members back then, even the stuff I was showing back then, I would be embarrassed to have around today, by all means.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to get them past Boble and Hilton.
I think they'd go straight one direction, and that's to the green pastures that Landon was talking about. Looks like we're going into our second evaluation here, and they're letting out the first ones they pinned. We got the first one out presently. As you can see, even that first one coming out, it's really square to the ground, got some heaviness of structure and a big old top and a big old hip and hind leg in him, huh?
Yeah, and for being one that's got plenty of muscle and plenty of bone, that thing's still got a motor on it and still able to get out and move.
Yes, they've been very critical on that, and that also is a part of their box checking that you mentioned that has been true consistency all the way through so far. You know, you showed in this ring, and how do you like the new setup with the twice the size ring and more bleachers around?
Yeah, I like it. It's certainly different. You know, I think it was a little bit of a time for a change.
Oh, yes.
I like the new bleachers. They're just as comfortable. Kind of getting bleacher butt at the end of the day. But
you can't get sore. They don't have no padding on them, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it's always nice to see places, you know, revamping and kind of turning over a little bit and improving. But it's still got the same feel, still the same kind of traditions here. You know, kind of the hair stands up on the back of your neck once you enter into the fairgrounds. At least it did for me yesterday morning when we got here.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it's you know, when you come to this show, you know, you got to come with a really good one, and just because you have a really good one doesn't mean you can get the top honors because of the competition that is here. You know, as I mentioned to our audience, you know, out of, you know, around 3,000 sold Barrows, only 346 will make the sale.
Yeah, we've brought plenty of hogs here. We showed here pretty much every year that we could. There was a few years in there that we didn't. You know, Brian judged it one year, and that felt a little wrong to come here.
No, I completely respect that one.
Yeah, but
that just shows the integrity of your family. You have a great family and a great upbringing.
Yeah, but we brought plenty of them here, and a couple of them we got along with. We were very fortunate in our careers, and a couple of them, you know, we didn't, but we respected it, and we knew that, you know, we probably weren't the best one out there. That's just part of it.
Well, I always told Landon and my other son, Clay, that, you know, all we can do is bring what we feel and have him presented in the best possible way, and when we enter that ring, we know we've done all we can, and the rest we can't control, and then you've known you've done all you can.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's just a continuous grind, and what I've truly appreciated over the years, and I mean, it happened just over the course of me showing, felt like kind of early on in my show career, there were a couple of families that really knew how to do it, and they were out there winning. And then as time went on, everybody got better and better and started watching and learning and, you know, kind of doing the things that seemed to work. And now anymore, I mean, it's pretty dang tough. I mean, it was tough whenever I was showing, but I feel like now even we'd be having a whole lot of trouble with some of the families that are starting to emerge.
I'm glad my kids have finished because you're right. It just seems like every year it's tougher and tougher and tougher. So, yeah, most definitely. So, tell me, how do you judge livestock and you judge for animals and stuff, and you had to had to evaluate those 4 and explain how you placed them and why you did what you did and the differences between each one. How do you view that type of judging in comparison to what these judges are doing out here? What is the difference between the 2 types of judging as you see it?
Yeah, I mean, in a way it's kind of the same animal, but it's a completely different beast. On the one hand, with the livestock judging that I did, 4 animals, you're going to place them all in an order that makes sense to you, and you're going to have to, stand on your position, and you're going to have to defend yourself, and say this is why I did it, and, I'm sticking to it. And at the end of the day, you're not always going to be right. Sometimes the committee's not going to agree with you. Sometimes you're going to take points on a class. But, that you did something that took conviction and that you stood on it and you were confident in yourself. And, that's just a decision you have to live with. But out here, I mean, it's a lot of the same deal. You're making a decision. You're standing on it. You're doing it with conviction. But at the end of the day here, it is your decision. You're the man with the microphone.
Yes, sir. And here he's named his first or third place here, and we'll hear the comments from Mr. Boble.
We went and ate lunch, and me and Will talked, and we were excited to get back to look at some crosses, and not to take away from our first 3 breeds of the morning. I thought that all 3 of those breeds represented very, very good livestock. And we get in our second class of Hampshires, and I could say welcome to San Antonio, because it's not only a good class, but I think there's some decisions to be made. There's really no decision for us which Barrow is going to win this particular class. When he came through the ring and came through the sift pin, one look of his head, his toughness of skull, how big his forearm is, how broad his back is, and then he's got a rear leg that's gigantic, and he uses it very, very effectively. He's a proportional bear, and I think that's what's interesting about stout animals. His height to length ratio is so good. I'm not going to tell you he's perfect. I'd probably lift him up on his front feet just ever so slightly. It doesn't bother him out here, and he still stays square as he comes to you. That's a class winner for us, and does it in a very, very easy fashion. The bear that goes in second, I tell you, he's probably not the darkest complected one out here. He's not the hairiest, which I'm not going to use hair as advantage or disadvantage. I'm going to talk about the differences that it brings to the table. But, man, you start really breaking down this pig, and this is a really good skeleton bear. He's a broad pig, and his advantage is over the one that comes right behind him is his skeleton is made just more accurate in terms of the way he plants and drives off his rear leg. And most importantly, when you get to the front 1/3 of his body, his shoulders set, his angle he has, and his forearm and his front knee is better than our one that goes right behind him. And then on top of that, you step on top of him, and he's a bold-bodied bear that has a great turn to his upper cage. That's a good bear to be in second. He doesn't have the outlying pieces that class winner has, but I certainly think a very, very nice bear to be there in second place. The pig coming next has probably as neat a look in the front 1/3 of his body in terms of length of neck, the way that he can put that neck on top of his shoulder. He's got a good set of running gear in terms of the way he uses his rear leg, and his shape is good. I've got to change the angle to his front shoulder. He's just a little more upright. And then when you get right on top of him, I don't read his cage as natural and as full as a bear that goes right above him. But, man, some neat pieces of a Hampshire bear to be third here in a good class. Really big-legged, stout-featured bear comes out next. The flag-tailed one does that. You get right behind him, and is where he sorts. In our opinion, he's the flattest made of our initial 4. He needs to have more real muscle, in my opinion. At the same time, I know he's got great big legs, but I changed the way his hock's shaped as he goes away and just changed him there ever so slightly. An impressive bear on the top side of his skeleton, and that's a big back, and that's a great turn he's got to his loin. He's the one that, as you get behind him, he wants to swivel the most and search the most out of his rear 1/3. He's probably not the biggest featured one as we relate him back to those ones that go above him. The bear that comes out next, I got a little critical of him at first because the pig needs to have more physical fill and just depth to his forerib. After that, that's a big back bear. That's a really good skeleton bear. He's got a good rear leg. He's heavy structured. He's neat looking. Just got to give more physical feel to be competitive today. More meat and potatoes comes out next. Needs to have more feature. Needs to have more shape. Good class of Hampshires. Let's put our hands together for those kids.
Set down. Okay, so they've just completed Class 20, and we haven't given you the placings over our show yet from the previous class, which was the first class of Hampshires. And Kate, would you, if you would have the honors of doing that, if you would please go ahead and give the placings from 10th on up to first place of the first class of Hampshires that were done earlier.
Yes, your placings from Class 19 Hampshires. In 10th place, Rayleigh Joe Russell. 9th, Ren Benner Pickett. 8th, Kinsey Lee Gendrish. 7th, Brizza Reyes. 6th, Cray Winton Coleman. And in 5th, Colton Wayne Soule from Splendora FFA. 4th, Delaney May Glasgow from Lindale FFA. And 3rd, Larson Kate Allen from Taylor County 4-H. 2nd place, Callie Braylon Matthews from San Patricio County 4-H. And then winning your Class 19 Hampshires, Harper Elaine Underwood from Ellis County 4-H.
And Harper also exhibited the Texas bred winner in that first class, and the breeder of it was Lintner Show Pigs out of Comfort, Texas. Congratulations to Harper with his class winner, and also Lintner Show Pigs. Lintner does an outstanding job and works hard from year to year, and does a great and outstanding job as well. Congratulations to them. We'll have our placings in the last class here in just a few minutes.
All right, your placings from Class 20 Hampshires. Trevor Keith Shaw in 10th from Klein Kane FFA. In 9th, Crayley U. Franklin from Morton FFA. 8th, Brenley Garza from, Medina County 4-H. In 7th, Ashlyn Renee Peters from El Campo FFA. 6th, Starla Edwards from Clyde FFA. In 5th, Bradley Wade Arnett from Bridgeland FFA. 4th, Brinley Joe Edwards from Idalou FFA. 3rd was Addison Marie Horton from Farmersville FFA. 2nd was Brooks Ryan Bozeman from Idalou FFA. And in 1st was Kendall Jaden Shackelford from Sulphur Springs FFA.
And Kendall, also being the class winner, also exhibited the class champion certified Texas bred. And the breeder of her hog was Brockman Farms out of Montgomery, Texas. And that's Josh and Carrie Brockman. Another family that works really hard at it and does an outstanding job with their genetics as well. And congratulations to both of them for doing an outstanding job and raising an outstanding barrow. Yeah, Cade, this was, again, a class, class 20 was another really deep set of Hampshire Barrows, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, all the ones that they were placing were pretty nice, and that's always good to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, we, as you well know, we don't have, they don't have to have papers in our breeds in Texas. And not like a lot of the other states where they have to have registration papers on all the purebreds.
Yeah, you know, there may be a couple out here that aren't exactly what they say they are, but
well,
yeah.
they class through, and that's what's important. That's the nice part about having that is it's kind of like in the steer show as well. You know, you go through a classification. They might, they're not maybe, so they have them kind of set a certain way that has a certain criteria. But thank goodness we do have that breed characteristics panel there that says yes you are, or no we think we don't think you quite meet it. And then and the good news is, so however, if they do not classify, of course they get to go showing the dark crosses tomorrow.
Yeah, that's always been something that's pretty nice, and I've actually, you know, I always tell people whenever that happens to them, you know, don't give up. I've seen stranger things happen. I mean, I've seen a Poland barrow, I want to say, at this very show that came out and got like 6th or 7th in like a dark cross class. So, I mean, just keep fighting.
Yeah, you never give up.
Yeah, if your pig's good, just keep going.
If you've now just joined us, we are on class 21. This is our third class of the Hampshires, and we do have 9 classes of Hamps, but at the conclusion of our final 9th class, we will have the division drives, and in our Hampshires, which is the first one that we actually have a division drive, we are going to have a lightweight, a middleweight, and a heavyweight division drive. And then the champion and reserve of each division will be held back, and then we'll go through and have the champion of each weight division come back out a second time, and then basically compete for the champion, Hampshire, and reserve champion honors. And so if you don't know this, the champion breed out of each breed here at San Antonio will receive a $10,000 scholarship. And in fact, you as an exhibitor, we call these competitive events, they can acquire and gain up to $20,000 in scholarship money. So what an outstanding job by San Antonio being able to continue to award and help educate our young people to further their education.
Yeah, I heard that not only, with San Antonio putting on all these great competitive events that allow the youth and the exhibitors to get out here and learn just so much, but I heard that they were giving out $1.6 million in scholarships this year.
Absolutely. That's in the Market Barrow show alone, it's $100,000 if I'm correct on that. Yeah, the total scholarships, I just found it here. I am correct on that. They're going to give in scholarships $100,000 just in that. In the breeding show last week, just the purebred show alone, they gave out $85,000 in scholarships as well. So, it doesn't take long to get to that $1.6 million, does it?
No, it doesn't. And, that comes from all the wonderful support that we get here at the San Antonio Livestock Exposition. You can't really get it done without all the sponsors, the volunteers, the interns, the people that are just here willing to serve the youth, and everybody here that's being a light and being an inspiration, especially for me, but also for these young folk.
When you bring up the volunteers, we couldn't do it. I mean, this show has very limited amount of people here that are actually paid employees, but to run this show, it takes 7,000 people to be able to put this show on, and those are all volunteers. They give up their time, a vacation time at their full-time jobs, or they go without pay and give their time, donate it to this, and San Antonio could not do it without all these generous, hardworking, and volunteers that has dedicated their time to help this youth because they believe so much in this program.
Yeah, I mean, it truly does take an army, and the support group that's here at the San Antonio Livestock Exposition is just truly phenomenal. I mean, my hat's off to all the people that helped get this thing ran. Especially whenever I was an exhibitor, but it's also really fun to see, sitting up here in the booth, being a has-been.
Yeah, my kids are finished showing now and got finished in 2020, and so I really enjoy hearing how you have seen this and have realized what you have gained in knowledge and what you got out of it growing up in this program, and are already willing and wanting to give back. So really appreciate that, Cade.
Yeah, I mean, any excuse really to get out and get to a Barrow show and get to be with all the people that influenced me whenever I was younger, all the people that helped me out, and obviously all my friends that are here. And it's just always a great day, whether it be, this stock show or any of them here in the great state of Texas.
When as I mentioned, this show is so competitive because there are such few placings, only 346 placings, but they're all going not only for the scholarship, but these these breed champions get a $10,000 scholarship unless they've maxed out. Otherwise, they get that. But the Grand Champion Barrow last year received $81,100, 81 to be exact, $81,100 that person received for having the Grand Champion Barrow last year. And the reserve Grand Champion received $55,100, and both of these were record-breaking again. So congratulations to San Antonio's auction team to ensure that these kids got top dollar on these placing animals that it took a lot of sweat, dedication, and luck to get to that point. And, you know, the Barrow Show itself is actually the second largest money contributor to this show. In fact, the Barrow sale itself brought in almost $1.7 million in total dollars, and it was the second to the steer show that brought in almost $2.6 million. So it's way up there as far as being a strong part of this show, and we got a lot of hardworking kids out here. Well, how do we look here where we've got how many pinned back, Cade?
I believe we've got 6 pinned back here. Looks to be a pretty deep class.
They got they pinned back quite a few, didn't they, for the first sort?
Yeah, and they're putting quite a bit of thought into which ones, you know, are going to get the ribbons and get to have the final sort.
You know, that's what's so neat about them, how they're really. And I know you mentioned it a little bit earlier, too, that they are working so well together. And you can tell it just their expressions and how they discuss things with each other. And, it's at ease. You know, you can tell it's just such a relaxing conversation with them. It's just like they're definitely operating on all 8 cylinders.
Yeah, and, with shows like this that do two judges, you're putting a lot of trust and a lot of faith in the other judge. But whenever you have 2 people out here that are such great minds and able to think just so clearly and so level-headed, it's really a great thing to see. And they really are working efficiently through this. I mean, it feels like, not even a couple hours. I was awake at 5 o'clock trying to get to the show.
Absolutely.
What I truly love about systems like this is that they're giving every single kid out here a fair shake. Whether they're going to the truck, whether they're going into the Dead Sea, or whether they're getting a pin and fighting for first, second, third, or fourth, they're going to tell them exactly what they think about their animal, and they're going to give them a fair shake so that way they can come out and be better next time. And that's what I truly appreciate about this deal.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. The 2-judge system has really, you can't ask for anything more ask of any organization to put on a show and have these many kids exhibit into this show, and they've dismissed the ones out here in the ring. Let's give them a round of applause wherever you're at because they've worked really hard, and they, as you can see, there's really a good set of animals that are leaving this ring that are not in contentions. But just to make it this far, they have nothing to be ashamed of, because it took a lot to get that far into this class. And as we've talked about in this show, these kids, I can remember years back, we didn't exhibit these hogs with such perfection like they are today in their hair coat, in their skin, how smooth and fresh appearing their skin is, and just the caretaking, and also having them conditioned where they can handle longer periods of walking. I mean, and this takes hours, countless hours of hard work with each and every one of these kids. And by what these judges do and how our stock show saw this vision and saw they needed to give these kids this extra fairness, that each one got a total fair shake for and saying thank you for your hard work, and we want to make sure you get a fair shake in and out. They have proven that, these judges have, and the shows, all shows of our major shows have really worked hard of doing this for these young people. Just pick the young lady in the yellow shirt to come back. Another really coming at us, really a wide chested, really open up coming at you, isn't it, Cade?
Yeah, really genuine through the base of its chest, and everything from there back kind of matches.
Look at the wide rump on that hog as well. So we talked in our show a little bit about, you know, how we saw in the different colors of shirts and stuff of that sort. Did you do that when you were also trying to wear different brighter type clothing so that a judge could find you more easily?
I mean, I pretty much wore pretty simple ones, a lot of blue, a lot of red. There was a pink one that I wore. I think that would have been my junior year that I held pretty near and dear to my heart.
Hey, I'm impressed. I like pink as well, by goodness.
Yeah, I won county in that shirt with a red pig. So
my favorite breed.
Had a little bit of magic fairy dust on it, so I kept wearing her.
You figured, hey, it started out great. I'm going to keep wearing this one for a while. It had some good mojo in it, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did.
Looks like we've got 3 pinned back so far.
Yeah, I think we've got 10th through 8th placed, maybe. Then they're reworking 7 through 4.
Looks that way.
Yeah, this class has been tough.
Looks like we got 3 pinned back, so yeah, we've got about 7 to. They're placing. I don't know if they're. I guess they're going. Are they going 7th down, or 4th on down? Or are they going 7th? I guess 7th, huh? 7th on up.
I believe so. I believe the young man here was just 7th, and then, well, there's 2 little gals in red. One of them's 6th, and the other one's 5th.
Okay. So it looks like they're gonna just they're gonna take these top 3 and make it a top 3 contingents here in this class 21. So I would say, based on 9 classes and 3 divisions, that this will be our final class for the lightweight division, and then we will not judge that for champion and reserve lightweight division. They should go on and continue the classes, and they'll do that all at the end. But if our audience kind of wants to know, you know, where we're at, this should be the final class of the lightweight division.
Yeah, and it sure has been good. I mean, all the classes so far today have been very nice, but this one's pretty nice.
Absolutely. So who was your judging team coach up at Texas Tech?
My judging team coach there at Tech was Skylar Scotton, and the assistant coach was Case LaRoe.
Okay. Okay. Did y'all have a pretty good year? I'm not able to keep up with how that all comes down, but were you pleased overall with how things worked out?
Yeah, we had a pretty good year.
Awesome.
We got a few licks in at some of the contests. We really kind of hit our stride there at Kansas City. Things didn't turn out the way we wanted to at the big one at Louisville. But, I mean, it was a good year. I mean, made a lot of friends that, I'm going to have for life. A lot of connections, a lot of kind of networking in the industry that you do through programs like livestock judging and showing pigs. I mean, that's another thing that's so huge about it. You meet so many people. Those people are going to be a part of your lives, the entire way through. And it's in a lot of ways that you don't even realize. I thought it was pretty cool. The reserve, Poland, that girl, me and my dad actually bought them their first show pig.
Oh my goodness! Well, I have to share one with you as well. That happened today to us as well. So we had one of your top judges. Her name is Reagan Gibson. They came up here. She's from Iowa State. Well, she told us when she came up, she said, I said, have you ever been here? And she said, well, for judging company.
Another very good class of Hampshires, and Will and I discussed this top end, especially I guess our top trio, a little more intense, and we keep coming back to the young lady in yellow, and in our opinion, he wins, and he wins rather handily. And I'm not going to tell you that he has the most of anything, but he's the best in every area in our opinion. That is a very, very proportional, very fresh-bodied bear that is awesome in terms of his feature. And you wouldn't imagine this from the outside, because I think he's kind of deceiving. But when you step behind him, he is absolutely the big-backed one that has an awesome look as he goes away. He maintains squareness at his rear leg. His foot placement is very, very good. Immature, but still stout and manly. I think it's a good combination to have in our Hampshire show today, and I think that's an easy class winner. Second and third, I think, are ones that we debated a little bit. And, man, I can tell you, I think this bear in second's really, really close to pushing that class winner. That's a neat-headed, big-armed, really fresh back bear as well. He's not as opened up in the center part of his rib cage. He's not as just square and true as he comes out the backside of his shoulder. The place where we critique him the most, and we've got to be critical at this stage and this level of the game. When he goes right away from you, he wants to put a little more weight on the outside of his hoof wall and push out in his rear joint. And from the side, you wouldn't expect that, because he utilizes his rear leg very effectively. He pushes his hog behind his tail. We've got to make him square there. Probably correlates why that hog doesn't have as much back shape and just not as big in the center part of his body in relationship to that one that wins that class. That's a nice bear to be in second. The bear that comes out in third has an advantage in terms of squareness as it goes away. That's another really fresh-backed, big-ended bear that's appropriate from that standpoint. I guess when we step off of him and get just a distance from him, that's where he becomes an easy third, in my opinion. He wants to get just a bit jammed up in the front one-third of his body. I don't think his proportionality is quite as good, and I'm not going to beat a bear because they've got a little swelling in their flank. It throws off his balance a bit in this situation, and then when he comes to you, that pig's not as broad in the center part of his shoulder blade, and especially as you talk about him from where his width lies in his knee. The interesting pig coming out next, and well, I don't like this statement, but I'll say it. I wish I had a pen of gilts at home that looked like this in terms of rear leg bone and function. This pig maybe has as good a rear leg as we've seen of any pig that's shown today. He's a bit stretchy. He's not as bold as he needs to be up high. And just simply put, the pig needs more muscle and preparation in terms of bulk. That's a neat pig that has an awesome set of running gear. Pigs like that are not going to get us in trouble, and will continue to improve as we continue down the line. Bear coming out next. I thought Red just a little bit plainer in the front one-third of his body. He's still bulky in the center part of his body. he runs out of feature as we relate him back to those Barrows. The two that come out next, I guess their balance and their proportions weren't as good for me. This pig's a bit longer faced, and maybe just doesn't have an overwhelming look when you get right on top of him. And a Barrow that comes out next, I love the center part of his rib cage. His neck set needs to be different. He needs to be stouter in terms of his skull and his bone. Good class of Hampshires. Congratulations to all those kids.
Good job.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
The Texas bred was.
She said they can't hear him, so you can go ahead and give these places.
All right, your results from Class 21, Hampshires. In 10th, Tyler Gene Snyder from Marion FFA. 9th was Paxton John Schmake from Lee County 4-H. 8th was Haley Malin Metters from Thorndale FFA. 7th was Colt W. Smith from Fort Bend County 4-H. 6th, Allison Catherine Posey from Medina County 4-H. 5th, Anelia Canales from Odem FFA. 4th, Jayton Hicks from Lynn County 4-H. 3rd, Maddie Lynn Pedroza from Medina County 4-H, and that third place bear, that one was actually your Texas bred champion.
It was bred by Lackey Farms, Jason and Jackie Lackey. Congratulations to you guys for breeding that one. Y'all always do an outstanding job, not only with your genetics, but the kids.
Yes, congrats to them. And then in second, we have Kendi Ray Smith from Midland County 4-H. And winning Class 21 was Lexi Shanae Nelson from Kendall County 4-H.
Congratulations to all of these winners. Okay, so you just had gotten the results from our Class 21, and we're currently on Class 22 of the Hampshires this afternoon. This will be our fourth class. This weight range is from 259 to 265, and there's 38 head in this class, and this will be the start of our middleweight division. There'll be 3 total classes of this, and that'll close out our middleweight division. So the total Hampshire show is 330 total head. And anyway, since we're talking about, and as far as on placing, what makes the sale is your top 6. Previously, the other breeds that we had this morning, the top 5 made the sale, but now we get into the Hampshires. It's based on number of entries, how they kind of figure these things from the year before, and they come up with their auction numbers, and if it seems to be consistent, then they look at a possible change. So they made some adjustments because the Berkshires last year only had 3 classes, and they went ahead and pulled from some of the other classes based the numbers were less and added 2 more classes to the Berkshires, which gave them 10 placings more than they had last year. So great job by San Antonio just kind of recognizing on the numbers and, trying to make it fair to each and every one of the kids in that respect. Just some things to kind of note on how that works on the auction. You might have heard me, there's 346 total is all that makes it out of these 3,000 so Barrows here at San Antonio. And the placings are either, as I mentioned, either up to 5th place, or in some of these breeds it's up to 6th place. However, what they do, because the auctions got so lengthy, they made some changes last year already, and this is really neat because, these poor buyers and these poor kids that had 5th and 6th place maybe didn't get home till 2 in the morning, or the sale didn't get finished till 1 in the morning, and that was just so hard on not only the kids, the parents, and especially the buyers after they go to all the different species sales. But what they do now is the 5th and 6th place do not walk the stage, the auction. They are guaranteed $1,500. They're called a non-walking lot is what they're called. But what you can do is also do an add-on afterwards and go to the San Antonio auction website and actually give them their sale number and be able to give them the add-ons. Or if you're actually at the sale, you can go to the add-on booth and give them that lot number and do add-ons above that. But they are guaranteed $1,500 plus whatever add-ons that you want to give to these kids. So it's really helped these buyers, parents, and kids out by doing this. So really appreciate San Antonio seeing the foresight of how it was really tearing these people down and took a lot of stress out of their lives. Looks like what we've got pinned so far, Cade, is looks like 9 head, no 10 head, huh?
Yeah, we've got 10 head, and there might be another one coming down, getting validated.
Yeah, there could be some under classification and weighing, so that's just alone. And they got quite a few out in the big arena. So, if you just now joined us, these Hampshires, they have been keeping quite a few. There's only, like we said, 6 that actually make the sale, and 10 get rosettes. And so a lot of times they've been keeping 14, around that 14 range. So really appreciate these judges wanting to ensure that each and every one of these kids get a fair shake. They picked the young man there in that kind of a lighter blue royal type print shirt there. So he's going to go to classification and weigh-in. And, just because you got pinned out of the big ring doesn't mean that you're going to not make the top 6. Well, I have seen it time and time again. In last year's show especially, where you got panned out of the big ring and ended up being 4th or 5th and making the sale. So you never give up. You that are exhibitors or parents that have kids that actually show in different shows, always teach them and remind them that it's not over till they send you out of the ring. You know, the Barrow show here is the second highest number as far as participation and in auction monies as well. The Grand Champion brought the second highest amount at $81,100, and that was a record from the year before. And the Reserve Grand also a record. It was $55,100. So they really bring in a lot of money. They're the second highest specie in the auction. The Barrows brought in almost 1.7, and the steers being the highest brought in almost 2.6. So this Barrow show is one that's why we have such great participation in it, because it's just very competitive, but a lot of dollars that they raise to help these young people.
Yeah, and we really do appreciate all the people that go into that for their efforts and for their continued contributions.
So these are the first three, I guess, so they're letting out the fourth one now, but they hadn't penned anything back yet, have they?
No, I don't believe so.
So what they're doing, it looks like that they want to just make sure before they pen the first or second one, just kind of get an analysis of these four and see what the different patterns that they've put together. It looks like they did the young man there in the short sleeve shirt in the back. You know, we talked about the fitting of these barrows and how many hours, countless hours are being done to try to, these kids out there working with these animals to keep them fit, keep their hair in immaculate shape and their skin and all of that. But this exercise program is so important too, and teaching those pigs the skill, because let's face it, pigs are not much different sometimes than humans, because we all have little bouts and issues and moods at times. So they're teaching these barrows to maneuver how they want them and steer them like a car. So you can see it takes a lot of hours to take one from the big ring all the way back to the pen, and there's nobody with a board pushing them in there.
Yeah, it takes a lot of work. It takes a whole lot of time at home. It takes a lot of reps. It takes a lot of discipline, long nights at the barn. I know me personally, I'd have long days at school, get done with doing everything through FFA and 4-H, and I'd still take time to go out to the barn, me and Dad, until, the sun would go down, and then we'd feed, go home, do it all again the next day.
Absolutely. And those are memories you made with your dad that you'll never forget either, are they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, lots of memories. Some that I remember fondly and would love to tell about, and then some probably that should stay up here in this brain.
Those are educational memories.
Yeah, those are usually the ones that you learn a little bit more from.
Absolutely. You don't forget it. I bet you didn't do it twice again.
Yeah, one time I put an aerosol can in a fire pit that we had. That ended poorly.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good, does it?
No. No, it was a bad deal.
Looks like we've got 4 penned back so far. And I think we got a 5th one coming in. Yes, the young lady in the black sweater with the red striped shirt.
Yeah, things are starting to heat up both literally and figuratively here as we're getting deeper into the Hampshires.
And it's getting a little warmer up here at the top on the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, my phone says it's 73 outside, but it don't
In
feel
here,
like
it's
that.
not. I can promise you.
It wouldn't be San Antonio though without a little bit of sweat.
Oh yes, we're making some of those good memories, those memories you won't forget. Looks like we've got the sixth one pulled back. So, Cade, you told me, so you're going to graduate here upcoming in May, is that correct?
Yeah, that is at least the plan.
So what is your plans upon graduation then?
I'll give you the same answer I've been giving everyone else. I'm open to suggestions.
Okay, good. Have you given it any thought to go for your master's program at this point, or you just kind of waiting to see if something comes up before you decide to maybe consider that?
Yeah, I've thought about staying for my master's, but it's been a bit of a battle getting through the allotment of school that is, the minimum. So
absolutely,
I'm not sure about more school.
I understand. Sometimes you need to take a little break, though, too.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing that my dad said one time whenever he was offered a position and they looked at his GPA. I got a very balanced education, very well-rounded.
Hey, well said, Brandon.
All right, everybody. I gave y'all's ears a little bit of a break from Wayne Rohde, and I'm sure he says the same thing about me. And, Cade and I were just talking. There's some really deep quality hogs. I actually went down below the crow's nest. We're about 15 feet off the ground. I told him I went down there, and, man, these hogs are huge. They look small from up here, but, man, you get down underneath them. They're some big-backed, very complete animals out here today. So, Cade, kind of fill me in on what you guys have been talking about.
Yeah, we've just been talking about kind of our shared experiences, even though me and Wayne obviously grew up in a little different eras.
Yeah.
Pigs have changed a lot over the time frames, but it's always been somebody's kind, and that's what's so special about this industry. They like what they like. Here's
Absolutely.
Ben.
Good class of Hampshires, and I'll be the first to tell you, I think comparatively to the last classes that we worked through, I think there's a bit more sort, and not being critical of the pigs or the kids, and so you've got to just ask yourself and just accept some flaws that maybe need to be changed in a place or two. Young man's going to win the class with a belted barrow across the ring, and I'll be the first to tell you, I wish that pig would come to you stronger in terms of his feet, wish he was bolder in his chest and his knee. Outside of that and behind that, that's easily the barrow of choice in our opinion. He's a big-legged barrow that uses his hock effectively. He's fresh in terms of his presentation. He's got a good show barrow head in terms of skull shape and jaw stoutness. I think a solid place to start. I do think the barrow that comes in second does come to you with more shape in the center part of his shoulder. I think he's a bigger-chested barrow, but he also brings more concern in my opinion. He's not as stout in terms of his head, and I think most importantly, the pig needs to just relax off both ends of his skeleton. He's a bit more upright in his shoulder, and when you get right behind that one and watch him go away, he doesn't need to be set any wider at his hock joint or where his rear feet goes to the ground. I like the middle part of this barrow's body in terms of just his fullness of forerib. He's another barrow that's really aggressive coming out the backside of his shoulder. As you take him to the ground, he's just too fragile in terms of his forearm, his foot size, and bone. You just got to make him stouter and more manly to run in a class that has some very, very good pieces. A barrow that comes out next, it's extra big in terms of his feature. He's on the other side of other end of the spectrum from that perspective. He comes with concern as well. He's a barrow I'd like to fix in terms of his front foot. And boy, he could get a little wide stepping from behind. Need to lengthen him out of his hip. I appreciate the freshness of back he has, and that's a big stout one. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we've got a barrow that's got a big rear leg and uses it very effectively. He's too mature for me in the front 1/3 of his body, and on top of that, he probably needs to have a little more muzzle. Just need to clean him up in his crest, his poll, and his throat latch to make him more competitive. The barrow that comes out next is a barrow that, again, you like his freshness of back, center body's good. He gets to be too fragile in terms of his head. His jawline needs to be stouter. We need to make his arm match what he's got from behind. Good class of Hampshires. We continue down the line. We've got more struggle from a skeleton standpoint, but certainly a great group of kids. Let's put our hands together for them as they exit.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, that concludes class number 22. Moving on to class number 23 here. This will be the 5th class of a total of 9 classes of Hamps here today. Class number 23 consists of 37 head. I guess this is one of the second largest classes we have here, with weight ranges going from 266 to 274 here in this class. Cade?
Yeah, looks like we're already starting to see some get sorted out here into the C. I've been very impressed so far with the quality here in the Hampshire division.
I totally agree, man. And there's some that, you talk about, you only give out 10 placing ribbons and only 6 make the sale in this particular breed, which is one more than the previous breeds that we did today. But you look at some of these 11th, 12th through 14th place, there's a lot of really good pigs left standing out there. And that just, attributes to what you've been talking about, the quality and the depth of this particular breed in general.
Yeah, a bunch of like-minded individuals that are all passionate about the same stuff and all want to win, but even more than wanting to win, they want to get that great experience for the kids, for the exhibitors, and for the families. That's what I love so much about this. It's really family-oriented.
Exactly, and that carries over to the next part of their life too. Once they graduate, you think about all the relationships that you've built, that I've built in this industry, just growing up showing, that carry on to either college or your career one day. It all starts right here in the show ring. And I was going to ask you, you grew up showing in Texas, right?
Yes, sir.
It was funny because everybody we've talked to before that's part of this top judge thing, they just get so excited about the hooping and hollering, and they're like, oh my gosh, they're so supportive. And like you and I, we grew up with this. This is not out of the norm for us. And they say, I guess everybody up north, they kind of keep quiet when the show's going on, where we're just like going to a football game kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's always getting rowdy whenever we're here at these Texas majors. Sometimes a little too rowdy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Everybody's just really passionate about this deal, and a lot of these deals have gotten so big, and everybody just supports each other, and it's always a great thing to see. Everybody just cheering each other on.
Exactly, and I love, that's what I love about the major shows too, Kate, is at the county level, they don't talk to each other at county. We're nobody's friends at the county show, but once you leave that county level show, we're all here to support the people in the county or your show teams or whatever team you're on. It's totally different once you get to the majors, because everybody's a winner as far as I'm concerned when you get to this level, and everybody's happy for everybody. And that just kind of goes to show you the kind of industry that we're very fortunate enough to be in and be a part of here. I'm looking down here, Cade. We've been preaching showmanship all day long, and it's so important to make sure your hog stands out, but I'm going to also go a little bit deeper into that. When it comes to some of these breeds where all the animals look a lot alike, what a judge appreciates is when you can stand out as well, because they may come back to your hog, and if everybody's wearing the same color shirt, it's kind of hard to find that kid. But there's a young lady right here that's in a very glittery-looking jacket here. Yeah. I think she can stand out in a crowd, a sea of people, don't you think?
Yeah, it definitely stands out, and obviously she's been pulled and pinned back into one of the pins that'll be sorted here later, so something's working.
Yeah, she'll be easy to find. And that's so important, too. If they want to come back to you, they're on the fence about you maybe getting pinned back, it's easy for me to be like, okay, I'm going to find the young lady with the big pink bow in her hair. The judge will keep that in the back of his mind. When you have a bunch of hogs out there, it's easy to find you versus find the hogs sometimes in a sea of a lot of good ones out there.
Yeah, and there certainly are a whole lot of good ones out here, so it is more and more important to stand out.
Looks like Wayne gave us a Texas bred, and it was actually the class winner in class number 22. Our Texas bred was exhibited by Corbin Teets of Navarro County 4-H, and the breeder of that hog from Texas was Stork Livestock. So congratulations to Macon and family, and on a really, really good barrow in that last class we had. I don't know if we have the top 10 placings yet from that last class. Has Wayne been making you read those off, Cade?
Yeah. I've been reading those off, and a whole lot of great exhibitors, and love to get them some recognition. Especially if Ma and Pa or Grandma and Grandpa are listening at home, maybe not have the opportunity to get out here to San Antonio. So it's always good for them.
Absolutely, and it's fun getting some of these guys like Cole from Georgia, trying to pronounce some of our counties. And some of these German names out there, he's like, how do you pronounce that? And, just like the cheering, we're used to those names, but some of these other guys, you get these other guys and put them on the spot like that. It's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% so far on my pronunciation, but I'd say I'm about 97.
Hey, that's pretty. I'll take those odds any day of the week, Cade.
Yeah.
That's an A+ in college right there.
Yeah, and I could use a couple of those.
And like you said, you go to Texas Tech and you're on the livestock judging team there, and y'all have a very, very competitive livestock judging team at Texas Tech, and that bar was set pretty high even when I was there in 09 through 13.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of success in the 2000s. Been very fortunate, to go to such a prestigious program like that and get the opportunity to judge under some great coaches.
Absolutely, and Lubbock, Texas, of all places, there's not much to do other than go to school.
Yep.
There's a few things, obviously.
Just school. Yeah. No, Lubbock's got some great scenery. We actually have a tree in our yard. One of the only ones, I think, for a 50-mile radius, maybe.
How many dust storms have you been through so far in college?
2. One of them happened actually the second week I was there. Had no idea what the heck everybody was talking about until I was in the middle of it.
Uh-huh.
I was actually just parked on that one, but then the second one I was trying to get back to Levelland, back to my dad's house, and that one caught me by surprise.
Oh, and they will. And I used to help out a little bit at HF&C in Wolfworth a lot, and Cody Isbell and Jeff McAllister, the owner, we were outside getting some big square bells put together, and all of a sudden this big wall, it looked like a cloud off in the distance. And I was like, what is that? And Jeff said, well, that's us needing to go inside in the next 5 minutes and close all the doors. And I didn't realize when those things blow in, they blow in with a vengeance, and knocked over a couple deer feeders and stuff like that. And it's definitely a sight to see, and it's hard to describe it on a video without saying you just need to experience one to see what we're talking about here. Same thing with mud rain.
Yeah, I haven't had to experience that one yet, but
that's probably good you haven't.
Yeah.
Looks like we have 2 pinned back that I can see. There might be 1 or 2 getting classified down below us. As we've stated all day today, you have 10 pounds on the upper and the lower end of your weight card. So if you turn in your weight card at 260, you can weigh up to 270 going across the scale, or as low as 250. If you're below 250, your hog is disqualified, or if you're above that 10 pounds on the top end of your weight card, you're disqualified as well. But when it comes to classification, say you don't meet the breed characteristics in the Hampshire, the dark crosses are tomorrow, so you get kind of put into the dark cross breed, which gives you a secondary chance out there to show. And the crosses, you don't have to worry about any breed characteristics on those guys. Looks like the guys, Kate, have kind of stopped here. I think there might be several getting classified here.
Yeah, we certainly have a gallery starting to build off to the edge of kind of our crow's nest. Mm-hmm. Looks like I think we've got 4 already in now, so we're getting a few more.
Absolutely. Now I bet there's 2 or 3 down below us getting classified or weighed, because they've kind of stopped, and there's still about 7 or 8 more for them to kind of sort through on this initial first sort.
Yeah, that classification process, sometimes you got to hold your breath because you never really know what's going to happen.
Kind of same thing going across the scale if you're kind of tinkering with that top end of the weight you have.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of things that can go wrong when it comes to the weight. Obviously, for people that aren't from San Antonio, Texas, it's a bit of a trek to get here, and, sometimes the climate may be different. I know at least where I'm from, it was more of a dry heat and less of a kind of humid moisture heat like we have here in San Antonio. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in terms of your pig getting sick and not wanting to eat. And sometimes people struggle with the bottom side of that weight too.
Trying to get them up, yeah. And we had a couple this morning, too, in those first classes, especially in the Burke breed. There was some, you have to weigh a minimum of, I think, 250. There was some, or I guess 240 on the lower end of that deal. But there was a couple that went across the scale that weighed 231. Well, that's not even big enough for the packer. I don't think the packer will take that weight. So I'm curious to see what they do with those animals. But, yeah, you talk about the bottom end of it, especially in those lighter classes. Looks like we're fired back up again here. Yeah, look, we had a little, for those of you familiar with I-35, we had a little bit of a traffic jam there. 8 pigs that are pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. Once again, 6 make the sale per class in this Hampshire breed. And those are for you who are just now tuning in and who may not know what's going on. So Mr. Boble is our lead judge on this Hampshire breed. They will go to him first on the initial sort. If he points straight ahead, that means your pig is going to get classified, weighed, and have a chance for a top placing. If he points to your right, or his right, your right, his left, it's going to go to Mr. Will Hilty, and he's our secondary evaluator here today for the Hampshire breed. If he points straight ahead, you'll go to the C or the big arena or the Dead Sea, whatever you may call it, for a secondary evaluation after their first initial sort. If he points to the right, we wish the individual better luck at another show and wish them nothing but the best. And their pig goes on to, as I like to say, Kate, greener pastures.
Yeah, and what I love about the 2-judge system is that, whichever judge is going to be the executive for the certain breeds, they've been kind of changing back and forth. If they are sending those hogs and those exhibitors onto greener pastures, they're going to talk to them. They're going to tell them, maybe what was the problem with their animal, and they're going to tell them how to get better for the future. And that's what I love, always trying to give back and helping out those exhibitors because, there is things beyond the San Antonio Livestock Show.
I couldn't have said it any better myself, Kate. It's all about that integrity you have as a judge. You talk about, and I'll throw 2 names out there too. You watch Seth Swinson and Rotoball judge together. They do a phenomenal job with those kids and sorting, and it's fun to watch those guys. But I'm going to throw 2 other names that we're both very familiar with, Dan Hogue and Mark Hogue. Those guys have built a reputation not only sorting really good livestock, but taking their time with each individual kid. And as a parent or a sponsor of these kids showing, that you had the best opportunity with your animal, whether you win, lose, or go to the truck. It doesn't matter. They took their time, and that's exactly like you said. These guys are doing just that at an exceptional rate.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Dan and Mark, and I can't remember exactly which Texas major it was, but it was somewhere where they were judging together, and Dan really liked my pig. I remember the pig, but I can't remember where I was. The pig was pretty basic, had some body, had some muscle, not as many bells and whistles, but he was deadly sound. Just could go for miles. And I remember Dan, he wanted to use me to win the class, and Mark wanted to put me 5th. Well, Mark was the executive judge on that one, so I believe I ended up being 2nd. But, yeah, I remember Dan was ready to fight for me and go to bat for me.
And even in a father-son duo there, you would think the father has the executive decision. But, I'm going to tell you a quick story because it's funny and you'll appreciate this. So your Uncle Brian, who is a phenomenal judge, really loved judging to him. I tell this story every time. When you go to this big arena, don't sweat it because you have an opportunity to get judged again and have a bigger arena for these guys to take a look at your animal. And you can show from that arena, they can pull you back for a chance at a top placing here. Well, your Uncle Brian, I was shown a Duroc that year in the heavies. And I got put to the big arena, and I knew I had a really, really good hog. And I was like, man, maybe I didn't set him up good enough. He didn't get a good enough look at him. Well, once they did that initial sort, we went out there, and the judges went out there, and they were looking at him. Well, Brian ended up looking at my hog. He's like, that's a pretty good hog. I'm going to pin that one back. Well, I ended up winning that class, Cade. And I always tell your uncle when I see him, I'm like, that I had one that you put to the Dead Sea, and then I came back and won the class. And so I guess my story is never give up. It just happened to be your uncle that was judging that time. And to this day, that's been 20 years ago, Cade, and I still have not forgotten about it or have ever forgotten to remind him about that.
Yeah, it sounds like you wanted to make you sweat a little bit.
I think so, or make my dad sweat.
Yeah.
Probably make Wayne Rohde sweat a little bit.
Yeah, I wanted to make you work for it.
That's exactly right.
Maybe he was testing to make sure that your pig could go for a little while.
I think so.
Endurance.
I totally agree with that. That boy. It looks like we've pulled out. This will be the sixth one pulled out from the initial sort. We got a pretty good amount of hogs that they pinned back in this class, Cade.
Yeah. Pretty deep division that we've had so far here in the Hampshires. I'm excited to see which one comes out on top once we do our breed drive.
Absolutely. We talked about, them having to be wide base, heavy structured, good adequate amount of muscle, sound on all fours, and real. You talk about Ben talking about lines on a hog, just checking all those boxes and having a good silhouette of their animal here. And I feel like a lot of these animals here in this Hampshire Drive have all those boxes checked off, and that's why I think the show slowed down a little bit because of the competition and the overall competitiveness of each one of these classes here in the Hampshire breed.
Yeah, sometimes as a judge you kind of got to dig in and really bear down to make sure that you're making all the right decisions and you're staying to your kind, and I think that goes back to giving every kid their fair shake and always staying impartial, and that's what I truly appreciate.
Absolutely, and it also goes back to that, you talk about that two-judge system. Well, sometimes, you have so many good ones out there, you have another guy helping you with your eyes. He's a second set of eyes to say, hey, Ben, look at this one over here, and I've seen Will do that a few times, and vice versa between the breeds with these two guys, like, hey, look at this one over here. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, no, I just totally missed that hog. And they're not too prideful to say that either.
Yeah, sometimes you're going to miss. That's just part of it. Just like, the simple fact that there's not going to be a perfect animal out there when you're judging. You're not going to be the perfect judge every time.
Exactly. And, and that's what's funny about the transition between when you and I were showing versus, these kids nowadays. I feel like we've created a bunch of unicorns out here in the sense of just how great these animals are. And 15 years ago, you wouldn't have this many animals that were not perfect, like you said, but you're talking about minor flaws, or like, I wish this one took a little bit longer step. And when I'm talking longer step, I'm talking centimeters to make it that way. But that's what our industry has created with these animals.
Yeah, it speaks to the quality of, the leaders that are in our industry, as well as the parents, the grandparents, and the exhibitors. It takes a lot of effort to get an animal to be that good. And another person that we should probably be thanking is all the breeders here. We got wonderful breeders around the nation and in the state of Texas. And, it only makes our industry stronger. And,
and building off of that too, Cade, you talk about these breeders, all you breeders who are listening, or whether you be wherever you're at in the United States right now, these top 15, 20 hogs that you see out here, if you have a kid out here that you sold an animal to, you should be very proud of them, whether they make a top 6 placing, top 10, or stuck in 11th through 14th here. They've done a phenomenal job not only showing the animal, but getting the animal fitted to its best possible ability. And as a breeder myself, it makes me, it's a breath of fresh air to know that when that animal leaves my farm, it's going to be in the best hands it possibly could be and taken care of the best possible way it ever could be.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get to a Texas major and be out here in contention.
Looks like we have 6 pinned back for a chance at the top 6 placings here. And now Mr. Bovo's got the little buttons, and he's going to start placing them 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here. I like your buckle you have on, by the way.
Thanks, sir.
I made that buckle, by the way. Yeah. I'm Landon Rohde.
Brent Edwards.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So where did you go to school at? Let me see that buckle. Oh, yeah, that's a Rodeo Austin one, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Stone State. So just for y'all tuned in, they're doing another sort. Cade pointed that out. They're going to pull all 6 of these out, and if they really like it, they're going to pin them back one more time, and that'll be the top, 2 or 3. And that's so these animals don't get worn out either, I'm sure. Okay,
Yeah.
what do you think about the big ring, by the way?
I like it. I like the size of the ring. There are, some points, especially on the far stands that are the furthest away from us here in the Crow's Nest. I mean, it does feel a little far sometimes, but you are getting a pretty good view of everything. And the bleachers certainly are a little more comfortable than the ones that we had previously.
Oh, absolutely, and there's more of them too. So, me being short, it's kind of nice because I can go sit down now. There's a place to sit down, and I don't have any 6 foot, 7 foot people in front of me.
Yeah.
Trying to be able to see the show. So there's plenty of room for people to sit down if y'all are coming either tomorrow or in one of the later waves. You're going to love what they did to the place.
Yeah, it's not so claustrophobic.
Exactly.
I do recall those days. Yeah.
And, with these big, I'm not going to name the name of the fan here, but they're big and they're fans. They're fans that are really big. So I'll let you guys fill it in where you want to there. They've had them for years, but it's really kept that dust level down here at this show. I remember I don't know if you remember when you were young showing, you could see a dust line from where the show was to where the roof was, and it was hard to get the dust out, and they've really done a good job of keeping that ammonia and that dust level down here at San Antonio.
Yeah, and another thing, going back to a previous topic that we talked about, me and Wayne, all the volunteers, they do a great job also keeping that dust down and keeping the barn clean. I mean, once this first wave's out of here, I mean, it's a sight to see them just ripping up everything, cleaning it, turning it over, getting it ready for another, 1,000, 1,100 head to get in here and showing the second wave. It is truly impressive, and it takes an army, like we said earlier.
Exactly, and over 7,000 volunteers, and you talk to the paid employees here at San Antonio, they help set the vision and the tone and the direction, but it's the volunteers that make the show what it is.
Yeah, and what's so awesome is even the people that are volunteering, you go up and talk to them, and they are so passionate about this deal, and they want to do it again and again and again, and that's what's so truly impressive. They're not getting paid to be here, yet they still have so much passion for this industry and for the youth that they're willing to do it time and time again.
Absolutely, Cade, and I've mentioned this, and you've probably heard this old saying before, but the greatest thing you could ever give somebody in this lifetime is your time, because it's only yours to give, and you don't ever get it back. You can always make more money, you can always go out and do certain things, but when it comes to your time, the fact that they're donating their life and their time, that the only reward is helping these kids, and that's enough. That's better than any kind of money would buy. So thank you, volunteers, for you guys who help and donate your time.
Yeah, and just one more point on that conversation. I think the biggest deal that we can take away from Barrow shows and, exhibitions like this is always making sure that we keep the kids just a little bit bigger than the animal. At the end of the day, that's what it's really about. It's about the exhibitor. It's about the experience, and it's about, just the passion that we can instill in these young people. Because, guys like you and me, we're only going to be around for so long, and we're only going to be so influential for so long. We got to make sure that there's people coming up behind us that can fill our shoes and, that can take the reins, so to say.
Absolutely, setting that foundation. Hey, I got to give you a fist bump on that. That's good stuff, man. So for those of you at home who are on the fence about, hey, I'm watching my niece or nephew or, whoever it may be, friend of the family, watching them, supporting them on the podcast, watching them show pigs. Like, I don't want to get into the pig. Maybe our kids want to show. Well, just like Kate just mentioned, you're setting the tone for the next part of their life, and to carry that on and pass that down to their kids and their kids' kids. And there's no better industry in my mind than this one to help build good livestock, but even better kids. Man, that was good, Cade. I like that. I don't know. You're a heck of a philosophizer over here, my man.
Yeah, I may not have the voice of my father, but I can definitely get out and talk with the best of them.
You know, I was downstairs, and I've told you this already. We've joked about this, but I was talking to some Texas bred people down there. So, oh, yeah, Cade Anderson's up here. Oh, Brandon's son's up here. And first thing they said, Cade, is his voice as deep as his dad's? And I was like, pretty close. I don't know if your dad's listening or not, but, you know, hey, he's giving you a run for your money, Brandon. He's pretty good on this mic up here.
Yeah, it's not quite as deep, but, yeah. I don't know where he's at. I'm sure he's watching somewhere in the stands.
Oh, is he here right now?
Yeah, he's here in San Antonio.
What the heck? I'm surprised he hadn't come up here and harassed Dad and I yet. He's usually pretty good about that.
Yeah. I think he's just here for leisure and vacation. That speaks to what kind of man he is. He's at a stock show for a vacation.
Well, hey, that sounds kind of like you. Like, any excuse I can get to a good Barrows show, I'll be there.
Especially, you know, one's as good as this.
Man, they're really talking about these top 2 Barrows here in this class. This is the longest I've seen them talk, just sit here before they place these 2. They're really evaluating these 2 pretty hard, and I think this is the longest I've seen them try to evaluate just 2 here.
Oh, and here we go with the decision.
Woo!
Bang.
Young man in the gray is going to be second. The young man in the striped shirt, he'll be your class winner in class number. I guess we're still on 23, right?
Yes.
Another good class of Hampshires, and I'll be honest, it's probably as close a decision as we've made at this point in the day. And you know, if I could combine where these 2 Barrows have a class advantage, we'd have an absolute monster out here. But I think they both come with a little bit of challenges. Simply put, if you get past the class winners, the way that his head and neck set on top of his shoulder from their back, that is a broad, fresher middled, bigger hearted Barrow that's incredibly square and stout going away. His advantage is in the center part of his body, and specifically his advantage from right there in terms of length of step is very, very overwhelming in my opinion. Again, I'd like to change the way that his head and neck set on top of his shoulder. Outside of that, I just can't convince myself that there's another place where I think the second place Barrow has an advantage. I think they're both really good because, man, this is a show Barrow deluxe in terms of the length of head, length of neck. He's got an awesome skull shape. He's a good crested Barrow that's very, very fresh and presented awesome out here. He's not as bold in the center part of his body, and when you get right behind him, he wants to surge just a little bit more than that class winner. Very close pair, very good pair of Barrows. My congratulations to both those kids. This Barrow that comes out in third is just interesting in my opinion. He's different in terms of the way that he's assembled. I guess we'll start at the ground with him. That's a great big rear leg. He uses it effectively. He's extra short in terms of his body. And, man, that one is incredibly impressive when you get on the top side of his skeleton in terms of the spread and the shape he has coming at the back side of his shoulder. I guess when I step back and just ask myself where you're at from a balance perspective, we got to make him better in the way he ties at the top side of his neck. We got to make his spine just a little more just collected in the way that he's asked to drive out here. A pig's close in a lot of different areas, but in my opinion, he's got too many problems there to be a class winner at San Antonio. The young man here did a great job presenting his Barrow. We didn't pin him back in the top end, and so we asked him to continue to drive. He didn't go in fourth because his skeleton ran out. That's not our issue. As I step back and study his proportionality and balance, he's the poorest from that perspective, in my opinion. He's a bit longer body Barrow, which I'm okay with him being longer body. That's not his problem. I think his length of hip in relationship to his length of body is where he falls short in our top four. And I guess as we talk about him from just a stoutness perspective, he's fourth in my opinion in those top four. Again, the young man does a great job presenting that one. If I could make him longer hipped to match his length of body, that's a Barrow I think we can move up a spot or two. Another stout one comes out next. We just got to make him looser in the way he's constructed out of his front end step. He's a little more tip forward in his shoulder and his forearm. He wants a short step just a bit off of both ends of his skeleton. I still thought he had more punch than the Barrow that comes out next in terms of bone and feature. This pig that comes out here is a good pig in terms of his top line stoutness and squareness. We need to freshen him up in terms of the way he's presented today. And in my opinion, he's the most fragile built especially in his skull shape of those top 5 or 6. Good class of Hampshires. Again, as they exit, let's put our hands together for all those young people.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry to use what they call a bathroom break. We're on now class number 24 here. Weight ranges are from 275 to 278 with 36 total heads, so it's one of the larger classes that we have here in the Hampshire breed here. Looks like we have 15 pinned back, and I'll tell you, I'm joined by Mr. Bryn Edwards. I'm going to turn it over to him here in just a second. Bryn, this is actually the largest class that they pulled so far, and they're not even, I guess they're done now, but there's at least 15 or 16 they pulled back. So the heat is getting turned up, not just outside heat. We're talking about the Hampshire breed. This class is really deep here, Bryn, and I'm going to ask Mr. Bryn Edwards. So, Bryn, tell us about yourself.
Absolutely. Like he said, my name's Bryn Edwards. Born and raised around the Panhandle. Currently live in Lubbock, Texas, where I go to Texas Tech University. Wreck 'em always. Me and my old man, we raised some show pigs back home. Man, it's really neat to come here at the San Antonio Stock Show where, man, I grew up in this ring and just this atmosphere, and it's so cool to see just the next generation out here and just be so competitive and just do such a good job, man. All these kids out here in the ring just do a fantastic job in terms of showmanship. Each and every one of these kids are just putting in their heart and soul into this work. But, man, I'm just thrilled to be here.
You know, Bryn, I can tell you're a livestock judger because as soon as you got the mic, it was like a second home to you, man.
Absolutely. Man, I really enjoy it. And, man, my dad, just to kind of preach on him a little bit, he's the reason I'm in this livestock deal. He's the reason that I enjoy being around show pigs, enjoy being around just the folks in this barn. Really pushed me hard from a young age to incorporate my life as much as possible and give back to the agriculture industry, back into the show pig business. But, man, I'm just thrilled to be here. These kids are doing a great job. The volunteers have just been first class. But, man, this is just a fun ride.
You know, Bryn, I couldn't have said it any better myself, my friend. And I'll tell you, you know, growing up in the pig world just like you did, you know, my family raised Durocs for 50-plus years and had 120 sows, and we called that a hobby at one time. And, you know, we've since gotten out of the pig business, I guess, last year, but it's still fun to come back and support these kids. You know, the just because you're out of it as a breeder, the principles don't change. You still want to gravitate to these kids and support them in any way you can. And I guess from a breeder standpoint, what breeds do you and your dad have?
You know, we have a few crossbred sows back home, a handful of Poland spot sows. We've kind of shrunk over time just to give a little more discipline to my brother and his show pig program, just to have a little more focus there. But, man, we keep around enough to certainly keep us busy, I'll tell you that.
So you were telling me a while ago, your brother's a senior in high school. What are some things you've told your brother, like, hey, this is your senior year? Tell me a little bit, kind of you coaching him up. I'm sure as a big brother, you kind of paved the way for him. But what are some things you tell your brother, like being at his senior year and everything, his last year showing?
Absolutely. And, you know, that makes me think back to whenever he first started getting showing. And I remember the first time he was at the Tri-State Fair, and I was back behind the pens with my folks, and I was just, man, nerves were shot, and I was just ready for him to show out. And, you know, I kind of think back to then when he first got started, and as we kind of conclude his career here in the show ring, to just keep on working, just to really fulfill his passion, and don't go home wishing that you did anything any different. Man, just pour it out here in the ring and give it your all.
You know, and it kind of, when you said that, it makes you think back what I'd give to just get those butterflies again, just to get out in those rings. These kids are so focused, so honed in on what they're doing right now. But, you know, a lot of these kids, they're nervous as all get out, but they don't show it. And what I'd give to just get out in that ring one more time to be one of these kids. They don't realize how lucky they are to get to go out there and do this right now.
Oh, man, absolutely. Like you said, just one more time out in the ring. Like you said, the butterflies. It's just a thrill and adrenaline rush like no other. Man, it's so fun to kind of look back and see these kids in the ring, and it just kind of takes you back to your youth and everything, not just the butterflies and adrenaline, but the lessons learned here in this barn, the relationships made. You know, I've had a great pleasure of hanging out and kind of talking to Warren Beeler over here. And, you know, he made a comment this morning that's really stuck with me, that these shows is one big family reunion. like you said, you might get out of it, you might get done showing or breeding hogs, but you get to come back and see old buddies, little kids growing up, and man, it's just so rewarding to stay with this deal because it's constantly growing. Your family's just getting bigger every year.
Well, I will tell you, he was probably talking about seeing Dad and I, because when I was talking to Kyle Stevens, who I've known my entire life, and he said, "Oh yeah, Warren Beeler's over here." I hadn't seen Warren Beeler since I showed under him back in the day, and Warren remembers me well. I did very well under Warren, and I'll tell you, it was just getting to catch up on life, and it's almost like like in high school, right? You see some of your high school friends, and it's like you don't miss a beat. You may not talk to each other in years and years and years, but first thing you talk about, you talk about this being a family thing. First thing we talk about is not the hogs, and it's about the kids. It's like, how's your family? How's the wife? How's the kids? How's your life? What are you doing nowadays? The last thing you talk about is the animals, and that's what it's about. It's about showing an animal, but at the end of the day, it's about these kids and the relationships you build. And you hit the nail on the head with what Warren said. It's fun, and you get so excited to see these people that you hadn't seen in forever, talked to in forever, and it's like you don't miss a beat.
No, absolutely. To your point, these hogs in this show business is really just an avenue and a vessel to really develop these kids and build these relationships, just the traditions and lessons learned here in the show ring and in the back as they get here super early and leave super late. Man, these memories, you'll never forget them. I know I certainly haven't, and I'm sure you're the same. But, man, it's such a fulfilling just opportunity, really.
Well, and I will tell you, I don't necessarily miss what people don't see behind the scenes. They see them for this 20 minutes out here, but what they don't realize is these kids, and I'm sure you did the same thing, you'd walk them before you go to school, you might have sports after school, and after you get done with sports, you got to go feed your animals and walk them again, because you got to condition these animals. Look how big this ring is, and they're showing for a long period of time. It's like asking a bodybuilder to go run a marathon. It just doesn't happen overnight. This isn't a sprint. This is a marathon out here.
Heck yeah. No, absolutely, man. It's so cool just to see each and every one of these kids have their own story and have their own just hard work and dedication to their passion and to their hogs back home. I mean, like you said, it's a day in, day out kind of deal. You wake up real early, go feed hogs, go stretch them, and then get back from school after participating in whatever events, whatever sports. It's a constant line of work. This show pig deal or showing in general is really talked about as a hobby. But, my friend, it's no hobby. It's a full-time job.
It is. It really is. And, my dad was fortunate enough to start a business, and I'm not going to name the business. A lot of people know what we do, but it's one of those things where we are very involved in stock shows. But we did it, what we call it as a hobby, but like you said, it's a full-time job. You don't get to – people don't realize, like, when you have a hog operation – you can't just go anywhere you want to at any given time, because these animals depend on you. And just like these kids showing their animal, they depend on you to walk them. They depend on you to feed them. And it teaches these kids so many responsibilities that you don't necessarily get in other organizations that they can be a part of.
No, absolutely. And kind of bragging on my dad again, it's those lessons he instilled in me and my brother at a very, very young age, a responsibility, dedication, and just taking pride in your work. Really, and just being able to give back to these kids, giving back to these programs that support these kids, man, it's so fulfilling. I don't think there's a better way to bring your kids up than through this show business.
And what they don't realize for you at home, too, what San Antonio does a phenomenal job of, and not to take away from what Houston does or these other big shows here in Texas, because they do equally as phenomenal of a job, but it just goes to show this community here in San Antonio, the money they give back to these kids. It's like $1.6 million, I believe, that they give. And actually, it might be more. I think it's more than that, actually. But it's one of those deals. They give so much money in endowments and scholarships in the live auction, where these kids get to keep everything that they make at the auction. It allows them to not only get other projects and help pay for their bills, but also college or whatever else they do in the trade school, go to the workforce. It allows them to have a little bit of a foundation moving on to the next stage of their life, where you don't get that in other things. I loved baseball. I loved football. I loved doing those things, but I wasn't fortunate in those things to get scholarships and stuff like that, where I had such a great opportunity in the show ring to better my education and then also better myself financially for the next stages of my life. And I don't know many organizations that do that.
No, absolutely. That reminds me of a story growing up and in high school. You know, we took the show pig deal pretty hard, and like I said earlier, it's a full line of work. And I know coaches, whenever I started getting a little older, trying to recruit me to these other teams and whatnot, and you know, I kind of just had to be real with them for a second. And I said, you know, the opportunity for me to make it to school through judging and especially showing pigs are so much higher than any opportunity I would to go play ball somewhere. But hey, I like some good football games, and the Red Raiders are just doing a fantastic job against Oklahoma State right now. Shout out to the Red Raiders.
Absolutely. Wreck 'em Tech, man. Oh, yeah, and those Iowa State guys, you know, they're pretty good too, and, you know, Texas is still Texas, but I doubt we have anybody from Texas. Now, if you're a grandparent listening and you went to the University of Texas, you know, more power to you. It's a great university, but, you know, you talk about Red Raider land. You and I are both Red Raiders, so we're very passionate about our school and them Aggies. No, we're live right now. We're letting all these people know we're proud of our university. And I'm sure there's a lot of good Aggies out there that are proud of theirs. And a lot of these kids, it's fun to just talk to them. Like you and I talked, where are you at school right now? Like I do the same thing with these kids out there in the ring. Where do you want to go to school? And I get excited for them.
Absolutely.
Because they're excited about their next future, whether it be A&M, OSU, Iowa State, K-State. They go in the nursing program at Florida, whatever it may be. You're excited for them and to see what they can do, but also give back. You know, you talk about paying it forward. There was people when we were showing that did all the work. Now it's our turn to take those reins and say, okay, it's our turn to help these kids out and help them find their way in this world. And this is fun. I really enjoy it. And I don't know if you've been up here on the mic yet at all, but it's fun.
No, it absolutely is. This is my first time, but to your point of just giving back, you know, this show pig deal is just such a cool avenue to get really in these kids' lives and kind of pick their brain a little bit where they're going to go next, because you never know just down the road, like we said earlier with Warren seeing Landon for the first time in however many years, just to
20
see
to be exact.
Wow, just to see the difference in maturity and just growth in their internal lives, man, how much they've grown and made an impact, like you said, paying it forward to these next group of kids. It's so cool just to see this deal evolve and just grow from kid to kid.
You know, and you got to help me out here with this top judge thing that you guys have. I know it's the year one. I was talking to Kyle a little bit about it, but you know, these kids and you guys as judgers and being very competitive judgers at that, no matter what university you're at, you guys are going to be the next mover and shakers. We were talking about the Dan Hogues, Mark Hogues of the world, and Seth Swenson's, Rotorballs, and so many others, Brian Andersons of the world. The guys who, John Hinker, Wayne Hinker, those guys, Schminke, Rash, I can name off so many names that they had to start in the same position you and I did. And those were guys that made an impact in the show ring, and that we had those judges that we have not forgot about. Reagan Gibson was up here earlier, okay?
Yes,
and
sir.
I don't know if you heard that story. So Reagan mentioned to me, she said, yeah, my dad actually judged San Antonio Guilt Show here a long time ago. You probably don't remember that. And she started talking, and Dad asked, you know, who her dad was, and she's from Iowa, and said, oh, do you know John and Wayne Hinker? And she's like, well, my grandfather was Dan Hinker, or I think Dan Hinker is his name, and John, correct me if I'm wrong there. And a light bulb clicked on Dad. And he's like, yeah, I remember your dad judging here in 2008. And she's like, you remember that? And he pointed at me. He's like, yeah. 2008 Guilt Show, he used Landon as the Supreme Champion breeding guilt. So I loved her dad.
Yeah.
And no, I have not forgot about him, but you remember names necessarily, but it's funny how you remember these guys.
Oh, man.
And I think this program is helping you guys get prepared for the next stage if you want to do livestock shows. Is that correct in a sense?
Yes, sir. So this top judge deal, and like you said, this is the first year, and it's kind of been a guinea pig operation. But, man, Dan Lane and Scott Greiner have done a fantastic job organizing this entire deal, and I just couldn't be more thankful. But basically, in short, this Top Judge deal is just an opportunity to bring a group of us out here and really connect us with some industry leaders and greats from all over the country. A lot of stock show managers and competitive events managers from all these major shows to come in and kind of lay the foundation as far as what's expected here as we transition into this, getting in the show ring and making an impact on these kids, a positive impact at that. Like you said, I mean, there's guys that we remember judging years ago that made a positive impact on us, and this organization is just making sure that this next generation or us makes that same impact on down the road.
We just finished up this class. Let's hear from Mr. Boble.
Another awesome class, and I would tell you, as we sort through these top three of them, there's some differences in where you want to land in terms of just skeleton and in quality of skeleton. And without a doubt, the Barrow that leads Young Lady Drives, outside of him not being the biggest chested, man, that is a ridiculously loose constructed Barrow. He's got a great big rear leg. He uses it effectively. And from a distance, that one just portrays what I think a San Antonio show Barrow needs to look like in terms of combination of density, looseness of skeleton, his composition's on point. That's a good Barrow from that perspective. Again, when he comes at you, I'd like to open him up in his chest and his knee. The young lady does a very good job. She knows he needs to be better there, and she tries to hide it, which I'm okay with, but that's where I'd change him. Me and Will went just discussed this Barrow a lot in second because, in my opinion, he is extra close to being an absolute monster out here. His combination of length of neck, awesome skull shape, and then from there back from the side, that is a beautiful Barrow in terms of height to length ratio. Again, his composition and fill is on point. Simply put, I just cannot live with where his rear leg wants to hit the ground. He's a little more upright on his ankle. He's kind of one of those ankle poppers, I guess you could say. If we could relax him at the ground, I think this one is one we could talk about for a long time, but we can't because he's got a difficult time just maintaining comfort there. Young man does a great job presenting him. Again, that's a very nice Barrow that paints as good a picture as we've seen today from a distance. Young lady coming out next just kept hanging around because the Barrow's tough in terms of his build. He's a good-bodied, fresh-back Barrow that has some just density to his skeleton. He gets a little vanilla, I guess, as you study him on both ends of his skeleton. I'd call him just a bit shorter at the top of his crest, and I think as the drive wore on, when he comes to you, he reminds me of our class winner. He's a bit shorter hipped in relation to that second-place Barrow, but certainly a very, very nice Barrow to end up in a class that's deep and quality from our perspective. The Barrow coming out next is maybe as raw in his back shape as any. That's an impressive view when you get right on top of him. He's another big-legged Barrow that's stout in terms of his feature. His problems come when you get to the side of him. He wants to come a little piecey in the way his top line's built. I'd like to make him just smoother in terms of his ham loin hookup, and I think as you do that from a distance, he'd portray a neater picture. Thin belted Barrow comes out next, and man, this one is awesome in terms of skull shape, good in terms of length of body to height. In our opinion, he's the most upright off both ends of his body of our top five. Need to relax him in his shoulder that allow him to take a longer step off both ends, but certainly one you like from that perspective. I love the front 2/3 of this Barrow in terms of blade shape and just freshness of presentation. It's another really, really big-backed, awesome-headed Barrow. You step behind him and simply put, he's too bow-legged when he goes away. We've got to square him up there and make him better there, but certainly young lady does a great job. Another great class of Hampshires. Congratulations to all those kids.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
I know my dad did a good job feeding hogs and whatnot, but kind of truly starting to understand and getting to mess with some pigs myself, just how intricate this feeding deal is and maintaining these heavyweight hogs to look, I mean, their absolute best day.
And how competitive, and your dad will be the first to tell you, Will, be like, man, you know, back in the day, you had a good handful of feeders who were really good at it. Now you have a lot of people who know how to feed hogs, and it's definitely stepped up the competition as a whole, not just a few families. It's like hundreds of families have an opportunity to really be successful in this hog world.
No, absolutely. I think part of that too, man, we have, like we said, so many just industry leaders here in this deal now, and so many people are giving back, and starting with moms and dads first, just making sure that they kind of understand the ins and outs and really pouring into these kids and giving them a better chance and opportunity to just max out their potential here on show day. It's just such a cool deal how this show pig deal's evolved over time, how many people are pouring in. And like you said, you know, it started with just a handful of families that were super competitive, and it's just, man, blown up in terms of everyone being able to get the job done.
And that's a testament to our feed programs too. You look at like what Lintner does and Mormons does and all these different feed companies, Sunglow and I'm sorry if I left a few out there, but they'll put on, they have like a pamphlet now that's like, hey, if you need to put more muscle in your hog, here's the feed you want to use, or you want to put more fat in your hog, here's the feed you use and why, and all these different things that you had to go talk to somebody to get that kind of, you know, guidance. Now, and obviously you have your ag teachers and your extension agents, and got to give a shout out to those people because they spend a lot of time behind the scenes after hours helping these families out, and you witnessed it firsthand growing up too, saw what your dad had to put in, the time and effort that he put in.
No, absolutely. My dad was an ag teacher for 20 plus years, and you know, whenever I was little growing up and it was time to go to the hotel and shower and get rested up for show day, I often was confused on why Dad was staying back with all these pigs. But you know, growing up and kind of looking back, he was taking care of these other kiddos. Maybe not me, like coming back to the hotel, maybe eat dinner with me, mom, and brother. But, man, taking care of these kiddos that maybe their folks don't have a full grasp, just being a good ag teacher is what it comes down to. And taking care of these kids, and making sure that they just have their best chance once they get on these chips.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, too, and I'm sure it was hard on your dad, too, because he wanted to be a dad and make sure that his kids had the best opportunity to show and get out there and be successful, but also take the time to make sure that he took care of everybody else equally as much. And that's something I think every ag teacher and extension agent has, you know, they kind of fight with at home, you know, toss and turn in bed, lose sleep over. It's like, man, I really want to make sure I have enough time and balance that time because this is number one, my job, but also I'm a dad too. I'm a mom, you know, whatever it may be.
No, absolutely. You know, the life of service is often taxing. You know, it's so important that we give back to these kids. But like I said, man, being a good ag teacher, being a good father, my dad just did a fantastic job growing up, making sure and balancing our life at home, making sure and raising me and my brother up right, and at the same time doing such a fantastic job with these kiddos. And I think that's a testament to ag teachers and extension agents everywhere, making those sacrifices to make sure that these kiddos have their best shot while still making sure everyone at home's in check.
Amen, brother. So I'm going to put you on the spot here. So, you know, we want to highlight these kids because those top 10 individuals are so competitive. I've got the results from class number 23 and class number 24. So I'm going to let you read off class number 23, our top 10 exhibitors, and I'll read class 24 off.
Perfect. Class number 23, your first place will be Braylon Yeager from Ropes FFA. Second place will be Witten Harper from Kendall County 4-H. Third place will be Kinley Rowan from Fort Bend County 4-H. Fourth place will be Graham Smith from Lynn County 4-H. Fifth place will be Rhett Anderson from New Home FFA. Sixth place will be Kylie Turner from Cypress Woods FFA. 7th place will be Reagan Strickland from Collin County 4-H. 8th place is Kinley Bowers from Iowa Park FFA. 9th place is Lamb Mackick from Abbott FFA. And 10th place would be Kinley Smith from Abbott FFA. Man, great job to all those kiddos.
Absolutely. And I'm going to go ahead and read the class, top 10 individuals from the previous class we just finished up. In class number 24, we started with 36 head, and the top 10 individuals include 10th place went to Ryder Wiles. 9th place went to Wilder Hager. 8th place was exhibited by Chesney Ferris. 7th place was awarded to Emily Scott. 6th place went to Tinsley Camacho. 5th place was shown by Kylie Sparks. 4th place was awarded to Caden Guthrie. 3rd place went to Ripsy Browder. 2nd place was shown by Grayson Ellis. And our class winner in our last class, that being class number 24, went to Inslee Land of Comal County 4-H. Congratulations to all those top 10 exhibitors, and please be gentle on me if I mispronounced your name, but I wanted to give those kids a shout-out for sure. And I also have the results of our Texas Breds from those two classes. In class number 23, the exhibitor of the Texas Bred was Witten Harper of Kendall County 4-H, and the breeder of that hog was Lintner Show Pigs of Comfort, Texas. Congratulations to Luke and family on that class, certified Texas Bred class champion. And class number 24 went to Inslee Land, and she was the first place in that class of Comal County 4-H. And the breeder of that hog was Michael Tott Show Pigs of Harper. Congratulations, Mikey and family, on a wonderful Texas Bred, certified Texas Bred. Well, Mr. Edwards, it looks like we have 11 pinned back so far that I can see. There might be one or two getting classified down below us and weighed, but 11 so far for a chance at a top 10 placing, with 6 making the livestock auction here in San Antonio in this class.
Man, it's certainly heating up. These hogs just keep on getting better and better.
And we were talking, I was talking to Kate earlier, you know, we're like 10, 15 feet off the ground here and looking down like a bird's eye view. And these hogs, they look big, but it's like, oh yeah, they're, you know, they look like lightweights or middleweights from up here. You get down there, These are some monster creatures down
Mammoths, man. No, they're huge. We had an opportunity with this Top Judge program to kind of get down on the ground level and be around Will and Ben, to get back there in the sift, to be in the classifying pen, and even here around the holding pens. And, some of these heavyweights come rolling out, and I just think, golly, we need to get back home and make these things better.
It's like you think you're on the right track, and you come to a place like San Antonio, it's like, oh, wow. I thought I had this thing figured out. And if you think you have it all figured out, that's when it's time to quit. Because if you're not constantly going back here and learning and trying to get better at your craft and constantly, there's no such thing as a perfect hog, but there's such thing as trying to perfect your craft. And that's, hard work, dedication, always learning, always absorbing and being a sponge. And just like you said, I'm like, man, I don't even know where you start to try to get one this good.
Yeah, no kidding.
And it was like a 4th or 5th place, and I'm like, golly. And these guys are doing such a good job. They're working together, and that's all you can ask for as judges. Whether you agree or disagree with the guys, it doesn't matter. They're doing a phenomenal job of setting a pattern and working together and giving each one of these kids a fair shot.
Absolutely, and to that, not only are they doing a good job sorting these things, but, man, they've taken so much time to really talk to these kids individually. Maybe they get sifted out, or some of these ones on the higher end of this class, but to make sure each one of these kids feels seen and appreciated out here in the ring, man, it's so cool.
Look at there's probably 10. There's probably 15, 16 kids. They give a fist bump to every single one of them.
Each one of them, man. It's so cool just to see, even at their status here at the San Antonio Stock Show, that they're taking their time with these kiddos and making sure that their experience here is as positive as possible.
Yeah, and as a spectator, your eyes on the kids, but all eyes are on these two guys right here.
Oh man.
And they're not slipping up in that regard, and I don't think they've like I said, they work together. Look, they're literally talking about these hogs. As soon as they come out of the gate, they're going to take them out one at a time, pin back the top 5 or 6 that they like, place 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, whatever it may be, and then bring their top 6 back out. And they've done sometimes where they've done a secondary sort on their top 6 where they pin 1 or 2 or 3 back to let them rest because they know it's going to be the top end of the class. Like this young lady got pinned back really quickly over here.
It only speaks to the quality of the hogs, and like you said, them working together, it just really speaks volumes to how good these show pigs have gotten over these years. I mean, both of these men in the ring are just industry giants in this show pig deal.
Absolutely.
And it's so incredible that they're taking their deliberate time on making sure each one of these hogs are broken down and discussed in a very accurate manner. Like you said, it might seem like it's taking a little extra time, but man, it's so necessary that these guys take their time and give each and every one of these kids a fair shake.
And like I was telling these guys and asking them at lunch, I was like, what do you guys think? And they're like, we're having fun. And as a judge, there's so much pressure on when you have a bunch of high quality. But that's what you want to judge. You want to test your limits and your knowledge and it kind of reaffirms what you believe in. When you have 5 hogs and it's literally splitting hairs, and just like I was telling Cade a while ago, you might want that hog to walk. That hog in second might not take quite as big of a step, and we're talking about an inch less of a step in the first place. And that's what it's coming down to, but it's reaffirming what you believe as a judge and what you believe a good hog is. And they're having fun doing it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Earlier in the day, Ben chose a young lady to be first in her class, and she just started breaking down into tears, and he made a comment on the mic, man, this is what it's all about, seeing the just gratification and joy on these young people's faces whenever they succeed and do good out here in the ring. It's so, man, it's just so huge to impact these kids' lives and leave a positive impact. It's just fun to watch.
Well, we were talking earlier about nicknames. People, I had one for Ben when he was doing the Berkshires earlier, because he was the lead judge for the Berkshire breed, and they had to be square on all fours. They had to be within inside their skeleton square, plenty of muscle. You talk about the lines, the silhouette of a side profile, but mobile. And you mentioned Warren Beeler a while ago. I don't know did Warren ever tell you his old nickname back in the day?
I don't think he did. What was it?
They used to say if you took a hog to Beeler, it had to be a big butt Beeler hog. and that we're talking about the muscle composition of their ham, for those of you at home, and of the pig. Well, I had one for Ben, and I told him that at lunch. I said, Ben, I got a good nickname for you, old Mobile Boble. And so he wants them moving, man. They got to move.
Absolutely. I think that one might stick.
I think so, too. I really do. I said, I was pretty proud of that, Ben. And Will's like, "Where's mine?" I was like, "We're going to work on you for Mr. Hilty." And you talk about these guys being so big giants in the industry, especially, you talk about Will and the cross deal, and Ben Scott is no slouch to this industry when it comes to creating great livestock as well. And us being from Texas, these northern guys, they come down here, they're like, they hear all the hooping and hollering and cheering for these kids. We're used to this.
Oh, yeah.
They're not, and our Texas breeders work so well with these guys because a lot of these guys get studs, go to see their boar stud operations and get product from them to help make their farms more successful, and we work together on that deal. Just so happens they came down here to judge the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, we've got enough to make the top 6 here. And these kids that are getting pinned back are not getting placed, by the way, for those of you just now tuning in. These individuals will have a chance at a top 6 placing here. They pulled everybody out, did an initial sort on everybody, sorted them individually here, and they're looking to see if they want to keep 1 or 2 more back here, potentially. But it looks like they've talked about it, and they're going to Dr. Griffith over here at Texas A&M and grabbing the buttons, and they'll sort, I guess, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here. And talking about Texas again, we're very proud of our state, and we like to give Southern and Texas hospitality here, but, this is just typical Texas weather here. It was cold this morning, and now it's like almost 80 degrees and hot, and tomorrow's going to be a high of like 50 or something like that. We're used to this sporadic bipolar weather here in Texas.
Absolutely. I was giving some of my buddies up north some grief last week in Lubbock. It got all the way up to 89 degrees. Oh, my gosh. And, me and some of my buddies, we went golfing in the middle of February. And,
where did y'all go? Did y'all go to the Rawls course?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. No, and it's kind of funny, but, yeah, beautiful weather, and then you wake up the next morning and go feed pigs, and there's ice. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I was telling Cole about that first call that came up from Georgia, and I said, I'll never forget when I left Lubbock, Texas in 2014. It was May 27th. It was 32 degrees and snowed 6 inches that morning. That after, by mid-morning it started raining and got real windy, and by that afternoon it was 89 and sunny. So literally all 4 seasons in one day, in the middle or the end of May, right before June.
God.
Only in Lubbock, Texas, do I think that ever happens.
Oh, man. Ain't that the truth?
Now we're getting to the thick of it right here, bud. We got our top 6 that were pinned back in class number 25 here. 2 more classes at the conclusion of this class. And for those of you who are wanting to know, and you'll had some kiddos that did well in those previous classes, they're either first or second. At the conclusion of all of these classes, which I believe there are 9 total classes of Hampshires today, we will then go into the light, medium, and heavyweight division and division runner-ups, followed by the overall selection of our Hampshire breed. So the way they're broken up, they're broken 3 classes. So the first 3 classes are your lightweight division. The middle 3 classes are your middleweight division. And your last 3 classes make up your heavyweight division. So they'll do those divisions, pull out the first and second from each one of those divisions, and pick your overall champion and reserve champion Hampshire. And I hope that made sense. Did it make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Sometimes I get a little long-winded. I don't know if you figured that out yet, Mr. Edwards.
Oh, man, no.
You missed out. I don't know if you listened to the Purebred Guilt show, but me being a new dad, I've got a 10-month-old at home. Who my wife is getting ready to kind of plan for her 1-year birthday. But being a new dad, I would it was when it was just me and my father and nobody else to kind of visit with. People got tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. But I started throwing dad jokes in the middle of all there. So I'm going to go and throw one out for those of you who didn't hear me out last week. What do you call somebody who sings in the shower but gets soap in their mouth?
I'm not sure.
It's called a soap opera. There's a corny joke for the day. You're welcome, everybody. And if your ears are burning, I do apologize. This will be interesting to see what they do here. If they're going to pull like 1 or 2 back for their top placings, or if they're just going to go ahead and sort these 6 here.
I'm interested to see. I know the quality's certainly ramping up, so I wouldn't be surprised if, say, they keep back 2 or 3 just so they get a fair shake later on and don't keep these hogs in the ring for too long.
Well, I don't know. So he's going to change it up a little bit in this class. So I guess they probably already have their ones in mind. So young lady in the black is going to be 6th place. She got a sale slot. I think we might have a Red Raider out there. What do you think? Young lady's wearing red and black out there, and I don't know.
You know, I think that's a safe assumption. She's sporting it well, that's for sure.
And watch, she goes up there and says, I'm going to OSU or Iowa State or K-State.
Maybe so.
But anytime I see somebody wearing red and black, I automatically assume they're a Red Raider. That's just how we roll.
Absolutely. We're certainly proud of it.
Young lady in the orange did a phenomenal job showing her animal. She was 5th. Young lady in the red and black is 4th. Now we're down to our top 3. So let's go to evaluating these livestock show here. Livestock now. We've talked about the kids and the importance and everything, but I'm going to throw you in the spot here. Who's going to win the class in your opinion?
Oh, man.
Like I said, ours doesn't matter, so if we're wrong, it's not a big deal. But if you're evaluating these livestock here, which one do you gravitate toward here?
Me personally, I really like that young lady in the center of the ring there, that hog. Man, he's juiced up and maxed out. Still got a neat look up front, but, man, awfully heavy duty, awfully muscular. That's my pick. You got one?
He's got a good silhouette, and it's between her. And I keep coming back to this young man's Barrow, and I don't know if it's just how he ties into his hamloin junction there and such big back, and I don't know if they're going to give any of that up or not, and it just depends if he gets tired out. But I think he has the most structure on the back end here. But like I said, I'm up here, but I'm either gravitating toward those two, and watch, the young lady in the green is going to end up winning it.
Yeah,
and then she's rightfully so because of how she's showing out there.
Man, she's just showing the wheels off that thing. All 3 of these kids even, and through the entire lineup and class have just done a fantastic job.
So young lady in the pink is going to be 3rd.
Oh.
And these animals, sometimes it's hard. When you've been walking them out here as long as they do, they get tired just like we do. And do we want to walk after we get tired? Heck no, we don't. And both these kids are doing a phenomenal job driving them right now. I think Mr. Hilty knows what he would do, and Ben's going over there like, well, I like them both. And Mr. Hilty's going to be like, yeah, me too. What do you want to do?
Yep. I bet that's pretty close to what they're conversating on right now.
I really like the skull on the young lady's pig, and it's definitely a little bit more of a mature hog. As you know, back when I was showing, when I was growing up, they had to be fresh. Like if they were over 3 months old, they would bury you. Look, the young lady in the green's the one who ended up winning it. Congratulations to all those top 3-4 individuals. They have a very, very deep set of hogs here in class number 25. Let's hear from Mr. Boble here.
Another really good class of Hampshire Barrows, and probably as much discussion on our top 3 as we've had, and good discussion. And there's some differences, and I guess that the best way to put it when we talk about the Barrow that wins this class is I think he does it just the most natural, and I mean that with all due respect to the ones behind him, but I think he's naturally just the stoutest featured Barrow of our top 3, and I guess when he came through, I didn't know about that because he's not blessed with hair. And again, I'm not going to critique Barrows. I'm not going to use Barrows because they have it. But man, that is a stout animal in terms of his forearm, his forehead. Very, very good from a composition standpoint. His ability to maintain squareness off both ends of his body, I believe in this case, allows him to be a class winner. I'm not going to tell you he's the most impressive one. When you get right on top of him and view him just going away in terms of just back shape, that's the bear in second, in our opinion. And that's where the differences are, because this pig in second, man, he is extra impressive. When you get on top of him, his advantages is to stay looser than our bear in third, is why he needs to land in second. That's another square-built one. He doesn't have as much feature to his jaw. I don't see him from a distance portraying as good a picture as that bear that wins this particular class. That's a close pair of them. Both really high-quality bears, shown awesome out here. The bear that came in third, Will came over and said, man, that one is absolutely maxed out, and he is. That's a huge rolled-up back. That's a really big turn and shape to his forerib and to his body, and that's a big rear-legged bear as he goes away. He wanted to tighten up a bit on us, and it's not because he's too maxed out. I think his skeleton's just a little more jammed up in terms of the way he's built. He's a bit more forward in his shoulder, and honestly, I think he reads to be just a little bit shorter off of both ends of his skeleton. That one's prepared awesome and showed awesome. Just doesn't stay loose enough out here for us to be a top pair at San Antonio. Young lady shows a nice bear here, and I tell you what, he's practical in terms of his look. He's good in terms of his lines from the side. He wants to go a little east and west when you get right behind him. I don't think he has the extras that those bears that go above him in terms of muscle and turn to his back. Another good bear coming out next that I like the look this hog has in the front 1/3 of his body. Simply put, he gets a little more upright in his shoulder. We got to relax him and give him a little more length of step. He gets a bit vanilla at the same time when you get right behind him. Young lady does a good job presenting that bear as well. Coming out next, one that you like in terms of his lines. I think that's a really good line bear that proportions really good. Coming and going, he gets to be the most vanilla. A pig needs to have more chest and more blade to be competitive. Again, a very good class of Hampshires. Congratulate those kids as they exit.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
All right, Mr. Edwards, just make sure I'm on the same page. I got to go take a break real quick. Hey, what are we on, class 26, 27, 38?
26, yes, sir.
Class number 26, 37 total head, and what's the weight ranges on that? Oh, I left you.
286 to 296.
So we got some big boys out here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's fun. We talked about them getting bigger, but just equally as mobile. I've got a friend of mine who weighs about 286 pounds. And these things can move 10 times better than he can. And they have 4 legs.
Yeah, no kidding.
But, you know, we did the purebred gilt show, and they got up to 350. And it was just amazing to see, you know, because they have their peak. You know, that 220 to 250 range, I call it the middle school phase, where you're kind of growing into yourself. There's a lot of potential, but you're not quite there. We want to see what you can do once you push it up a little heavier. Now we're getting into full potential stages right here.
Oh, yeah, we're seeing these things as they were meant to be, man. Grown
Exactly.
up, matured, while still incredibly to the fault of feed buckets and just great management, being real fresh, real youthful in terms of their just tone and composition, while still being, like you said, incredibly mobile and flexible, while just carrying all that heat up top.
And, you know, you talk about transitions and things like that, and adapting and changing and making these hogs so good. Back when they got in the 280 range, when I was growing up showing, they started getting real crusty looking. And not a lot of people nowadays know what the word crusty means, but just real frail looking, and they didn't look good.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you can get up to 350, and they still look just as fresh. Maybe there's some age on the head a little bit, but we've kind of got away from aging hogs nowadays, I feel like.
Yes, sir. And honestly, that might be a little bit due to all the supplements, I think, that have come out, especially in just the last 5 years. Just the constant developments we've made, and just the nutrition game, keeping these things so fresh and just dialed in from a composition, joints, and just that entire standpoint of just making sure these things look their best on a day like today.
Well, there was a supplement, I forget who carried it, but it was this company. It's called Oxygen. Have you ever heard of Oxygen?
I'm not sure.
It was some little pellets that helped, you know, get the blood circulating better and got them to just be able to breathe better, more oxygen to their blood. They made pills for humans, too. And I took them, and a lot of these things you talk about, look at what Ivomec did during the COVID years. Everybody wanted to take Ivomec because that stuff worked. And that became such a big deal, and they have all this research on Ivomec now, and who would ever thought, you know, what people don't realize, the pig heart is the same size and look of a human heart.
No, absolutely.
And they've done some research on trying to use pig hearts and pig valves for humans. So, yeah, we may not look like pigs, we may eat like pigs, but there's a lot of similarities between the organs and stuff that pigs have and humans. And it's kind of neat to see. And I know pigs are near and dear to your heart, just like they are mine, no pun intended there.
No, absolutely. It is awfully unique, just the constant developments we've made on the medical side of things and how we're incorporating pigs or whatever else may be just to make people better. You know, you're talking about that oxygen deal. I might have to try that out. As a boy with some asthma raised in the show barn.
On the dusty, yeah.
Certainly can't do me any harm.
I'm sure when they harvest cotton up there in October, I bet that's not good for you.
Oh, no. I remember back in high school, our football field's literally right next door to a cotton gin. And so when that thing kicked off, kind of late fall, early winter, man, it locked me down. And it's funny, a lot of my buddies that I've grown to get close with, maybe different schools, man, they hated coming to play in Ropesville, Texas, because, you know, we were maybe a little more conditioned to that. But, I mean, you could taste the air.
You know, there's another funny story where we're sitting here judging the second to last class of Hampshire Barrows here. By the way, there's 5 pinned back so far for a chance at the top placings, but I'll never forget when I first moved up to Lubbock and that north wind blew. And you might know where I'm going with this, but there's a lot of feedlots up north of Lubbock, and there's a certain smell in the air, and you'd see a lot of these people that have never been around that kind of stuff, never been around agriculture. It smells like manure in the air. And all of our ag professors were like, nope, that smells like money to me.
Oh, yeah.
But that's something I'll never forget. When that north wind would blow, you could smell those feedlots, and
No, absolutely. Whenever I was younger, my dad actually worked for a pharmaceutical company selling a lot of medication to feedlots and dairies, and he used to haul me around whenever I couldn't be older than 6 or 7. And my oldest memories is going into some of these dairies while he's trying to close a sale, and I'm out there playing with the dairy calves. And so, you know, driving past these feedlots and dairies, to your point, man, it smells like home.
Exactly. And you know, you and I grew up in this industry, and we're around a lot of different things that a lot of kids don't get to experience. And we talk about the show pig ring right now and the importance of that and the importance of the kids, but there's so much more than just what happens in this little arena right now. This is where it's highlighted. This is where you get a chance to shine individually with your animal. But there's just so many different memories you can make, not just in the ring, but in the pig pens over here. You know, I remember, you know, those 5-gallon buckets and those sorting boards make a really good card table too. I don't know if you ever experienced that as a kid, or some of you at home listening remember those good old days. You'd have cards, or dominoes are coming back too, by the way.
Oh yeah, you know, not just card games, but man, that was the dinner table most nights here in the show bar.
Your little ag family or whatever it is, where your community, they'd bring a little kind of potluck kind of dinner. Or, you know, back in the day, they used to have. They'd bring little gas grills, and they'd go grill out in the parking lot. And you know, I mentioned Rory Delm. You know, he used to have a big old party back when Houston did a sort in Brenham. He used to have a big old shrimp boil, and everybody go over there and eat Rory's food, and they'd have a big old barbecue. But there's so many memories made that way. And you know, you talk about a card table, dinner table. You know, sleeping in the shavings with your hog, or in the, you know, reclining chairs that we have now, or whatever you could find to sleep on.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure my mom has more pictures of me growing up sleeping in hog pens at major shows than she does of me dressed up for school pictures.
Like, I mean, like you said, you felt at home, right?
Oh, man. You know,
not to say your house was full of shavings or anything, but you know what I mean.
Man, during major season, it might have been. We definitely got an earful from my mom not shaking off our pants or wearing our shoes inside.
So it looks like that I can count here, bud. We've got a total of 9. This will be the 10th one pulled back. So I might have missed something here, but did he pull this many? Did they pull this many hogs back?
Yeah, no,
Holy
they kept
moly.
Just a numerous amount, and I mean, like I said earlier, the quality has just been exceptional, and we just got to keep working through these things. They're doing such a great job giving each and every one of these kids just kind of a fair shake and look. But, man, it's certainly heating up, and they're kind of having to take some extra steps to keep working through these things because, man, they just keep getting better.
They kept 21 hogs back on the 37 we started out with.
Wow.
That's over 2/3 of the class. I don't know what my math is. You know, I'm a Red Raider, and I learned how to teach kids, not learn math. But math is very important for those of you listening at home. It really does help when it comes to paying bills and managing finances and all those things. That is very important. But there is calculators and Hey Google and Hey Alexa and all those things out there that are there to help you. But from what I can tell here, they kept this many back and pulled 10 more back for their top 10 placings here. So, I think we're going to end up doing like 2 more sorts on top of this just based on quality of this class.
No kidding. I wouldn't bet against it.
And we talk about patterns and stuff like that, but these guys aren't too prideful. If they got a really, really good deep set here, they're not too prideful to say, we're going to keep our trend. No, we're going to do a sort, and then if we have to do another sort and take a little extra time to do one more sort to get it right, kudos to Mr. Hilty and Mr. Boble for acknowledging that and seeing that. And so...
Absolutely. At this stage, man, it's definitely cool to see that kind of pride, like you said, get pushed aside and the focus be on the kids. Like I said, each one of them just get their fair chance, fair look, and they're just doing their absolute darndest to make sure that they get it right and are as thorough as possible on each and every one of these classes.
You remember that joke I told earlier? That
Yeah.
dad joke that
Yeah.
was so corny, and I thought that was so good. Well, I already had somebody reach out and give a shout out and say my jokes aren't funny.
Oh,
Don't worry, there's
whoa.
more coming tomorrow too, just to keep y'all on y'all's toes.
I think you might have to look up or maybe get on the drawing board tonight, maybe have a few extra.
And I might have to come to you tomorrow and be like, hey, this is kind of what I'm thinking. Here's a joke. What do you think? I'll run it by you first to make sure it's podcast material.
There you go. Might have to.
Man, look. I mean, every one of these hogs coming out, I was like, man, that hog's gonna be the top one in the class. And then I say the same thing about the next one coming out and the next one coming out. And I would love and hate to be in their shoes all at the same time.
Oh, man, no kidding. It's a tough job, and I think it's really important that both of these men are just everyone just appreciate the hard work that they're doing out here in the ring, because, man, it's no slouch of a job to be able to work through these pigs. Like you said, each and every one of these pigs that are coming out one by one as they give even evaluation on each one of these hogs, I mean, all of them just look like they could work up to the top so easily.
They pinned these two individuals back really quickly. That young lady that came out, and I said, man, that looks like a good hog, big bone, structure. They pinned her back immediately. And this young man in the plaid right here that just got pinned back, he got pinned back immediately as well. I think he just pinned another one back, too, just
Sounded
based
like
on the
it.
hoop and hollering over
Yeah.
here. You don't have to watch the show to know somebody got pinned.
Oh, man, no kidding. A lot of proud family out in the stands today.
Oh, yeah. Whether it be blood or just by acquaintance.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I don't know if you're anything like me, I've got a bunch of aunts and uncles that aren't by blood.
Oh, man.
They're family.
Oh, yeah, I've got a few mothers and fathers that they're same way.
Second dads, yeah. I call like Mama Cott and Mama Laney and all these different moms that aren't moms, but you might as well call them your mom because you almost stayed there as much as you did at your own house because you get buddies. Growing up in a small community like you did and I did. I grew up in Fredericksburg. You grew up in the Wolfworth area, right?
Yes, sir.
Everybody was close to everybody. Lubbock's right there, but your little community, y'all stayed pretty tight-knit, I'm sure.
Oh, no, absolutely. It was almost a double-edged sword. The community's there for you always, but you better keep a pretty clean slate or everyone's going to know.
Everybody, the whole town knows you're going to be on the front page of the newspaper. And,
oh, yeah.
There's that Miranda Lambert song, though, Everybody Dies Famous in a Small Town,
Yes, sir.
We've got 5 pinned back now. It looks like we have all 10 out here now that they sorted back on top of their other 2 sorts. Hope I got that right there. Top 6 will make the sale, so I think I don't know. Yeah. Oh, no, we're going for the button. So we do have one more individual. The next placing pig will make the sale here in this class. And those of you who've been tuned in all day, that's what's been different about the Hamp breed being such a large breed and the numbers are so much larger. San Antonio acknowledged the fact that there's more hogs, so we're going to add one more placing, and they've been doing that where 6 placings per class will make the sale in the Hampshire breed, whereas the classes previously done today, there was only 5 per class based on the number of head that were here. So young man in the lavender here actually made the sale. So congratulations to him for making the last slot.
Heck yeah.
Wayne Reddy over here checking my math. I guess Red Raiders can do math after all. We can count to 1 for sure. I can tell you that much.
That's for one thing.
They always joke about us, and Aggies always give us jokes, and I know our horse's rear end is facing A&M and all that stuff. But all jokes aside, I hope they're having fun with their crayons and their coloring book right now.
It's
I know a lot of great Aggies out there. They're movers and shakers.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Wow. Look at the structure on that young lady's hog, but not to take away from that young man in the plaid or this other young lady in the... These are our top 5 here, my friend, and this is going to be fun to watch.
Heck yeah.
This is what it's about right here, and I'm sure the other breeds tomorrow, we have our Duroc breed and our Dark Cross breed tomorrow as well. And I'm sure that it's going to be turned up just as much.
Absolutely. Just kind of throughout the day, it's been awfully, awfully impressive just how things, you get to a class and you think, man, these things are solid. And the next set rolls out and you're said, man, these things might be even better.
Yeah. They're going to win the breed. They're going to win the breed.
Yeah.
That class winner is going to win the breed. Then you look at the next class and be like, ooh, I don't know. Down to our top two in our second to last Hampshire class. Started with 37, and they pulled back 21. Then they sorted it down to 10, then down to 6, or excuse me, down to 5, and then now we're down to 2 here. And I think they've made their decision. Mr. Boble dropping the buttons over here. Young lady in the plaid is going to be second, and the young lady in the lavender is going to be your class winner. And wow, what a deep class. I can't wait to hear what Mr. Boble has to say about this class.
Without a doubt, the deepest class we've been through today, and I think I pulled 21 of them, and then we got down to another 10 of them, and then we get down to reworking 5. So it took a little bit of time, and there's a pair out of them out here. And I thought we had a top 5. That was all very close, but the bear that does it and does it effortlessly, in our opinion, is a young lady here to my right. And when you talk about building pigs correct from the ground up, this bear does it and does it in a very, very good fashion. Will just said, man, isn't it amazing when you can step behind one and you can see his rear foot and you can see his rear heel as he goes to the ground. He shows you that because he's built so correct in his skeleton. He's got plenty of punch-up high. He's a very, very properly filled bear. He's a great composition bear. Gives you a really good look ahead of his blade. I think a solid place to start. Young lady's bear that goes in second is probably just as full and as stout and as upper skeleton as you could ever ask for one to be. I guess in my opinion, as we get out here against our class winner, he's a bit lower set out here. I don't see him as being just ultimately as comfortable as that Barrow that wins this particular drive. He's probably a little bit fuller than I probably term as ideal in this situation. Love his upper skeleton stoutness. He doesn't blend as good as that class winner, and he's not as ultimate in terms of his rear leg function, but certainly one. I thought as we took him to the ground behind specifically his ability to just maintain more comfort in his rear ankle and his posturing is what allowed him to beat this Barrow coming out of third. Man, this one's got all the feature and all the bone you could want. Young man's got him dialed in from a skin and hair standpoint. He's another really fresh back Barrow that has lots and lots of pieces that are really, really neat. I just can't get past the way that he functions at the ground. He's actually a smaller rear-footed Barrow, which in this situation works to his disadvantage. It should work to their disadvantage all the time. He wants to get up on his rear ankle. He wants to pop his posture. Got to make him better there for him to play in his class. We do that. He pushes that second place and pushes our class winner in a big fashion, in our opinion. Just a good Barrow coming out next. And I know that sounds a little generic from a term standpoint, but he's not really messed up anywhere. He's a good design hog that has a really good silhouette. He doesn't have as much forearm. He doesn't have as much feature. He doesn't come to you as bold and as opened up in the center part of his body as the Bears that go above him. I'm more comfortable with his rear leg. I just didn't think he had enough extra punch to go ahead and beat that Barrow that goes in right above him in third. Barrow that coming out next, man, I love from his shoulder back in terms of his ability to have length of hip, length of step, and he's a really, really fresh back Barrow. Shoulder forward, he's got to be neater looking. He's got to be just cleaner in his throat latch and needs to have more length of neck. I think it's hard to explain how close this Barrow here in fifth is to being an ultimate, just absolute gangster out here. He is a huge rear-legged Barrow. He's a great-looking Barrow from the side. He deviates too much up front. He needs to be fixed in the way he's made in his shoulder set. When he comes at you, he's just too closed up in his knee and his front foot. I'm telling you, that one is so close. I told the young man that. I mean that very respectively. He's done a great job with that pig. We've got to make him better when he comes to you for us to get behind him and use him up any higher. Nice kind of Barrow comes out next. Runs out of stuff when you get up high. Need to blend him better in his top line. Again, a really good class of Hampshires. Congratulations to all those kids.
I couldn't have said it any better.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
After that last class, they pulled 21 Barrows back. They've been pinning 10 to 12. They pulled 21 that last class. And that just shows you the depth of quality in that class. And any one of those Barrows in the bottom end might have gone up higher in a different class, and nothing to take away from those other classes because they were deep. But we really don't know until we get these first places back out here in a little bit. So kind of a summary what we're going to do after this conclusion of this class. We're going to bring all 9 class winners back out and divide them into lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight divisions. The first 3 classes will be your lightweight division. The next 3 or middle 3 classes will be your medium weight division. And your last 3 classes will make up your heavyweight division. We will pick a first or a champion heavyweight, followed by a runner-up heavyweight, a middleweight champion and reserve champion, and a lightweight champion and reserve champion. I think we're going to do it with light division starting first and work our way to the heavy. At the conclusion of those divisionals, we're going to bring all those first places or champions of each division out and select our overall Hampshire and reserve Hampshire. Man, that was fun. And I know it takes a little longer, but like I mentioned earlier, these guys aren't too prideful to realize, like, hey, this is a really deep class. Let's get it right. We're going to take our time. And they've been doing that with this Hamp division and actually all of the breeds starting from this morning. But the Hampshires from top to bottom, we call them Hampshires, and a lot of these, truthfully, they're crosses that are Hamp appearing. And I'm sure there might be a few purebred Hampshires that sneak in here, but we've created this breed to where we have Hampshire appearing crosses, which is kudos to you breeders who can make that happen. And just depth of quality here, y'all. If you're a breeder at home and you had something that moved and shaked here today and had a chance at the top end of the class, or maybe didn't place in the top 10 but had a chance to place in the top 10, y'all, these are just so deep, and y'all are doing a phenomenal job. So give yourselves a pat on the back, whether you're in Texas or in any other state in the United States. Congrats to you guys on making such wonderful animals for these kids to show. You'd be very proud of them and the way they prep these animals and show these animals. And as a breeder myself, I will tell you there's nothing better than knowing that your animal's in good hands. And every one of these kids here today has proven they are worthy of your livestock. Looks like we have one or two pinned back so far for a chance at a top 10 placing. There were 5 out in the big arena. We call it the big arena, the Dead Sea, the sea, whatever you want to call it. And it's really not the Dead Sea. What it is a chance at a secondary evaluation for the judges to take a look out in the big arena to see if they want to pin it back for a top 10 placing. And I've seen where they've come from the big arena and ended up winning the class or making a sales slot. So if you make it out there, don't get discouraged. You have another opportunity to show, and I'm a firm believer in life. You get second chances, and this is your chance at a second chance. And even if you don't do well at this show, you have another chance to show at another show and do well. So don't ever give up, I guess is what I'm getting at. We care more about you than how you place. We want to see what you do in your life, but this is a good way to spotlight you and your hard work that you put in with your animal. Looks like we have 3 pinned back so far, and still several to sort through, Wayne. But want to welcome back my dad, Wayne. He's been back here getting the Texas breds and stuff like that, and I'm sure he'll do a recap here when we do the divisionals on kind of all that. And I appreciate him taking the time to do that and letting me talk. And it's good to have you back, Dad. We haven't got to talk much together yet.
And have you talked? My goodness, I guarantee you're.
If y'all haven't figured out, I like to talk. I'm here to tell you. That's why
those
they have
that
me on the
know
mic.
me, they probably say, "Oh, I know where that came from."
Yeah, they said the apple didn't fall too far from the tree on that, and I have to agree with him on that. And so we haven't got to talk much today, but yeah, go ahead and give your spiel, Wayne, on what you want to say, and I appreciate you getting all that stuff. We're on the last class number 27. Starting with 37 head, 297 to 300. We got some big old creatures out here in this class.
In fact, they can go all the way to 310.
Yeah, legally. Yeah, exactly. You have 10 pounds on the upper and lower end of your weight card when you turn it in.
So when we get concluded with this class, of course, we're going to have the division drive, and we'll start with the lightweight division. All the class winners and second places will come up for that, and then followed by the middleweights division, and we'll do all the class winners and seconds there as well, and then ended up with the heavyweights. And then, of course, those champions of each division, all three of those will come out then for the overall drive, which that winner of that champion Hampshire banner will also win a $10,000 scholarship here from Houston. As they're sorting this class of Class 27, I will give you the Texas bred winner in Class 26. It was the third place in that class, belonging to Kane Cooper from Martin County 4-H, and the breeder was Cud Farms out of Brownfield, Texas. Congratulations to Kane and the Cud Farm for their success, both showing the hog and breeding the hog.
Looks like we have six pinned back so far, and there might be one or two below us. So those of you who don't know, if you get an opportunity for Mr. Bobo, when he points straight ahead, that means you get classified and weighed. You know, in the crosses, we don't have to worry about that because there's no such thing as classification in the crosses. But in a Hamp breed, you have certain characteristics, just like the other pure breeds, that you have to meet the criteria. So they get classified first. There's a 3-panel classification judges down there. And if you meet classifications, you go to the scale. And want to thank Bo Sanders and his group
at WW Livestock.
Yep.
They do a fine job.
They do a fine
there.
job making sure the scales are on point, and then also the scales in the holding area in the barn for these people, that they're accurate and up to scale, for lack of a better term there, with the one in the arena. Because you want to keep them consistent, and Bo does a phenomenal job. And I want to go ahead and tell you that at the conclusion of the show, these scales are for sale. We have a booth with Murdoch and WW outside in the midway. Outside in where all the food court is and everything, they have a booth there. And that at the conclusion of this show, these scales are for sale. So if you're interested in one of these scales, y'all, go talk to Mr. Bo Sanders or ask for Bo Sanders and want to know more about these scales. Which you talk about pretty much a brand new scale, if not a brand new scale that's been used just for this show. Not a bad little deal for those of you who have young kids who are going to be showing for a while. Looks like the guys are in the big arena now for a secondary evaluation of these pigs here. They have a total of 10 pinned back that I can see here.
And that's really good for that.
Well, and it's not like the last class that had 21, but 10.
Yeah.
I promise you, these 10 pigs
that's
that
got
are
to
pinned
be
back are
got to be close to a record on that. And getting back on the scale deal that Landon had mentioned, if you need one and need to reach out to them, you'll just have to go by that booth, and then they'll be able to work with you on that.
I can count 13 in this last and final class of our Hampshire breed. 9 total classes. How many total hogs were here in the Hamp breed, Dad?
Actually, 330. This is the biggest breed so far of this first wave here at San Antonio.
And tomorrow we have the Durocs and the Dark Crosses, and I'm pretty sure those numbers are pretty
The
pretty big.
Durocs are actually the second largest of this first wave. They're at 3. They're bigger than the Hamps. They're at 354 tomorrow, and of course the Dark Crosses is the largest. We have 12 classes of crosses, dark crosses tomorrow, and 478 of them.
And I was talking to the guys down here. So say you were in the Hamp division, you got classed out, you didn't meet breed characteristics. You still get to show. You don't get disqualified for not making the classification. You just go to the dark cross classes. So we have at least 2 or 3 is what they told me that have been classed out of the Hampshire breed. that are going to the dark crosses.
And
Now,
so
we
how
might have
you-
had some. We might have had some Berks that kind of fell in the same category.
Could be. And how that works is that whatever weight they've turned in, then you fall into that dark cross class that weight falls into. So,
And what they're doing here now, y'all, for those of you who might have just tuned in or forgot how they did this, they're taking them out one at a time to evaluate them. But if they really like your hog, they will pin you back for a chance at the top placings in the class. And there are some times, and on very few occasions, but there are sometimes they'll pin 6 back, 6 or 7 back, and then do another sort and pin 1, 2, or 3 back, just so these animals don't get tuckered out. Which those of you who are still coming up to San Antonio and who have not seen the new ring, it is ginormous and it is awesome. And the stands are awesome. I mean, there isn't a dry seat in the house, or there isn't a wet seat in the house right now because the stands are full, but it's comfortable. It allows everybody to see it. There's not a whole lot of room for people just standing up because if you're short like me, it's hard to see if there are tall people in front of you. But these new stands that they put in allow everybody to get a good seat to watch this.
absolutely. And this is the first year that they've implemented this new ring and the extra bleachers. And it's I think it's really allowed these judges to evaluate these animals better because they can see them at a greater distance and they're not on top of each other. It also allows these kids, as they come out of the pens, once they've looked at your pig, you need to get them away from the judge, and until you don't want to be in the way of, and give the other kids that are still in the pen an opportunity to show their animal off too, and having the bigger ring allows that to happen.
Absolutely. Looks like they pinned 4 back for a chance at a top placing here, which everyone they pin back right here, you will have a good opportunity of making the sale. 6 of these per class
will make the sale.
Yeah, 6 will make the sale. And like I talked about earlier, the reason for that is San Antonio acknowledges that there are more pigs in this Hampshire breed than the other breeds this morning, so they allow them an extra sale slot based on the number size of total Hampshire pigs that are here today, and then also the number size per class. We have 5 pinned back. And all the pigs have been brought out now. They're going to go and pin the young lady in the pink as well. That'll be the 6th one pinned back. If that holds true and they stop there, all 6 of those individuals should make the sale here at San Antonio, and then they'll start placing 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Looks like they're doing an initial one more sort just to make sure that there's nothing else they want to pin back. And I pride these guys on doing that. They're going to pin a 7th one back here. Young lady in the lime green shirt and the black scarf is going to be pinned back. So 6 of these 7 that they pin back now have an opportunity to make the sale. So one of them will be left not making a sale slot, but kudos to the judges for making sure they had what they wanted for the top end. They will now place 8th, 9th, and 10th place. And then go back to sort their top 7 here. Young man in the checkered shirts is going to be 8th place. Kudos to him in showing his tail off out here. All these showers out here, they're showing so well. Young man in the green is going to be 9th place, and they have one more placing banner or ribbon to give out here. And they'll excuse other individuals out of the ring, but want to tell you how proud we are of each and every one of these individuals still left out here before they go to the top 7 in this final class. Young lady in the green is going to be 10th place.
Yeah, San Antonio gives, so we talked about the scholarships and the breed champion here at San Antonio getting a $10,000 scholarship if they're breed champion. But San Antonio, just in this Market Barrow Show alone, gives $100,000 of scholarships here, which they've really worked hard over the years to make that happen. In fact, the Barrow Show itself, just the auction dollars raised, is the second largest species here at San Antonio, steers being the largest, but San Antonio brought in almost $1.7 million in auction.
And that's
monies.
just in the Market Barrow Show.
That was
isn't
just
it?
in the Market Barrow
Wow.
Show.
Grand Champion brought 81,000 last year.
100 actually, and it was a record. And the Reserve Champion was 55,100, which also was a record.
2020 was the record. I remember that.
Well,
that was year when God rest his soul, C. Jason Spence was doing that, and I'll never forget that one. That made headlines in all the best of ways that year.
Well, what I meant was it was a record from 2023.
Oh, okay.
Yes, in 2023 it was 76.
Now we're pulling our top 7 individuals out here, and they're going to pull all 7 of them out. Be interesting to see if they go ahead and pin 1 or 2 back for their top placings potentially, or if they start judging and sorting them and start placing 7th, 6th, 5, 4, 3, 2 until we have a class winner.
Looks like we got number 4 coming out there, so we got these. Well, we've got all 6 here coming out for them to do a final evaluation, it looks like. And as they're looking at these, as Landon mentioned, we do have 6 that make the sale. Now, they started this last year already, where the 5th and 6th place are what they call non-walking lots. So they did this because of so that the buyers and the kids and the parents wouldn't have to stay so late, because it was getting as late as 1 in the morning before the sale was finished. So they are guaranteed these that are placed 5th and 6th, depending on what their what breed they were in, that 6 was eligible, but 5 and 6 both are guaranteed $1,500. And then you can put add-ons on these barrows as well, either at the sale, at the add-on booth, or you can do it by calling the livestock show, and or you can do it online, I think, is how they handle that as well. So what a great way to shorten that sale up and still give these 5th and 6th place an opportunity to do well as well here at San Antonio.
Absolutely, and those of you who one of your kiddos does make the sale, they do sell on Friday. And today is Saturday, right? I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore,
Yes,
Wayne.
it is.
So this
Saturday.
upcoming Friday is when the sale is.
We're less than a week away for you that have made the sale
Give a
thus
shout
far.
out to Miss Morgan Thomas for giving me the actual day. The sale is on Friday. The Barrows starts at noon. Sale at 1.
I tell you, this show couldn't go on without not only the employees here at San Antonio, but they couldn't go on with 7,000 volunteers.
Wow.
I mean, these volunteers not only come here without pay, they take vacation time, and if they don't have vacation time, they take time off without pay just to come out and help make this all happen, because they couldn't do it without these 7,000 volunteers. And I want to congratulate each and every one of these individuals that make that commitment year after year.
Young man in the yellow, poor guy. He's going to be what we call the crying hole. He's going to be 7th, so he's one of the sale. But I've been there, done that, and it's a learning curve. But kudos to that young man for showing so well.
He has everything to be proud of as well.
Actually, no, I apologize. The young lady in the lime green was 7th place. So the young man in the yellow made the sale. He's 6th. I apologize.
Oh.
They flipped these two here.
Oh, yeah, they did, didn't they? They're trying to play tricks on us.
I guess make sure I'm paying attention. I'm looking at watching them judge the hog show and not the placings. I apologize, everybody. Young man, the blue was 5th place. Now down to our top 4 in our final class of Hampshire Barrows. Young lady in the light blue is going to be 4th. Now we're down to 3 here. It'll be interesting to see, in the heavyweight division where that last class winner matches up.
Yeah, I really thought in that class 26, he's definitely in the hunt in his age division, or weight division, that is.
Well, the fact they pulled 21 hogs in that class.
Oh, it was deep.
That's a game you gamble too with weight as well. Like, okay, where do I want to try to push it or do I want to hold them? And it's funny how sometimes everybody thinks the same thing, and you're overloaded with hogs in a certain class, or just a competition in a certain weight, just because you're like, oh, maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe the class won't be as deep. Well, every one of these Hamp classes was deep, so it's hard to justify that. But sometimes it's just how the cards fall, and that's the cards you're dealt.
And sometimes you just got some classes, like you saw the class of 21, they kept back. If you fell into that one, you just fell into the class with all the competition, for example.
Well, I'm going to state the obvious here. If you have a 300-pound pig, please do not turn your weight card in at 285. Please do not do that.
Or 310.
Or 310. Well, yeah, 310 you can't turn in. I don't think they'll allow you to do that.
No, they won't.
Really taking their time on these top 3 here. This is where conditioning is so important when you're out here judging for a long time. Young man in the plaid is going to be 3rd. Young lady in the pink is going to be 2nd. And the young lady in the green, she'll be your class winner in the final class of Hampshire Barrows.
Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Ooh, what an efficient day these guys have had. Mr. Vobel is just taking back and admiring the show here.
They're on the home stretch for this first day of the 76th Annual San Antonio Livestock Show, aren't they?
He's looking at him. Here we go.
Well, what a way to end our Hampshire show here this afternoon and this evening. And, Will and I talked about these 3 Barrows, and we kept coming back to the young lady in the green. And simply put, as you study this pig at the ground, I've talked about it all day. Will's talked about it all day. This is the loosest constructed Barrow of our stouter 3 Barrows. He's the looser constructed Barrow. He's a Barrow to me that reads better in terms of the angulation he has to his shoulder, to his forearm, and to his knee. He has an advantage in terms of length of hip. And, man, that rear leg doesn't stop out here. He's a practical Barrow in terms of his size to length ratio. He's good in terms of his freshness. He probably doesn't have as much feature as that Barrow that comes right behind him. I'm just more comfortable where his skeleton's at in terms of length of step, length of hip, and range of motion. Our Barrow that goes in 2nd, man, this one has got some far-reaching pieces from a rear leg bone perspective. That's a stout-headed Barrow that's really, really opened up at the top side of his shoulder. He's got a great big rear leg that's impressive from that standpoint. From our perspective, when we step back and ask yourself where he's at from a skeleton standpoint, I've got to make him longer hipped. I've got to relax him in his shoulder and his knee. And he's got to take a longer step for me to be a class winner in this particular class. When there's something on the line, and there's a lot of good ones in this particular drive. Really nice pair of them, and I'd call it a trio of them as we get to the top end of this one. This Barrow here has some really neat pieces. He probably, from a distance, has the neatest lines in terms of tallness of shoulder, and just his lines read really, really good. He doesn't get as comfortable out here as he needs to. I didn't think he had as much arm and forearm, as forehead as that Barrow that goes right above him. And then as the drive wears on, he wants to fight the young man a little bit, and he's wanting to step just a little bit east and west. That's still a very high-quality Barrow. I think his shoulder set's probably better than that second-place Barrow. Again, not as stout in his feature, and not as good when you get right behind him. A good Barrow that maybe just ran out of room a little bit comes out next, and I like his presence out here. He's a good-built kind of Barrow, like his length of hip. Of our top 4, when you get on top of this one, he's easily the flattest and the driest built. He runs out of stuff comparatively to those ones that go above him, but certainly a pig that has lots of quality. Barrow coming out next has got some neat pieces. That's a broad forehead. That's a stout-headed, big-armed one. It's got a great big rear leg. At the opposite end of the spectrum, I guess, when we talk about just proportionality and balance, he was our 5th favorite from that perspective. He wants to get a little piecey in terms of his top line. He comes to you and he wants to base a little bit narrow. When he goes away, we got to change his hock shape, open him up in terms of his skeleton. But man, that one's got some really, really unique pieces out here from a stoutness perspective. I want to talk to Barrow coming out next. I thought that was a close call for 5th and 6th. This Barrow here's got a great big back. He's opened up really good in terms of his cage. He's too low set for me out here. Wants to stab his rear leg to the ground. Need to lengthen him out of his hip. Change his proportionality a little bit. Lots of good Hampshires in this class as they exit. Please congratulate them. Last class of the day. It's been awesome.
Well, that concludes our final class of Hampshires for the day. Now we're going to go into our divisional rounds where we break the 9 classes up into 3, 3, and 3. The lighter or the first.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Hayden Eddington. 7th place went to Serena Bustamante. I hope I said that right, Serena. 6th place was awarded to Leighton Canales. 5th place was shown by Riley Bradshaw. Berkshire. I hope I said that, Rylan. 4th place was awarded to Aubrey Underwood. 3rd place went to Landon Latka. 2nd place was shown by Tatum Price. And our class winner in our final class of Barrows went to Mackenzie Duke of Navarro County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals in our last and final class of Hampshire Barrows. Moving on to the divisionals, then our overall selection of our Hampshire breed Barrows. And then we're done for the day. It's been a great day today watching these 2 guys judge and the kids show, more importantly the kids show. And then we finish out wave number 1 tomorrow with our Durocs and our Dark Crosses.
Well, here we are in our champion lightweight division drive here. I welcome Bryn Edwards back to our show, and as our judges are analyzing these three individuals out of Class 1, we have Harper Underwood of Ellis County 4-H. Class 20, we have Kendall Shackelford out of Sulphur Springs FFA, and then we have Lexi Nelson out of Class 25 for Kendall County 4-H. So we've got really three nice individuals out there as we see it. What do you think, Bryn?
Man, I think as we kind of got deeper into maybe the middle and heavyweights, we come back for this lightweight division and come and see some of these hogs that maybe we forgot about as we got later on in the Hampshire show, and just kind of remember, dang, these things are just awfully good. I'm excited to see what they'll use, all three of these pigs, and even the seconds that are getting ready to come out are just incredibly high quality. I know that Will and Ben certainly have their work cut out for them.
What's that? Turn it off. Testing. You can hear me? Testing. I think so. Yeah, as we discuss the Hampshires here, and as the judges are discussing them, they definitely put that pattern together in this breed as they have the breeds from the start this morning at 7 a.m. And here we have the comments, and here we're going to pick that lightweight champion.
As we've done in every breed to this point today, I'd like for you to put your hands together for these three young ladies. Very good Hampshire show, and as we go through these three divisions, we'll keep it rapid, but still take time. We started off the Hampshires with a nice class winner, and I told Will one of the things I'll remember today is this young lady's facial expression when she won her class. It was awesome, and it set the mood and set the tone for the Hampshires because she was so excited to get that first place button, and folks, that's what it's all about when we have young people that are doing for the right reasons. She's got a nice pig, but he's really not in contention with this other pair out here. And Will and I talked about him, and we think it's really close. And I knew it would be close when they come back. There's one of them out here that has an advantage in terms of bone and feature. He's an outlier from that perspective. He also has an advantage in terms of hair coat. Again, that's not an advantage or disadvantage. It's just the differences of those pigs. He's probably not as big in the center part of his body. He wants to blend a little different in his ham-loin hookup. Then there's another bear that wins our last class in this division that is overwhelming, coming and going in terms of width. He's the broadest. He's the roundest bodied. He's extra comfortable out here. I love his lines. I think it's close. Me and Will agree. We like this one the best. She'll win her division.
So there you have it. Lexi Nelson. Congratulations to her from Kendall County 4-H for the lightweight division champion. Now we're judging for our reserve champion. And out of that class, Kyla Smith from Midland County 4-H is out there.
That second place bear comes out, and I remember him in class. Man, that's a very nice pig that has an awesome look from the side. He's a heavy structured one. I don't know that his rear leg is quite as secure as another one out here. There's another one that pushes our champion division one very close. He's a very interesting pig. Congratulations, young lady, right here.
And there you have it. Kendra Shackelford from Sulphur Springs FFA had the reserve champion lightweight division. Congratulations. So, Bryn, that class of lightweights were really salty. I can't wait to see the next, the middleweight division come out.
Man, me too. Both of those hogs I just thought were awfully exceptional. Those that got left standing, equally as high quality. I know that they were saying out in the ring on the mic a second ago, it's coming down to just little things. And on a stage as big as this one, man, it truly does, because the quality is just so top tier. They're having to make some real hard decisions out here in the ring. Man, a big congratulations to all those lightweights. I'm pumped to get these middles and even the heavyweights out here in the ring as we lead up to our champion Hampshire drive. Man, this is a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I tell you, it's nice to see really deep quality, and we've definitely had it here in our Hampshire breed as well. And it hadn't really let us down in any of the breeds. The Berkshires were really strong. The spots were really good, and the Polands for their breed was probably they have really stepped it up. They were very strong as their breed.
I absolutely agree. Throughout the entire day, all for their own individual breeds, each hog that's won and reserved, those particular breeds have just been exceptional representations of just good show pigs. And man, I'm really excited to get into tomorrow, into some of the red pigs and the dark crosses, and on later on through the week, just to see what they have in store. These kids are doing such a fantastic job, just keeping a high level of composure, showing the wheels off these Barrows. Man, it's been just a lot of fun.
Looks like they're actually loaded up both the middleweight division and the heavyweight division, but of course we'll go ahead and they'll have their judges evaluate the middleweight division and name the champion middleweight and reserve middleweight division champion.
Yes, sir. Looks like they're wanting to just keep things rolling. They've done a fantastic job just all day, making sure this show's just been as efficient as possible, while in the same token just doing a fantastic job getting each and every one of these kids their own kind of fair shake, and making sure that they get looked at and feel like that their time here at the San Antonio Barrow Show, that it's worth it and they're getting their fair look from Ben and Will. They've done a great job.
Class 22 is Corbin Teasy from Navarro County 4-H.
From class 23, we have Braylon Yeager, FFA.
Class 23 was Braylon Yeager from Ropes FFA. And coming out in class 24, it's Inslee Land from Comal County 4-H. Bryn, you know these kids' blood is pumping pretty hard right now, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not too far removed from this deal. I can kind of think back at my time showing at the San Antonio Barrow Show, and just being out here in these upper kind of divisions, or maybe in the top of your class, man, the adrenaline pump and the butterflies in your stomach is just a rush like no other. I know these kids have put the work in at home. It's obviously shown here today with their showmanship and just skin and hair, the things that they're in control of. Man, they've done a great job just maxing out all the things they're in control of. All three of these kids, man, just incredibly deserving. Even the kids that maybe aren't out here in the ring just have done a great job throughout the day.
Yes, and look how relaxed they are. I mean, they're relaxed, and pigs can sense if you're uptight and edgy, and they're just out there just showing with ease and gliding them all throughout this big arena.
Absolutely. Thinking back to whenever maybe I was showing, or maybe before I could, this showmanship deal has evolved just so greatly. These kids have just really, really developed in terms of, like you said, their comfortability in the ring. But here we go with Ben as he selects our champion, middleweight Hamp.
Again, help me congratulate these three young people. Outstanding middleweight division here in San Antonio, and it's what you expect when you come down and then get to judge arguably the best Barrow show in the country, and it's been an awesome day. I've enjoyed my time with Will. We've got obviously several more days to be here, and we're having a great time and enjoying and talking pigs with him. We're in full agreement again on this division. I think there's a benefit that our division champion is going to have as we talk about just building pigs square from the ground up. He probably doesn't tie as good as another one, but man, he's a genuine market hog that's loose in terms of his skeleton. He comes to you bold, he leaves you bold. As I said, if we could tie his head and neck just a pinch different, he'd be a runaway winner in this division. Young man right here is going to have your division champion.
So there we have it, the champion middleweight division.
Second place pair popped out, and I remember that class, and we had to drive that pair a little longer maybe than ideal. He comes out, and he's a fresh, awesome-headed Barrow. He has some advantages over our champion in this division, and he's moving good out here at this particular time. He's our second favorite. We're going to keep that class together. Congratulations.
And there you have it. It was Braylon Yeager from Ropes FFA, the champion middleweight division champion, followed the second place in that same class out of class 23, Witten Harper out of Kendall County 4-H for the reserve middleweight. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors as they get ready for the championship Hampshire Drive. We got the heavyweights yet to go. And so they should be on their way to putting them together. Yeah, as we wait on the heavyweight division, Brent, I tell you that heavyweight division, those classes there, they were awful salty as well. So it'd be really interesting to see them coming out and comparing the power and the flexibility that, we saw really some flex, width and flexibility in our other two divisions, but I think the big horses are fixing to come out as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt that, man, these heavyweights, it kind of felt like as we just kept progressing through the Hampshire breed as a whole, the quality just kept on ramping up. I'm excited to see these big dogs enter the ring and these kiddos just give their all for that champion heavyweight division.
Hey, when you said they're big, they're big.
Yeah, I was down there for some of the hamps and even just the middleweights. I was like,
I was like, those not lightweight division. These are heavyweights out here.
literally, they used to be.
Exactly right. This will be the fun one. So it'll be interesting to see where they go.
Paul, did we ever get this? Oh, there it is.
Last class we talked about. Good hog.
As we're waiting for them to get ready for our heavyweight division, I have the Texas bred for Class 27, which was our last class of the Hampshires. Texas bred class champion went to Tatum Price from Snyder FFA. The breeder is Lackey Livestock out of Haskell, Texas. Congratulations again to Jason and Jackie Lackey for all their hard work. We've just now started here in our heavyweight division. We're looking at Skylar Farley from Santa Ana FFA having the class winner in Class 25. In Class 26, we had Alice Norris from Abbott FFA. And our last class of the day, Class 27, Mackenzie Duke, with our class winner from Navarro County 4-H. So, Bryn, what do you think here?
Man, all three of these are just exceptionally good, kind of as we talked through in their respective classes. I'll be interested to see what they do as far as their champion and reserve. I think that certainly any of these three, and maybe some seconds even, could definitely be in the hunt as far as that champion spot in our Hampshire breed. Man, all three of these young ladies have done a fantastic job in their classes, and even still here in this heavyweight division drive are just showing the wheels off these things. They're doing a great job.
Oh, yes, they are. And again, all three ladies in this class of all things. That we have got the lady power here, and they're all very calm, and they've got these pigs out moving just super well.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely tell. I mean, the work's been done at home. These young ladies are just so in tune with their hog each step. All three of them are just almost synchronized with their bearers out here, just so calm, so collected. It's just speaking volumes to just the showmanship ability all these kiddos throughout the day, not only these young ladies. They've all done a great job.
Looks like Mr. Boble is ready to give us his comments.
Again, let's put our hands together for these three young ladies out here. The heavies were good. They were deep. They came with challenges, as all pig shows do. But we certainly get to a trio of them. I think that have lots of quality. Will and I again are in full agreement. There's one out here that just paints an awesome picture from a side, from a silhouette view. Just so good in terms of his proportionality. And then when you get on top of him and watch him go away, he's flawless in terms of his squareness and trueness. He's just really natural out here. young lady right in front of me is going to have your division champion.
There we have it for the champion heavyweight division. It went to Alice Norris out of Abbott FFA, and hers was out of that class where they had 21 in that class that they kept back. Really a salty class, so will be interesting to see. We've got Addison Job out of Collin County 4-H out there to compete for that reserve champion.
We bring that second place in, and then a pig that I thought pushed that eventual champion hard in class. He's probably the different one out here. He's a little more modern in terms of his kind, but still, that one has just lots of quality. I think his head, his feature, and his bone match our champion. We're going to keep that pair together. Congratulations to her.
And as Mr. Boble said, he wanted to keep them together. And again, that was the strongest class, I thought, in the heavyweight division. And he's kept them together. So congratulations to Addison Job for having the reserve heavyweight division champion from Collin County 4-H. Well, Bryn, we're going to have three really nice division champions out there. I think what we'll find is three that are very unique and very complementary of each other.
I definitely agree. You know, all three of those divisions were exceptionally deep. All three of those champions, I still think, just really rose to the top. Maybe all those kiddos did a fantastic job getting them presented. All three of those hogs, I mean, just are top tier. I'm real interested to see what they do here for our champion in reserve, Hampshire Barrow. They certainly got their work cut out for them.
So our champion lightweight division, again, is exhibited by Lexi Nelson out of Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations and good luck to her. Our champion middleweight division is exhibited by Brylan Yeager out of Ropes FFA. Congratulations and good luck. And then our heavyweight division champion, exhibited by Alice Norris from Abbott FFA. You know, just Brent, as we discussed and predicted, those three are very uniformed out there, and that just shows the consistency of our judges and their evaluation of this set of this Hampshire breed. I mean, they definitely got the foundation from the ground up to the top line, and they're all mobile.
I agree. You know, that not only just out here in our Hampshire drive, but I feel all throughout the day they've done a great job in terms of consistency, making sure these hogs are just cream of the crop, so to speak. Man, all of them The kids out here in the ring done a great job. All these kiddos certainly deserve to be here. They've done a great job getting these things presented, and I know the work's been done at home. I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah, they're having fun doing it too. You can tell, and I agree with you 100%. They have followed this pattern all the way through, and I expected that. I've watched both of them judge in the past, and their reasons match the hogs they picked, and that's what.
So as we close out the first day at San Antone, it's been an awesome day. We started off great with our Berks, had a good spot in Poland show, and then we conclude with a great set of Hampshire Barrows. Let's put our hands together again for all these young people that are doing an outstanding job here. I think it's important that we also thank the crew here at San Antone, and I know that some of the folks here maybe are done showing today and they won't be here tomorrow or the second wave. It runs seamlessly in the back, and the amount of volunteers that they have that are here giving their time away from their family, from their work, and from their loved ones to be here to help these kids show, I think is very important. So I'd ask you to put your hands together as well for all those folks behind the scenes that make this just an unbelievable Barrows show. Will and I get out here, and it really becomes a two-horse race in our opinion. And as you study that pair of Barrows, there's one for us that does it in just a flawless type of pattern when we talk about building them correct from the ground up and making them dense in terms of their skeleton. He's one that is not the fattest out here, but his composition reads so true and so good to us. Coming and going, he's the best one at the ground. Young lady heavy is going to be your champion, Hampshire.
There we have it. The champion heavyweight division is our overall champion here at the 76th annual San Antonio Livestock Show, and she wins the $10,000 scholarship. Congratulations to Allison Norris from Abbott FFA. Great job. Very nice hog.
We bring that reserve heavy weight out, and I've talked about him a bunch. That's a moderate built, bulky, short-bodied Barrow that's got some far-reaching pieces from that perspective. He's right in the mix out here, and we talk about our middleweight is a Barrow that I love his squareness he has going away. Within that division, he was the boulder-chested option, and I'll be honest with you, it comes down to our first division and our last division. This first division is absolutely overwhelming when you get on top of him from a bulk perspective. I didn't call him as comfortable as that champion. He's still my second favorite. He'll be reserved.
Congratulations for the overall reserve champion Hampshire here at the 76th annual San Antonio Livestock Show. And that goes to Lexi Nelson out of Kendall County 4-H. Again, Brent, I've really enjoyed my time with you. I've known your dad for a long time, and you've been around this ag business all your life, and been where he's taken you everywhere as him being a career ag teacher for so many years, and it's been a pleasure to work with you during this show here, this first wave, and it's been a great Hampshire show, and so we wish you the best of luck. I guess what is in store for you, to be honest, upon graduation? I guess that'll occur in May.
Yes, sir. So I'll finish up from Texas Tech here in May. I accepted a trainee position at Viterra Grain to start getting in the mix and start becoming a grain merchandiser. Find out where I'll be located for that portion of my career, beginning of my career here in the next short couple of weeks. So I'm excited to see what it has in store. But yeah, man, I'm excited.
Well, we're glad to have you here, and it's been quite the pleasure for me to do this with you and you joining our show, and the best of luck to you after graduation with your new career path. Thank you. And listeners, tomorrow morning, just as a note, we will be starting at 7 a.m. with the Durocs and then follow it by the dark crosses. Thank you.